Chapter 151 Head Hunting. Some time later, they were standing in front of a makeshift cabin. Just like Changing Star's patchwork dwelling, the cabin was constructed out of mismatched stone blocks that had been scavenged from the ruins. It was reinforced with monster hides here and there and seemed to be built slightly better than the rest of the hovels in the outer settlement. There was a large bestial skull hung above the door, its thick forehead split apart by a devastating strike of some sharp weapon. Glancing at the skull, Nephi took a step forward and knocked on the door. However, no response followed. Sunny sighed. Maybe she's not home. Instead of an answer, Changing Star frowned and banged on the door with her first. The first strike was somewhat gentle, but by the last, the bestial skull was on the verge of flying off the wall. A sleepy and irritated voice sounded from the inside. I swear to gods, whoever you are, you'd better be a nightmare creature. A few moments later, Sunny heard the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Before it opened, though, Nephi suddenly spoke. Sunny, turn away. Hearing a strange urgency in her voice, he scowled and did as she had asked. Your shadow, too. What is going on? Are we expecting trouble? As he was staring away from the cabin, the creaking of wood informed him that the door was flung open. Who the hell is, oh? It's you. He swore he could hear Neff's teeth grinding against each other. A few seconds later, Changing Star spoke, her tone especially flat. Put on a memory, Effie. Please. Wait, what? Why would she, oh. Oh. When he was finally allowed to turn back, the last glimmers of ethereal light were yet to disappear from the fabric of Effie's provocatively short chiton. She wasn't wearing anything underneath either. Here. Better? The huntress was exactly the same as the last time he had seen her, tall, strong, and brimming with vitality. Without the bronze cuirass with leather terrages, as well as other elements of the archaic armor, even more of HEW dewy olive skin could be seen. So, you guys are back together, huh? Judging by how clean and shiny the other two look, I'm guessing that their stay in the castle was pleasant? Sunny glanced at Cassie, then said in a reserved tone. Not particularly. Just like you said, the ambience there is, well, an acquired taste, I guess. Effie grinned. Well said. Anyway, how can I help you? Changing Star motioned at the door. Can we come inside? The unruly huntress glanced back, then shrugged. Sure. Why not? Inside, the cabin was small and cozy. One of its corners was occupied by a large pile of furs that served Effie as a bed. At first glance, it didn't seem that lavish, but once it hit Sunny that each of the furs had come from the corpse of a nightmare creature, he quickly changed his mind. That was probably the most extravagant thing he had ever seen. Also, one could only imagine what went on between those furs. Pure thoughts, Sunny. Focus. There was also a fireplace, a table with a single wooden chair, and a pair of sturdy chests. The rest of the space was occupied by various curios that the huntress had scavenged from the ruins over the years. There was no particular logic to this opulent collection except for the fact that each object had once caught her fancy for this reason or that. After the three of them were seated, Effie returned to her pile of furs, wrapped herself in one of them and asked. So, what's so important that you had to come and wake me up this early in the morning? Early in the morning? It's already noon. Nephi lingered for a few moments, then said. You haven't hunted since the day we met. Right? Effie yawned, then said in a languid tone. Nope. I'll go back into the ruins once my food runs out. Which will be in a day or two, I think. What, how? The amount of meat she had butchered off those monsters was enough to feed a person for a couple of months. It was all gone already? Just how much did the vigorous huntress eat? Changing Star nodded. When you do, come with us. Be our pathfinder. Well, she certainly doesn't beat around the bush. For some reason, Sunny had not expected Neff to be this direct. He had always imagined this conversation taking much longer before getting to its real purpose. Effie stared at them, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. Ah, that's a good one. Do you want me to be your nanny, too? When her laughter died down, she shook her head and said. No offense, kids, but you have just arrived in the Dark City. You are as green as it gets. Best hunters out here wanted me to become a part of their party, and I refused them all. Do you know why? Neff nodded with a serious expression. Most hunting parties share the spoils of their hunts. Each hunter keeps a part to eat and sells the rest to the people in the slum. But because of your flaw, you can't allow yourself to do the same. You need all the sustenance a hunt can provide. The more partners you have, the lesser your share will become, so, you hunt alone, and never sell the meat of your prey, just their hides. Effie smiled. I see someone has been doing their homework. Changing Star tilted her head a little and, not paying any attention to the irony in those words, continued. We can solve that problem by. However, the solitary huntress interrupted her. Stop. Good guess, but you are wrong. That is not why I refused all those hunters. Nephice blinked, surprised. After a long pause, she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Then, why? The smile disappeared from Effie's face. Because they are weak. Every one of them is weak. Even the most successful of them are. And do you know why? Something dark gleamed in her hazel eyes. They are weak because Gunlog will never allow anyone strong to exist outside of his control. So. I am not going to be your pathfinder. Sorry, princess. Changing Star froze, obviously flustered by that answer. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again and awkwardly pressed her lips together. No matter how much she had honed her social skills during their journey through the labyrinth, this conversation still seemed to be too much for her. In the ensuing silence, Sunny suddenly spoke, his voice calm and slightly provoking. He's allowing you to exist. Effie looked at him, raised one eyebrow with a smile, and didn't say anything. Finally, Nephice was able to compose herself. We might be new here, but we are not weak. Between the two of us, Sunny and I had killed dozens upon dozens of awakened creatures in the labyrinth. The huntress interrupted her once again. Even if that's true, that was there. Out here in the Dark City, things are very different. The two of them stared at each other, one with a relaxed smile on her lips, the other with stubborn flames burning in her eyes. Oh, I don't like this. Eventually, Changing Star grimaced and said. So, if we prove that we have strength, you might reconsider? Effie chuckled. Damn. You say it like it's easy. You do know how many people can't even step a foot into the ruins, right? If you guys survive in this hell for a few years, maybe then we can talk again. Nephice looked at her for a while, and then smiled darkly. We will talk again in the evening. Then, you will change your mind. Chapter 152 There and Back Again plus, turn off reset. Chapter 152 There and Back Again. Outside, the sun was already moving past its zenith. There wasn't that much time left before the sunset, so Sunny was really unsure about what Nephice could do to change Effie's mind before evening. However, judging by the determined expression on her face, Changing Star wasn't just throwing words to the wind. She had something specific in mind. He hesitated. So, what exactly are we going to do now? Neff glanced at him, white flames dancing in the depths of her cold gray eyes. Then, she turned away and said, Follow me. With that, she walked forward in the direction of the castle. Castle? Why are we going to the castle? Somewhat uneasy, Sunny gently took Cassie by the arm and hurried to catch up to Nephice. When he did, she suddenly threw over her shoulder. Tell me about that Pathfinder again. The one who was accused of murder 3 days ago. Sunny frowned, then repeated what he knew about the guy. When he was almost finished, she asked. What's his aspect ability? He hesitated, then said. He can make any weapon become incredibly sharp when it's in his hands. Sharp enough to cut stone, maybe even steel. It's a very powerful combat ability. Changing Star was quiet for some time, then said. What about his flaw? Sunny shook his head. That I have no idea about. People are very protective of their flaws, you know. Not everyone goes around telling everyone about their greatest vulnerability like that lunatic, Effie. Cassie, who seemed to be very protective of him today, decided to support this claim. Sunny is right, Neff. We don't even know what his own flaw is, remember? Sunny almost stumbled and had to try very hard to not let any emotion show on his face. Cassie was right, of course. While Changing Star and she had shared their flaws with him, Sunny never reciprocated the gesture, for obvious reasons. That is true, but, can we not talk about that? Nephi silently nodded and didn't comment on it further. It seemed as though her mind was on something else. Phew. Soon, they scaled the magnificent stairs and were approaching the gates of the castle. Sunny was growing increasingly nervous about Neff's intentions. What is her plan, exactly? Neff? What do you need us to do? She shrugged, then said in her usual indifferent tone. You don't really need to do anything. Just follow me and try to look, virtuous. Look, virtuous? What does that supposed to mean? The guards standing watch in front of the gates blocked their path with contemptuous and suggestive looks in their eyes. Contempt was directed toward Sunny, while the rest was directed toward the girls, of course. Stop. What business do you have in the Bright Castle? Want to pay the tribute? Or maybe want to get paid, instead? If you know what I mean. Both of them laughed, making Sunny's blood boil. Nephi looked at them with a calm expression, then said. I want to go inside, but I'm not going to pay tribute. The laughter suddenly stopped. The guards looked at them with a bit of amusement, a harsh and dangerous light finding its way into their eyes. Have you lost your mind, wench? Why are you here if you're not going to pay tribute? Stop wasting our time. Changing Star stared at them with no emotion whatsoever showing on her beautiful ivory face. Then, she said evenly. I'm here to invoke the right of challenge. For a few seconds, everyone stayed silent. Sunny's heart was beating like a wild beast in his chest. Mad. She has gone mad. But no, Changing Star was not mad. Although Sunny liked to joke inwardly about how crazy Nephi was, she was anything but. In fact, her ability to remain cool-headed and rational in any situation was one of the main reasons that made her so dangerous. Which meant that there was some opportunity she saw here that he didn't. At least he hoped that this was the case. Meanwhile, one of the guards frowned. Stop joking around, little girl. Shut your mouth and get lost if you want to live. Neff didn't move. Instead, she said. I'm not joking. The other guard stared at her, then shook his head. Those slum rats have really all gone crazy, huh? I thought that this recent show would teach them a lesson, but it seems as though it did not. He sneered. Listen, lass. The right of challenge is not a laughing matter. It's a fight to the death. No one is going to go easy on you just because you have a pretty face. Do you understand? Changing Star simply nodded. The guard waited for a while, looking at her tall figure and the crude tunic that she wore. Then, he grimaced. I guess we'll have some entertainment today. Ugh, such a shame. With your looks, you could have lived in the castle without ever even needing to pay the tribute. Shaking his head, he turned around and gestured for the three of them to follow. The other guard stayed behind, a bewildered and darkly excited expression on his face. With the sound of the rusty chains swinging in the wind invading their ears, Sunny, Nephi and Cassie passed beneath the hanging skulls and entered the castle. Inside, everything was exactly the same. Even Harper was still sitting behind his opulent desk, writing something on a piece of parchment. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head and threw a furtive glance in their direction. An expression of confused surprise appeared in his eyes. Sunless and Kasha? What are you guys doing back here? Sunny felt the desire to palm his face. When he had said to the gaunt young man that they might see each other in the future, he certainly did not mean that that future would be on the same damn day. Not knowing about the thoughts raging in his head, Harper smiled. Oh. Did you guys get lucky and come into some shards? Back already to pay the tribute? Sunny gritted his teeth and forced out a weak smile. No. Not exactly. Chapter 153 Guiding Star. By the time the three of them were led to the grand hall of the castle, the news that there was going to be another challenge had yet to spread through the entire fortress. Because of that, there was no crowd there, just a few dozen people who had happened to walk past and heard the commotion. However, their number was growing with each minute. Standing before the entrance to the hall, Nephice was calmly looking forward, her thoughts a mystery. She seemed to be steady and collected. Sunny, on the other hand, was very nervous. Just what was changing star planning? Glancing around to make sure that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, he leaned to her and whispered. You're not really going to fight one of Gunlock's lieutenants, are you? Because that would be suicide. No matter how talented and strong Neff was, she couldn't hope to win against someone like that, at least not before absorbing enough soul shards to even the odds at least a little. Those people had not gotten to where they were by pure accident, too. They had talents of their own. Nephice didn't turn her head and simply said. The walls have ears. Sunny gritted his teeth and was about to retort, at that moment, the guard that had led them inside appeared from the grand hall, threw a dark look at them, and spat. Come on in, fools. Changing Star simply walked forward, leaving Sunny and Cassie no choice but to follow. Inside the hall, a small crowd of people was staring at the entrance. When they saw Nephice, a wave of confused whispers ran through their ranks. Who is that? Never seen her before. There's something strange about that girl. The whole situation was much less ostentatious and theatrical than that on the day of Jubiai's death. Most of the lieutenants weren't even here, not to mention the bright lord himself. Only the leader of hunters, Gemma, was sitting on the steps leading up to the empty white throne. On his face, there was a slightly sullen expression. To Sunny's relief, Haru's was nowhere to be seen. When the guard led the three of them inside, Gemma raised his head and glanced in their direction with a frown. Did I hear it correctly? One of you three wants to invoke the right of challenge? Nephice took a step forward, looked him right in the eyes, and answered in her usual indifferent voice. I do. Her calmness was in direct contradiction with the heavy meaning behind those words. It was the polar opposite of the impassioned, scornful, furious speech of condemnation that Jubiai had given in this hall 3 days ago. The confused frown on Gemma's face deepened. You do know what that means, right, little girl? She continued to stare at him without showing any sign of fear, then repeated. I do. The tall hunter sighed. Listen, it is indeed true that anyone has the right to invoke the right of challenge. But throwing your life away is a really stupid thing to do. I'm sure that you had to suffer a lot to make it this far. Everyone here did, pretty much. So how about you think about it some more and reconsider? His voice wasn't unfriendly. In fact, it seemed sincere, as though Gunlock's lieutenant really did not want to see her die for no reason. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Neff just tilted her head a little and said. No need. Gemma sighed again, then shook his head. Fine, have it your way then. Who are you here to accuse? Sunny already had the idea. That's why he wasn't surprised to hear her next words. I am here to accuse the Pathfinder known as Andal. Andal was the person whose crime had led to Jubiai's challenge, and then death. As another wave of whispers rose from the crowd, Gemma blinked. With an unhappy scowl on his face, he said. As I've told the last time, I am the leader of both hunters and pathfinders. Any crime they commit while performing their duties is my crime, so I will be the one to answer for it. Are you sure you want to challenge me, kid? Sunny held his breath, knowing that Neff's next words would decide their fates. Despite the older man's heavy tone, she did not even flinch. However, she did pierce him with a cold gaze, then slowly shook her head. I'm not here to accuse him of murdering the young man from the outer settlement. I'm here to accuse him of theft. Andal has lost a considerable amount of soul shards while gambling, but refused to pay. That is stealing. Since it was done on his private time and not while performing any official duties, you have nothing to do with it. Gemma stared at her, a bewildered look written clearly on his face. Sunny was doing the same. Well, that was unexpected. Kind of ingenious, actually. Who knew Neff can be so crafty? By shifting the accusation from a crime committed during a hunt to a misdemeanor that had nothing to do with Andal's role as a pathfinder, she effectively prevented any of the lieutenants from fighting on his behalf. At least if they remained true to their claim of being just. But was a seasoned pathfinder any less of a threat than one of Gunlock's proxies? And would Gemma even allow a challenge like that to proceed? As though responding to his questions, the tall hunter raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief. What? A gambling debt? You want to, did Aiko send you? Nephi shook her head again. No. I've never even met her. Everyone in the Grand Hall looked at her as though she was insane. The charismatic lieutenant was no exception. With some exasperation finding its way into his voice, he asked. If you don't even know the person Andal owes the shards, why are you here challenging him on her behalf? Neff simply shrugged. Do I need to personally know the victim of the crime to punish the criminal? Gemma stared, clearly finding the whole situation ridiculous. It's just a gambling debt. I can pay the shards myself, and we all can. However, Changing Star interrupted him. Her voice was still inexplicably calm and even. It's not about shards. It's about justice and law. After all, the law is our only guiding star in this dark world. Without its light, there's only darkness. Her words echoed in the Grand Hall and put a grim expression on Gemma's face. By repeating what Gunlog had said here a few days prior, she left him with little choice but to satisfy the request for a challenge. After all, going against it would be tantamount to going against the Bright Lord's will. How devious. Did she learn that from me? The hunter looked away with regret, remained silent for some time, and then said to one of the guards in a dark tone. Go and bring Andal here. Tell that bastard that after he kills this stupid girl, he and I will have a long conversation about his life choices. Then, he glanced at Neff and said. And you, say your goodbyes and prepare for battle. Oh, right. What is your name? Tell us. That way, you will at least be remembered. Looking him right in the eyes, Nephi stayed quiet for a bit, and then answered. Her clear voice resounded loudly in the Grand Hall. I am Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Suddenly, everything became silent. Chapter 154 Light of the 7 Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 154 Light of the 7. Everyone grew quiet. Even Gemma seemed to be slightly stunned by that proclamation. The only person to not react to it at all was Castor, who had entered the Grand Hall a bit earlier and was now standing by one of the walls, watching Nephi's with a complex expression. Her full name was shocking to hear for two entirely different, but equally earth-shattering reasons. Firstly, she had called herself not by a human name, but by a true one. In the entire history of human civilization, only a handful of awakened had managed to earn a true name in their first nightmare. Needless to say, none of them was among the 1,000 sleepers currently trapped on the Forgotten Shore. Even Gunlog himself did not have one. But Nephi's did. And Sunny too, of course, but no one had to know that. Secondly, she had announced herself to be a legacy, and not just any legacy at that, but one from the legendary Immortal Flame Clan. A clan that had been responsible for propelling the entire human species forward not once, but twice, first by helping conquer the second nightmare, then the third. A combination of these facts was enough to set off a metaphorical explosion in the middle of the Dark City. If this was true, then she could be considered to be an almost messianic existence here on the Forgotten Shore. Suddenly, the calmness with which she dared to challenge a fearsome pathfinder to a battle to the death did not seem that strange. The dazed looks in the eyes of all the sleepers gathered in the grand hall had slowly begun to give place to a subtle, tentative, weak glow. It was as though a tiny seed of hope was suddenly planted in the dead soil of their lightless, forlorn souls. Either by accident or on purpose, Nephice chose that exact moment to summon her armor. Numerous sparks of light surrounded her in a whirlpool of soft radiance, and when they were gone, a striking black and white armor had appeared on her graceful body. Everyone's eyes were immediately glued to the symbol on its breastplate. On it, 7 shining stars were intricately engraved into the strange white metal. That symbol. Its starlight crest. The crest of the 7. Just like Sunny, many of the inhabitants of the bright castle were familiar with the symbol of the 7 stars. Not only was it carved into the robe of the giant statue standing in front of the impregnable city wall, it was also often depicted in numerous stone carvings decorating the walls of the ancient fortress. It seemed to represent the 7 heroes that had once vowed to vanquish the darkness consuming this cursed land, and lead its people back into the light. Sunny felt cold sweat running down his spine. What is she doing? Is it all a coincidence, or did Nephice plan everything? Does she not understand how these fools will react to such theatrics? If they get the wrong idea and start running their mouths about how she is some sort of a heavenly savior, Gunlog will soon come knocking on our doors. What did Neph say? Just follow her lead and try to look virtuous? Sunny stared at her back, stumped. How would he even do that? There had never been a single drop of virtue in his entire body. Meanwhile, Gemma had finally managed to compose himself and threw an evaluating look at Changing Star. If there had been nothing but neglect and disregard in his eyes before, now there was a hint of dark wariness in them. Slowly, the leader of Hunters smiled. Ah. In that case, nice to meet you. I must say, it's a very impressive name you have there. Makes one wonder where it came from. The implication behind these words was easy to understand. Gemma was insinuating that Nephice was lying. It seemed as though this insinuation had removed a veil from everyone's eyes. Most people quickly lost their wistful expressions, once again looking at her either somberly or with dark anticipation. Only now, there were also hints of mocking disdain on some of their faces. And yet, several of them were still staring at her with expressions full of hesitant, timid faith. Changing Star did not react to any of that in any way. She simply remained calm and indifferent. As though she existed slightly apart from the dirt and despair of this world. Soon, Andal the Pathfinder was led into the grand hall. The Pathfinder was of average height and solid build, with menacing blue eyes and a sharp jaw. His head was shaved on the sides, with the remaining hair weaved into a short braid. He appeared to be slightly older than the rest of the sleepers gathered in the grand hall, with the exception of Gemma himself. Andal was probably around 24 years old. He looked like a skilled, seasoned, and ruthless fighter. Every Pathfinder was nothing less than an elite among elites, and he was no exception. Even those who hated Andal stared at him with fear and respect, even veneration. Entering the hall, Andal threw a dark look at Nephice and walked forward to the base of the steps leading to the white throne. There, he stopped and bowed, showing his respect to the leader of Hunters. I'm here. Gemma stared at him with an irritated, contemptuous expression, and then sighed. You know why I've summoned you? The Pathfinder smirked. Some wench wants to challenge me? Good. I was very sad to let Harus have all the fun last time. Several angry whispers sounded from the crowd, but no one dared to reveal their hatred toward the arrogant murderer openly. The corner of Gemma's mouth turned downward. He remained silent for some time, and then said in a dangerous tone. Fun? Did you say fun? Well, Andal, if you lacked excitement in your life, you should have just told me. How about this? After you kill that girl, I will show you what real fun is. With that, he gestured to the guards that the fight could begin. Andal frowned a little, but then turned around with a dark smile on his lips. Sunny and Cassie were led to the side, where they joined the crowd of spectating sleepers. By that point, there was a considerable amount of them gathered in the grand hall. Everyone looked at the fearsome Pathfinder and Nephice with a mix of tension and anticipation. Some were here just to see a macabre show, waiting with excitement for blood to flow. To them, it didn't matter who lived and who died, although none believed that the girl from the outer settlement had any chance of surviving in a duel against the experienced pathfinder. Others wanted to see Andal punished for his crimes. But even these people seemed to believe that Neff was doomed to die. They just hoped that she would manage to make the bastard bleed a little before she did. Perhaps only Sunny, Cassie, and Castor knew that the result of this fight was not as predictable as everyone seemed to think. Not wasting any time, Andal summoned his weapon and walked toward Changing Star. In his hand, a vicious, crudely forged falchion suddenly gleamed with polished luster, its edge turning sharper than that of a razor. With a shudder, Sunny realized that not even the Starlight Legion armor would stop such a blade. The Pathfinder's movements were soft and deceptive, betraying years of experience in bloody battles against both nightmare creatures and humans. The dark smile had never left his lips, and there was bloodlust burning in his eyes. After years spent hunting monsters, he looked like a monster himself. However, Nephi just stood there calmly and watched him approach, not even trying to summon her sword. What is she doing? Trying to mimic Haru's? When the distance between them shortened to that of only several steps, everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Andal flourished his cleaver and lunged forward with astonishing, almost inhuman speed. His push was so powerful that dust flew into the air from under the soles of his boots. Sunny clenched his fists. What is she? Just a fraction of a second before the magically enhanced blade cleaved her apart, Nephi suddenly sidestepped the strike and threw her arms into the air, simultaneously summoning her longsword. The ethereal sparks of light passed through the blade of Andal's falchion, forming into silvery steel only on the other side of it. The Pathfinder's eyes widened. Forever. Without anything separating it from the enemy's flesh, the long sword that had just formed from the thin air behind the falchion bit into his neck, cleanly severing Andal's head from his shoulders. As blood shot into the air from the Pathfinder's neck, his head rolled on the floor like a macabre ball and stopped near the steps that led to Gunlog's white throne. It seemed as though all oxygen was suddenly sucked out of the great hall. In the deathly silence, Andal's body heavily fell on the white marble. Everyone was staring at Nephi in utter disbelief, the sleepers, the guards, even Gemma. Honestly, Sunny himself was a bit stunned. Of course, he had suspected that Changing Star might win the duel. But even he did not expect that she would kill an actual Pathfinder, one of the most fearsome warriors in the Bright Castle, with just one strike. Dismissing her sword with a cold expression on her face, Nephi walked over to the marble steps, picked up the severed head by the hair, and looked up at the leader of the hunters. Then, with a well-practiced polite smile, she said, "Oh. It was nice to meet you too." Chapter 155 First Recruits. The blood was still dripping from Andal's severed head when they left the castle. Nephi was holding it by the hair, her face as indifferent as always. It seemed as though carrying human heads was not even something worthy of changing facial expressions. Suddenly, Sunny saw Changing Star in a new light. It was a long time since he had last been wary of her, but now, he was starting to wonder. Just how many people had she killed in the past? The facial expressions of everyone else, though, ranged from astonishment to horror. People who had witnessed the duel stared at Nephi as though she was some sort of an avenging angel. The others treated her like a terrifying demon. I wonder, how much soul's essence had she absorbed with this one kill? Has to be a lot, right? But those were just the inhabitants of the castle. The reactions of the people of the outer settlement were strangely reserved, but even more intense. They had never seen one of them stroll into the ancient fortress and walk away freely with the severed head of a Pathfinder in their hands. Now, all of them were watching silently, an inexorable, dark, sweltering emotion burning in their eyes. All of it made Sunny very uncomfortable. He wasn't sure if Nephi knew what kind of a storm her stunt had evoked in the hearts of these people. That sort of emotion was dangerous and almost impossible to control. If she didn't know, things could turn really bad really quickly. But it was even worse if she did, and had done it on purpose. Was Neff really capable of such ingenious and effective manipulation? Was this her plan all along? Sunny wasn't sure that he knew this side of Changing Star. Come to think of it, he didn't really know that much about her at all. Consumed by these doubts, Sunny didn't even notice that they were already in front of Effie's cabin. He glanced at the sky, only to see the sun hiding behind the ominous silhouette of the crimson spire. It was evening, just like Nephi's had promised. Scary. The unruly huntress opened the door before they even knocked, a hint of irritation in her eyes. What's with all the commotion? Can't a girl spend a day in? Noticing the three of them, she froze. Without so much as batting an eye, Nephi simply threw Andel's head to Effie's feet and asked. Can we talk now? Looking down at the macabre present, the huntress narrowed her eyes. Her face darkened. A few moments later, she glanced up and said in a grim voice. Come inside. As soon as the door closed behind them, Effie asked in a furious whisper. What the hell have you done, princess? Nephi tilted her head and slightly frowned. Then, she said with a hint of sincere confusion in her voice. You wanted me to prove my strength. Did you not? The huntress stared at her in disbelief. Misunderstanding her silence, Neff blinked, then added. Oh. That head belonged to. I know whose head it is. Where did you get it? Sunny sighed and slumped heavily on one of the sturdy chests. Then he forced out a dark smile and said. Oh, by the way, you might be the last human in the Dark City to learn this, but standing right in front of you is none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the champion of justice. She just walked into the castle, challenged the bastard, and killed him with one strike of her sword, right under everyone's eyes. By now, this must be the only thing people are talking about. His tone lacked any kind of amusement. If anything, it seemed as though Sunny was just barely stopping himself from cursing out loud. Why did trouble have to follow him everywhere he went? While Neff and Cassie were anxiously waiting for Effie's response, Sunny just stared at his shadow, hoping to find some sympathy. Sadly, there wasn't any to be found. The shadow was just staring back at him, full of jubilant gloating. Effie, meanwhile, blinked a couple of times and looked at them with a strange expression. That's right. Run while you can. Then, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Oh. Oh, gods. Did you really? This is priceless. I wish I'd seen their faces. Sunny watched her with his mouth wide open. That was not the reaction he had been expecting. Crazy, they're all crazy. I'm surrounded by crazy people. When Effie finished laughing, she glanced at Changing Star with a dark, but gleeful expression. Alright, you have proven your point. But there's something you should know. Back when I refused to join the host, Gunlog made it clear that if he can't have me, no one else will. Ever since, any group that dared to invite me to join them ended up regretting their decision. By hiring me as a guide, you will be putting yourself in his crosshairs. Are you sure you want to do this? So there was more to her story, no wonder she was so solitary. In the ensuing silence, Sunny was the first one to speak. His voice sounded bitter and dejected. I mean, it's a bit late to worry about that. Don't you think? The next morning, they were preparing to go on a hunt. A small crowd of slum dwellers gathered around to see them off, their dark eyes burning with a strange mix of hope and anguish. By now, the story of Changing Star's clever ruse and heroic battle against villainous Pathfinder Andal had already flown all over the place, growing more and more unbelievable with each retelling. Now, these people came to witness her with their own eyes. They were especially interested in the Starlight Legion armor and the symbol engraved on its breastplate. Who knew that the memory of a simple carapace centurion would have such an effect on the inhabitants of the Dark City? Sunny was not happy about it at all. The previous evening, he had a chance to ask Nephi a few questions after they had returned to their lodge. However, he kept most of them to himself, not knowing how to properly express his feelings. In the end, he only asked about how she had managed to defeat her human opponent, who was much more powerful in terms of physical prowess, so easily. Changing Star's answer was very simple. She just shrugged and said, "An old legacy trick." which pretty much explained everything and nothing at all. And now, they were going into the dark city to hunt monsters. When the four of them were ready to set off, a sudden hum of voices made them turn around. The slum dwellers stepped aside, letting a tall young man walk through. Sunny frowned. Great. What is he doing here? Walking closer, Castor stopped a few meters away from them and gave a polite bow. Lady Nephice, Huntress Athena, Xianxia, Sunny. Good morning to all of you. I, Castor of the Hanli clan, would like to join your hunting party. Will you have me? Everyone grew quiet for a few moments. Despite Sunny's dislike of the handsome legacy, having him on their side would be an incredible boon. Genius fighters like Castor were hard to come by anywhere, let alone on the Forgotten Shore. He felt torn. A buzz of whispers rose from the crowd. People were shocked to see a warrior from the castle volunteering to join an outer settlement cohort. And one of such fearsome reputation, too. After some time had passed, Changing Star simply shrugged. If you want. Just like that, the proud scion of the Hanli clan had become the fifth member of their hunting party. It was strange to see their numbers grow after months spent alone in the labyrinth, but that was probably inevitable. What else did Sunny expect? That it would be just the three of them forever? Stupid. Together, the five sleepers left the slum of the outer settlement behind and stepped on the road of white stone that lead into the cursed ruins. And just like that, the fates of every human in the dark city were sealed. The end had begun. Chapter 156 Free Lunch. Their first hunt was surprisingly uneventful. Guided by an experienced pathfinder and augmented by Sunny's stealthy shadow, they managed to avoid any fallen creatures and arrive at the destination in one piece. There, the group hid in the ruins and waited for their prey to show up. The plan of battle was discussed beforehand. After Effie had described the type of monster they were here to kill, complete with a detailed list of its strengths and weaknesses, Nephice quickly assigned different roles to different people. Sunny had expected that things would work just like back in the labyrinth, but to his surprise, they did not. Just like before, Neph was going to take most of the risk and lure the enemy into revealing its vulnerability. However, Castor was going to be the one to make use of it and deal the fatal blow, not Sunny. Which made sense, really. After all, his ability was not a combat one, at least not officially. It was rational to entrust the role to someone with an incredibly powerful combat ability, as the one Castor possessed. Still, for some reason, Sunny felt angry about it. It felt as though he was being replaced. Not wishing to appear childish, he swallowed his bitterness and remained silent. When the monster did show up, everything went perfectly. Nephice and Castor were able to finish the creature off without sustaining any injuries. Their teamwork, while not effortless, was strangely harmonious, probably because both were legacies and had received similar kind of training. Sunny, whose task was to join the fray if things went wrong, ended up not having to lift a finger. Neither did Effie, who simply stayed with Cassie in case the blind girl needed protection. After everything was over, she laughed. This is the easiest meal I've ever earned. Effie's status in the party was a bit strange. Unlike the rest of them, she had not shown any desire to join the cohort officially. Instead, she was somewhat of a hired worker. Her responsibilities included guiding the party through the ruins and providing them with information, and nothing else. She wasn't even required to fight side by side with them. After the nightmare creature was dead, they quickly butchered it and left the scene of the battle loaded with a heavy weight of meat. Before the shadow of the Crimson Spire fell on the dark city, the cohort was already approaching the marble arch at the base of the hill. This was when something unexpected finally happened. And it happened because of Nephice. After giving a fair share of the spoils to the vigorous huntress, she glanced at Sunny, Cassie, and Castor. Then, Changing Star said, I would like for you three to entrust me with your part of the meat. What? What is that about? Before Sunny had an opportunity to ask a question, Cassie already smiled and said, Of course, Neph. Castor did not linger either. With a small bow, he nodded. As you wish, Lady Nephice. Sunny gritted his teeth. After that, he would have looked like a complete jerk if he were to start interrogating her. Especially because, technically, he had not done anything except for lending his shadow to Effie. Nephice and Castor were the ones who had actually risked their lives. Fine. Nephice gave them a nod and continued walking up the white road. When they returned to the outer settlement, she separated the remaining share of monster meat into 2 parts. One, much smaller part, she handed to Cassie. The other, incomparably larger part, she simply placed on the white stones in front of their lodge. Effie looked at the whole process with curiosity. So did the slum dwellers who had gathered to welcome them back. Sunny frowned. What are you doing? Changing Star glanced at him and then gestured to the small bundle of meat in Cassie's hands. This is for us to sustain ourselves. We will eat that meat until our next hunt. Somebody from the crowd shouted. What about the rest? Are you selling it? What is your price? It was customary for the outer settlement hunters to sell some of their spoils. That was how people here fed themselves. The meat could be exchanged for items, services, or, in very rare cases, actual shards. Nev turned to the people who had gathered around and looked at them with a frown. When everyone grew quiet, she said in a cold tone. My hunting party will not be selling any meat. Ever. Before anyone had time to react, dismayed by that answer, she took a step to the side, gestured to the large pile of meat, and said. Instead, we will be giving it away for free. A dead silence hung above the edge of the outer settlement. The slum dwellers who had come to catch a glimpse of Changing Star or in hope of procuring some food were all looking at Nephice with a dark mix of mistrust, disbelief, and suspicion. After a while, someone shouted. What trick are you trying to play? People here are hungry, Changing Star. Shame on you. Nephice crossed her arm, furrowed her brow, and answered. There is no trick. Everyone is free to take a small share of the meat to fill their stomach. The young man who had accused her before laughed. Why would you just hand it out for free? Do you think that we're fools? Sunny was being tormented by the same question. He often joked about Neff's foolish nobility, but he also knew that she wasn't really stupid. She always had a reason for everything she did, even if those reasons sometimes seemed insane to him. Lately, he even started to suspect that Neff was much more cynical and pragmatic than he had ever given her credit for. It's just that her version of cynicism was very different from his own. What was she doing? Meanwhile, Nephice pierced the shouter with a cold look, scowled, and said, a hint of anger in her voice. Why? Am I not a human? Are you not humans? Does a human need a reason to help others of her kind in this cursed place? She took a step forward and looked at the gathered people, making them shiver under her heavy gaze. Shame on me? No. Shame on you all for forgetting who you are. We are people, not beasts. In the real world or in the dream realm, this is who we are. Her words echoed above the white stones, mixing with the howling wind. Now come forward and take some food if you're hungry. The slum dwellers were still not convinced. However, their hunger was stronger than their wariness. Soon, the first of them stepped forward, tentatively took a small strip of meat, threw a furtive glance at Nephice, and then hurriedly walked away. When the others saw that nothing happened to him, they became braver. Young men and women dressed in rags formed a messy line. One by one, they came forward, received their tiny piece of meat, and then disappeared with haste, afraid that it will be taken back. Slowly, a new kind of light appeared on their faces. It was the same timid, weak emotion that Sunny had noticed in the eyes of the castle inhabitants after Neff had announced her name. It was something that precipitated hope, or maybe faith. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny looked up, at the tiny silhouettes of guards observing them from the walls of the magnificent fortress. Nephice was right when she said that they were all still people. However, she was wrong about everything else. Because people were much worse than beasts. He did not like what was happening at all. Chapter 157 Wind of Change. After that day, things moved with a speed that left Sunny disoriented. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an overpowering current, helpless to slow down or change direction. Before he could react to one change, another would happen, making him feel like he was losing control. Everything was happening so fast that he found it difficult to adjust. It was hard not to fear that, eventually, he would simply be left behind. After that first hunt where Nephi's had chosen to give most of the spoils away, she led them on several more. Not all of those hunts went as smoothly, but they did manage to return victorious, if a little battered. Every time, she paid Effie her share of the meat, took a small amount for them to consume, and gave the rest to the people of the outer settlement free of charge. Because of how little their own share was, the group was forced to hunt every other day instead of once or twice a month. Sunny did not understand at all why they were taking on all that unnecessary risk. Provided, he wasn't exposed to many risks himself. Apart from a couple of short battles where Neff and Castor ended up requiring some backup, he spent most of his time with Effie, serving as her scout and slowly learning the ins and outs of the Dark City from her. With the well of knowledge that the unruly huntress possessed and his nimble shadow, the party rarely met anything they weren't ready to face. This gave them an incredible advantage over all other hunting parties of the outer settlement, and even some of Gunlog's own. Soon, their flawless and intense track record earned the cohort reputation and renown. They weren't seen as newcomers anymore. Instead, people considered them to be nothing short of the strongest hunters in the slum. Many even believed that Changing Star and her people were in no way inferior to the hunters of the Bright Castle. Nephi's herself was known to be a fearsome fighter ever since her dramatic duel with Andal. Effie had the reputation as one of the outer settlement's best from a long time ago. Handsome and capable Castor quickly won respect and adoration thanks to his amiable personality, noble bearing, and skill. The three of them were considered to be the core of the party, with Cassie and Sunny existing somewhere on the periphery. People loved Cassie because Neff had entrusted her with the responsibility of handing out the free meat, and also because it was nearly impossible not to love this sweet, exquisitely beautiful, and tragic girl. For most of the slum dwellers, she was the welcoming face of the cohort. Sunny, on the other hand, no one really paid him any attention. With no valiant feats of vanquishing monsters of the Dark City under his belt, most considered him to be a mere support member of the party. Inconsequential at best, a charity case at worst. If they even remembered his existence. Sunny was simultaneously happy to live in obscurity and secretly infuriated by this lack of recognition. It was good that no one suspected how powerful he really was. And yet, watching everyone fall over themselves in Castor's presence while completely ignoring his own made Sunny want to kill something. Or someone. Especially because, due to the tactical composition of the cohort, Nephi spent most of her time with the handsome legacy. They seemed to work especially well together. When this frustration threatened to overwhelm Sunny, he would go away, find a quiet corner, and train his katas until every muscle in his body hurt. Usually, the whistle of the midnight shard's blade cutting air was enough to calm him. He trained his swordsmanship day after day, finding strange comfort in it. At least this was something he could control. Of course, Sunny was never entirely relaxed. In fact, with each day, he grew more and more anxious. Because other things were changing as well. After each hunt, Changing Star would provide the dwellers of the slum with free food. At first, they treated her with distrust, then with gratitude, and finally with something akin to reverence. The strange light that Sunny had noticed in their eyes after that first time was slowly growing brighter and brighter. Some people even started jokingly calling her Saint Nephis, as though she was some sort of an angel. However, he felt that these words strangely contained less and less humor with each day. It was really very creepy, not to mention dangerous. The more people looked at Neff like she was their personal savior, the more he feared how drastic Gunlog's reaction would be. If history had shown anything, it was that kings never went easy on meddling messiahs. And throughout all of that, the same question continued to torment Sunny. Was all of this an accident, or had Nephis done it on purpose? As time went by, more and more random people joined their group. They weren't hunters, just forlorn young men and women from the outer settlement who wanted to help. They tended to monster hides that the cohort brought back from the hunts, maintained various tools and gear that needed to be used, assisted Cassie with handing out food, and did other kinds of small but useful things. Soon, the ramshackle lodge was full of them. Sunny didn't even know all of their names. It seemed as though every day, someone new would appear, acting as if they had always been a part of the group. What's worse, not all of them seemed to know who he was either. No once and not twice, someone would smile at him and ask in a friendly tone, "Are you new?" Of course, bastards never said the same thing to Castor. Sunny felt like he was slowly becoming a stranger in his own home. The feeling was rather unpleasant, not to mention how perfectly it fit all his insecurities. What's worse, these new people really made him uncomfortable. He wasn't really sure of whether they were Changing Star's helpers, or if they were her followers. Were they loyal, or devout? One night after a couple of weeks of this, he was suddenly woken by Cassie tugging on his sleeve. The blind girl was whispering, "Sunny! Wake up!" A moment later, he was already on his feet, ready to summon the midnight shard. A light coming from the other room told him that Neff was awake, too. "Gunlog? Did someone betray us? What's wrong?" Cassie covered the candle she was holding in her hand and answered in a worried voice. Something is coming from the road. I've dreamt of it. A nightmare creature." Knowing what had to be done, Sunny simply nodded, gripped her shoulder for reassurance, and walked over to meet Nephice. Since their lodge was on the edge of the slum, right in front of the entrance of the ancient road, they had no choice but to fight. That night, the three of them, Changing Star, Sunny, and Castor, battled a devil that had wandered up the hill and fought it off before it could reach the outer settlement. When dawn came, terrified people walked out of their hovels on shaking legs and saw the horrible marks left on the white stones by the beast's claws, as well as puddles of blood, both human and that of a monster, steaming in the morning cold. They also saw Changing Star leaning tiredly on her silver sword. Sunny, who was sitting with his back against the wall of the lodge and breathing heavily, was looking at her, too. Back when he was describing to Nephice why Gunlog could never be defeated, he had told her that every facet of life here was under his control: food, safety, hope, fear, even power itself. Now, Changing Star had given these people food. By protecting the outer settlement, she had given them safety. She had even given them hope. There was also the fear that the inhabitants of the castle felt after Neff had easily beheaded one of their pathfinders. All that remained was power. Finally, the question that pressed heavily on his mind had an answer. No, none of this was a coincidence. Everything that had happened, from choosing the outermost building in the slum as their base to insisting on giving away the food for free, was part of Changing Star's strange but methodical plan. She knew what she was doing all along. But why was she doing all this? What was her ultimate goal? Uneasy, Sunny stared at Nephice and wondered about the future. Chapter 158 Invisible. After about a month of living in the outer settlement, Sunny woke up one morning with the feeling of not belonging anywhere in this world. This familiar feeling had pursued him for most of his life, and had returned recently after being gone for some time. With a sigh, he rose from his narrow cot and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. The stone lodge was already full of sounds and voices. The tempting smell of breakfast filled the air. Coming out of his small room, Sunny saw a bunch of Neff's helpers rushing here and there, busy with various tasks. Some of them stopped to greet him, others did not. He paid no attention to them and went outside to wash his face and take a look at the sky. The gray sky of the forgotten shore looked as it always did. Nothing ever really changed in this loathsome hell. On his way back, Sunny noticed a gaunt figure standing hesitantly near the doors of the lodge. The ragged young man looked very familiar. Reaching into his memory, Sunny identified him as the friendly, but nervous receptions from the castle. His clothes were much less clean and tidy than they had been before, and his face had become even thinner. The young man had clearly seen better days. What is he doing there? Coming closer, Sunny called out to the young man. Harper, right? How come you're here? Harper flinched, then looked at him with anxious eyes. Oh. Sunless. It's so nice to see you. Sunny stared at him for a while, then asked bluntly. Did they kick you out of the castle? Harper's face instantly fell. Lowering his gaze, he stayed silent for a few moments, and then said quietly. I haven't been able to pay the tribute anymore. So, yes. I guess they did. Then he glanced up, hesitated, and asked in a weak voice. I heard that I can get some food here? Sunny tried to give him a reassuring smile. Sure. Usually, we give out meat after the hunts. But if you're hungry right now, I'm certain there's something we can do. Just talk to, a girl with red hair. She's in charge of breakfast, I think. Harper smiled, too, the weak light of hope igniting in his eyes. Really? They will just give me a meal for free? Sunny shrugged. Why not? We have enough food right now. Most of those guys and girls are always here, anyway. They're like guests that won't doesn't matter. They help around, doing this and that, to express their gratitude, I guess. If you feel guilty just eating for free, ask them for some chore. This might not be the bright castle, but you'll see that life here can be not bad as well. Guiding the gaunt young man inside, Sunny directed him toward the kitchen and sighed. Even castle dwellers were now coming to their lodge. If this went on, he would have to share his room with some random stranger. What a joke. Entering the main hall, he noticed Nephice and Castor standing near the window, discussing the approaching hunt. This morning, there were several hunters from other parties surrounding them. The cohort had been planning a big joint hunt for a while now, and today was the day. Did they just start without me? Hiding his discontent, Sunny walked over to the group of hunters and greeted them. Castor smiled at him, while Nephice simply nodded. The other hunters glanced at the new arrival and didn't pay him much attention. Fools. If you knew who stands before you. Consoling himself with these childish thoughts, Sunny listened to the discussion. One of the hunters was speaking. South of the collapsed lighthouse is a good choice, but the awakened creatures living there have an incredibly sharp hearing. Attacking them in large numbers won't be easy. In the past month, their lodge had gone through a transformation. The remnants of broken furniture were long gone and replaced. Some of the new pieces of furniture came from the ruins, some were made right here by the craftsmen of the outer settlement. There were monster hides and decorations hung on the walls, making the space look neat and presentable. These days, the lodge appeared as the headquarters of a small, but prosperous awakened cohort. There was even a large map of the Dark City on one of the walls, with various symbols marking all kinds of useful information. Currently, the hunter was pointing at a particular spot on the map. This spot right here is much more promising. Blood fiends are known to dwell in these parts. They hibernate during the day, so if we manage to find a lair or two. Castor shook his head. The area you're suggesting is too close to the territory of those strange living statues. We all know how formidable those bizarre creatures are. I still think that south of the lighthouse is better. We just need to think of a way to deceive the hearing of the monsters. Suddenly finding something that he could be helpful with, Sunny said. I have a bell that can. However, his voice drowned in the buzz of the conversation. No one paid attention to his words. Embarrassed, Sunny inhaled deeply, waited for a few seconds, and spoke again. Actually, we can use one of my 2 sound-producing memories too. But right at that moment, Castor seemed to come up with a brilliant idea. Everyone listened to him, turning their backs to Sunny. It was as though he was completely invisible. What's even the damn point? Sunny stood there for a minute or two, feeling awkward, angry, and utterly stupid. Then he simply turned around and walked away. Finding his way to the roof of the lodge, he climbed on top of the second-story addition and sat there, solemnly watching as the sun slowly climbed up. After a while, Sunny sighed and closed his eyes, letting the shadow slip back into the building. Just as he had expected, no one even noticed his absence. Not surprised, he sent the shadow around the lodge, watching all the people who were busy making Neff's mysterious plans happen. Everyone seemed full of energy, enthusiasm, and a sense of belonging. Why was he the only one who couldn't fit in? Even that guy from the castle, Harper, had already found some friends. He was currently helping the red-haired girl who was in charge of breakfast wash the dishes. Sunny frowned. Something wasn't quite right with Harper. He couldn't put his finger on it, but the gaunt young man seemed a little off, somehow. Forgetting all about his bad mood, Sunny concentrated on watching the timid sleeper. Harper seemed to do just what any newcomer would do, helping people, learning their names, and asking questions about how things worked in the Changing Stars party. It seemed as though he wanted very badly to stay in the lodge and become useful. Which was understandable. But something was wrong. Sunny's suspicions were confirmed when, about an hour later, Harper left the lodge and went back into the slum. With the shadow stealthily following him from behind, the gaunt young man made sure that no one saw him and hurriedly dove into a secluded alley. Deep in the darkness of that alley, a man was waiting for him. Sunny frowned, recognizing one of the high-ranking guards from the castle. So that's what all this is about. The guard, meanwhile, glared at Harper and asked in a rough, unfriendly tone. Well? Harper looked down, his fear and anxiousness apparent. Yes, sir. I've done what you told me. It wasn't very hard. The guard smiled. Good. It seems that you really do want to return to the castle. Harper glanced up, a desperate light igniting in his eyes. Really? So. I can return? Even though I don't have any shards to pay the tribute? The smile disappeared from the guard's face. You will be able to return after you gather all the information that I told you to learn. If you do, I'll invite you inside myself. No need to even worry about the tribute. But remember, I need to know everything about the core members of the cohort, including Saint Nephis herself. Their aspects, their abilities, their flaws. I even want to know what hand they use to wipe. Understand? Harper paled. But, sir, things like that, it won't be easy to learn them. Especially for a simple servant like me. The guard frowned. Didn't you say that you knew 2 of the cohort members already? This is why I gave you this chance to begin with. Did you lie to me, boy? The gaunt young man flinched. No, I do know them. I actually spoke with Lady Changing Star Scout already. He is a friend of mine. A wide, menacing smile appeared on the guard's face. What's the problem? Just get that fool talking. Rats like him will tell you everything as long as you pay them a little attention, believe me. I'm willing to bet that this useless freeloader is walking around full of jealousy and delusions of grandeur. Pretend to respect him even a little, and he won't be able to shut up. Ouch. Harper nodded, then suddenly hesitated. After a few moments of silence, he asked in a timid voice. Sir, you won't hurt them, will you? They are good people. The guard stared at him for a second or two, then said in a dark, mocking tone. Why do you ask if you already know the answer? Hearing those words, Harper deflated. His face darkened, and he lowered his head, as though ashamed to look straight. However, he didn't object. That bastard. Just wait and see. Sunny was already planning the beating he was going to give the cowardly young man before throwing him out of the lodge, but at that moment, a voice called out for him. It was Effie. Hey, doofus. Are you asleep? Come down, the hunt is starting. Torn away from the shadow's perspective, Sunny threw a dark glance at the tall huntress, called his shadow back, and sighed. I'll deal with him after we return. But by the time he returned, Sunny was in no state to deal with anything. Chapter 159 Revelation. Despite all his misgivings and unease, Sunny had never expected that this hunt was going to change everything. He was just going through the motions, somewhat on edge because of the scale of this joint operation, but also strangely reassured by the large number of hunters surrounding him. The unusual hunting party left the outer settlement at noon, heading east, to the massive ruin of a collapsed lighthouse that was situated at the edge of the city. There were almost 20 of them gathered together, all carefully making their way through the deadly maze of narrow streets, with Effie serving as the chief pathfinder and Sunny helping her by scouting ahead. The plan was as straightforward and simple as possible. However, nothing was really ever safe in the Dark City. Everyone was prepared for the worst. And pretty soon, their fears came true. Halfway to their destination, a sudden sound made Effie freeze in place. Raising a fist to signal everyone to stop, she peered into the fog, a dark and foreboding expression on her face. Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Sunny commanded his shadow to return and moved closer to Cassie. His hand was ready to grasp the hilt of the midnight shard out of the air. For a few moments, everything was quiet. Then, Effie's pupils suddenly widened. Scatter. As soon as the word left her mouth, the experienced hunters dashed in different directions. Sunny himself grabbed Cassie and lunged to the side, dragging her along with him. Then, something large and heavy crashed from above into the cobblestones where the sleepers had been standing just a second ago. Luckily, most of them were already somewhere else due to Effie's timely warning. However, a couple of people were a little late to react. Their screams drowned in the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Sunny cursed. His shadow was nowhere near yet, leaving him with no choice but to fight without its aid. He spun around, summoning the midnight shard, and froze for a fraction of a second, all blood draining from his face. Out there in the middle of the street, a massive, winged creature was standing on the cracked cobblestones, its pale body and black feather stained by the blood of the unfortunate hunters. Its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs. A spire messenger. As Sunny watched, momentarily paralyzed by fear, a long red tongue snaked out of the creature's maw to lick the blood off its face. Move. Shaking off the paralysis, Sunny gripped his sword and prepared to fight for his life. His and Cassie's. After that, everything happened incredibly fast, but also felt like an eternity. The hunters had a simple choice to make: either separate into smaller groups and retreat into the ruins, risking encountering something equally as or even more terrifying, or stand their ground and try to drive the fallen beast away. Without having to discuss it, everyone chose the second option. No matter how dangerous, a familiar enemy was always better than the unknown. Unknown. The surviving hunters attacked the abomination with all they had. Even though their memories had no chance of breaking through the skin of the terrible creature, each strike still hurt it. Those who had aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage immediately used them, hoping to at least disorient the beast. Of course, no ability of a sleeper could ever hope to wound a fallen beast. However, if their assault was ferocious enough, the messenger could retreat to search for easier prey. If it only made the abomination angrier, however, most of them were going to die. More than anything, trying to resist creatures of this rank was nothing but a gamble. For several seconds, it wasn't clear which way the situation would turn. The messenger easily shrugged off the rain of attacks and lashed out with its beak, piercing one of the hunters clean through despite the man's mighty build and heavy armor. Another was almost torn apart by terrifying talons, but at the last second, Castor managed to pull the young man away thanks to his incredible speed. Sunny waited at the back, covering Cassie and praying that his shadow would come back in time to give him a chance of dealing damage to the damned creature. But in the end, it was Effie who dealt the decisive blow. Summoning her weapon, she leaped forward. Sunny could see her lean, powerful muscles moving like wire ropes under the olive skin. As though turning into a spring, her whole body tensed, and then exploded with momentum. There was enough force behind her attack to split a mountain apart. Miraculously, the tip of her weapon managed to break the pale hide on the messenger's chest and stab deep, causing a stream of blood to shoot out. The creature screamed, and then lashed out with its powerful paws at the huntress. A large round shield appeared on Effie's left hand. Digging the soles of her sandals into the ground, she leaned forward and received the terrifying blow. The cobblestones under her feet cracked, but the huntress remained standing. Spitting a mouthful of blood, she grinned crazily and twisted her weapon, causing more damage and pain to the messenger. It seemed as if the fallen beast did not expect to meet such fierce resistance from a bunch of ants, not to mention actually being hurt by them. Letting out another scream, it waved its wings to send the sleepers flying back, picked up the dead hunters, and jumped into the air. Soon, the abomination turned into a dark spot in the skies. All that remained behind were puddles of blood, broken stones, and the moans of battered humans. Somehow, they had survived, well, most of them. Effie straightened, dismissed her shield, and glanced down. Damn. I think my arm is broken. With blood running down her chin, the huntress laughed and leaned on her weapon, visibly exhausted. Sunny wanted to congratulate her on that awesome strike, but then, something registered in his mind. Suddenly cold, he stared at Effie's weapon. He had never seen her fight before, so this was the first time Sunny saw what memory the huntress used in battle. It was a spear. An ancient, beautiful spear forged from bronze. Something clicked in his mind, disparate pieces of information connecting together. And then, everything exploded. Or at least it felt that way. Because Sunny finally understood the future. Chapter 160 The Future. Hey, doofus. You're okay? Sunny reacted after a second or two, raising his head and staring at Effie with empty eyes. Why, yeah. I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff. Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged and turned away. Everyone was too busy to pay him any attention. Not that anyone ever did. Left alone, Sunny staggered and slowly lowered himself to the ground. In his mind, one phrase was repeating itself over and over, growing louder and louder with each second. A woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monster, a woman with a bronze spear. This was a part of the vision that Cassie had seen back at the beginning of their journey, on the night they had spent atop the giant statue of a headless knight. The one that was so harrowing that she had almost jumped into the dark waters of the cursed sea just to run away from her terror. It was also the key that connected every little piece of information that Sunny knew into one cohesive picture and let him understand the true meaning of that terrifying vision. He shuddered, remembering what Cassie had told them on that dark night in stark detail. I saw the human castle again. Only this time, it was at night. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. I saw a corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the falling sky with his arrows. All that time, Sunny was sure, for some reason, that Cassie saw the cataclysm that had devoured this land and turned it into a desolate hell, creating the Forgotten Shore. The first part of the vision was certainly referring to how the curse of the all-consuming darkness had broken free from its 7 seals. So he had just assumed that the other parts of the vision spoke about the past, too. But Effie's spear gave him an epiphany, a terrible revelation that he had been wrong all this time. That the apocalyptic images Cassie had described were not of the past, but of the future. Their future. Trembling, Sunny raised his head and glanced at Nephice, who was using her powers to heal the wounded hunters, her ivory face contorted in a painful grimace. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. It was all so clear. She was the lonely star that burned in the dark skies above the bright castle, bringing with it fire and rivers of blood. After all, her name was Changing Star. Or, depending on the runes used to write it, Star of Misfortune. The Star of Ruin. Sunny spent so much time fearing what Gunlog was going to do with Nephice, but he should have been scared of what she was going to do to him, instead. A corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne, why hadn't he realized the truth after seeing the bright lord for the first time? It was him. Gunlog was the corpse in Cassie's vision. Effie was the woman drowning in the sea of monsters. The archer, Sunny didn't know yet, but he was sure that they would meet soon. Maybe only to die together. He had always known that Nephice was guided by some mysterious, overwhelming goal. He didn't know what that goal was, but it was certainly not here, on the Forgotten Shore. To achieve it, Changing Star had to find a way to return to the real world. That's why she had always been so unwavering and relentless in her ambition to move forward, overcome any obstacle, endure any pain. At times, it even seemed as though her conviction was more akin to an obsession. Nephi was willing to do anything to fulfill her dream. The comforting words she had told him on their first day in the dark city suddenly resounded in his mind. Only now, there was another, colder, and much darker meaning hiding beneath their surface. We will find a way to return. No matter what has to be done, we will. No matter what has to be done. There was only one way to leave the forgotten shore, and it lay in the Crimson Spire. No sleeper could ever hope to reach that gateway in one piece. They would need an army to even try. Maybe then, walking on corpses, 1 or 2 survivors would be able to escape from this cursed place. But Nephi didn't have an army. Yet. To gather one, she would need to kill Gunlog, usurp his power and eliminate all opposition, drowning the bright castle in blood. Only then would she be able to rally every single sleeper left in the dark city and lure them into following her on a suicidal crusade. Knowing all too well that most of them would die because of it. No sane person would follow her. They won't. Right? Sunny remembered the faces of the young men and women that had become part of their group in the last few weeks. The strange light of hope, or maybe faith, burning in their eyes. The almost religious reverence they felt toward Nephi's, no, not Nephi's. Toward Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Their personal angel. Were they sane, still? Finally, he understood every part of Neff's plan. Looking at the beautiful young woman with silver hair, Sunny shivered. And then, there was the last part of the prophecy. On their way back, Sunny felt as though he was in a feverish dream. The magnitude of the revelation was too much for him. His mind felt weak, unsteady, and on the verge of breaking apart. He had never experienced such a deep feeling of shock. It was as though the very core of his being was violently shaken. He wasn't equipped with the right tools to cope with it. It felt as if he was on the verge of losing it. Sunny was truly horrified. Don't waste time trying to deal with your emotions. This is not the right time for feelings. You need to figure out how all of this affects you personally, and what you need to do to turn things to your advantage. After all, what was there to be scared of? That many people would die? What did their lives and deaths have to do with him? Yes. As long as he was the one left standing in the end, this whole thing might actually turn out to be beneficial. Hadn't he spent the last weeks being afraid of what Gunlog was going to do to them? Well, now he knew that Gunlog was going to end up as a corpse. Problem solved. Wasn't he crushed by the news that he would spend the rest of his life in this odious hell? Well, now that wasn't a certainty anymore. That last part of the prophecy. Everything was well. Better than ever. And yet, no matter how much Sunny was trying to be rational, he just couldn't help but be filled with terror. In the crimson light of sunset, he found a reason to leave the lodge and walked to the edge of the stone platform. No one really cared that much about his whereabouts, so it wasn't hard to disappear for a while. No one noticed that something was bothering Sunny, either. They were all accustomed to his moody behavior, anyway. Only Cassie seemed to have picked up on something. And Castor, who pretended to be carefree, but actually had a habit of watching anyone close to Nephi like a hawk. The bastard. Reaching the very end of the stone platform, Sunny turned around and looked at the outer settlement and the magnificent castle towering above it, with hundreds of sleepers rushing to find shelter before the coming of night. A cold and harrowing feeling gripped his heart. All these people are going to die. Neff was going to kill them. Was he willing to help her do it? For some reason, Sunny wanted to laugh. This whole situation was so sick and appalling that it was almost ridiculous. He was never an altruistic type, really. More than that, he always prided himself on being a cynical, selfish, and vicious person. But this was too much even for him. Grabbing his head, Sunny moaned. What am I going to do? At that moment, the sound of steps suddenly attracted his attention. A gaunt figure appeared from the slum and walked toward him. Sunny frowned. Oh, right. That guy, I have completely forgotten about him. Harper stopped a few paces away and smiled timidly. Sunless. Can we talk? Chapter 161 Rubicon. Harper stared at him with that pathetic timid smile frozen on his lips. In his eyes, there was fake friendliness, worry, and desperation. For some reason, Sunny felt a violent urge to erase the smile of his face. You scum. In his rattled state, he was having trouble controlling his emotions. Something must have shown on his face, because Harper suddenly blinked and took a step back. But in the end, the desire to be allowed back into the bright castle won over his caution. He forced himself to stay still, hesitated for a few moments, and said, I wanted to thank you for inviting me into your home this morning. Sunny looked at the gaunt young man. In the twilight of dusk, his pale face was hidden in deep shadows. Finally, he answered. Yeah. We can talk. Think, Sunny, think. But his mind was refusing to obey. Most of it was drowning in the sea of cold terror that had been summoned by the revelation of the future. What little remained was utterly disoriented. Sunny raised one hand and rubbed his face. He's a spy. He's here to make it easier for Gunlog to kill us. What should be done? In the morning, yes, back before everything changed, Sunny had seen Harper reporting to one of the guards. He wanted to give the cowardly young man a beating and throw him out of the lodge, but that would be a wrong decision. The best thing to do was not to expose the unfortunate spy, but to feign ignorance and feed him false information. Yeah, that was the optimal way to deal with moles. As an aspiring spy himself, Sunny knew these things well. But would he even able to deceive Harper? By accident, the failed informant had chosen a perfect person as his mark. Sunny knew a lot of secrets and was incapable of lying. But he was also a master of deception. So. Sunless? Sunny flinched and glanced at the gaunt young man. Sorry. I'm a bit out of sorts after today's hunt. You wanted to talk? Reassured, Harper smiled again. You see, I wanted to thank you for everything that you had done for me, and for all the people here in the settlement. When I left the castle, I brought a very special item with me. I thought of sharing it with you. Sunny frowned. A special item? I should see what his plan is exactly, feed him a couple of little truths along with the lies, and then report to Neff in the morning. Right? Harper, meanwhile, was nodding energetically. It's a bottle of liquor. Every month, a few are sold by the artisans working in the garden. Getting one is very hard, but I was lucky. Would you like to come and try? My hut is nearby. Sunny got distracted for a few moments, but then forced his mouth to concentrate. What was Harper talking about? Artisans, liquor, luck. Why not? Giving Harper a nod, he gestured for the young man to lead the way and followed. As they passed other slum dwellers on their way to Harper's hovel, Sunny couldn't help but feel like they were surrounded by walking corpses. Most of these people were already dead. They just didn't know it yet. But he did. The weight of this knowledge was slowly crushing him. Harper's small hut was even more pathetic than the other hovels in the slum. It was crudely constructed out of rotting pieces of wood, with plenty of cracks to let the cold wind in. Inside, there was nothing except for a pile of seaweed thatch that served as a flimsy mattress and a low wooden table. Sunny could understand why the gaunt sleeper was so desperate to return to the castle. At least there was a door. Once inside, Harper looked around with embarrassment and invited Sunny to sit on the floor in front of the table. Then, he dug a glass jar from beneath the seaweed and placed it in front of him like a rare treasure. Producing a crude iron knife from somewhere, Harper then opened the wax seal of the jar, placed the knife on the table, and poured a milky white liquid into a chipped clay cup. Here. He handed the cup to Sunny and smiled. Sunny received it and smelled the strange liquor. He remembered many people in the outskirts who had drowned themselves in the bottle or killed themselves with cheap stimulants and drugs. Luckily, he was always too paranoid to allow anything to alter his mental state. Plus, for a long time, he couldn't allow himself to die before accomplishing a certain thing. That's why Sunny was not too familiar with alcohol. Bringing the cup to his lips, he held his breath and downed it in one go. A pleasant warmth immediately spread through his body, bringing with it a bit of sweet solace. I can see the appeal. It wasn't too bad, really. Harper hurriedly refilled the cup and asked. I heard about the latest hunt. By gods, you have survived an encounter with a spire messenger. That must have been horrible. Sunny lingered for a bit, then shrugged. I just stood at the back. The gaunt young man shook his head. Still. You are incredible. I hear that you have been with Lady Changing Star from the very beginning, surviving more than 2 months in the labyrinth. Is this true? He was a really bad actor. Even if Sunny didn't know that Harper was a spy already, he would have sensed something strange at this point. But it was easy to pretend not to notice anything. Rats like me will tell you everything as long as you show them a tiny bit of respect, huh? Flushed because of the liquor, Sunny slowly smiled. Oh, yes. In fact, if it wasn't for me, she would have been long dead. Do you know how many times I saved her life? This part was entirely planned, aimed to create a false sense that Harper's plan to use pettiness and jealousy to loosen his tongue worked. However, the next words came out of Sunny's mouth on their own. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly paled and whispered. And for what? Huh? For this? This wasn't supposed to happen. How did this happen? Then, Sunny grabbed his head and forced out a dark laugh. This is bad, what am I even saying? Mistaking his terror for the sign of the liquor doing its job, Harper got a little braver. You must have fought side by side with Lady Nephice a lot. Sunny lowered his head, then shrugged. Yeah. The gaunt young man hesitated for a few moments, then cautiously asked. So, you must have seen her aspect ability? Learn your enemy's ability, learn their flaw, learn their vices, that's how you kill them. Staring at Harper, Sunny suddenly remembered his first battle after meeting Nephice. Back then, she asked him if he had ever dissected a dead carapace scavenger to learn its weaknesses. That's what the cowardly sleeper was doing right now. Dissecting them. Even though they weren't dead, yet. Sure. It can be used to heal. Harper's eyes gleamed. So she's a healer. Of course. Such an ability suits Lady Changing Star very well. Everyone knows that she's an angel. Good. His first goal was achieved. Sunny had successfully created a misunderstanding, leading Harper to believe that Neff's aspect was limited to healing. There had to be other spies in the slum, of course. With them collaborating on that statement by recounting how she had healed the wounded hunters today, Gunlog and his people would most likely believe that Changing Star had no offensive ability. Who would ever assume that her flames could both heal and destroy? Harper, meanwhile, was pouring more liquor into the cup. By the way, I always wanted to ask. Do you know how Lady Nephice received her true name? Maybe because of his terrible state of mind, or maybe because of the liquor, or maybe simply because of a momentary lapse of judgment, Sunny didn't think his next words through well enough before answering. Probably the same way I did. Then, he froze. Curse you. He was so preoccupied with creating a false image of Neff in Harper's mind that, for a second, he had forgotten to keep his own true identity a secret. Stupid. 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 Not letting the panic show on his face, Sunny tried to salvage the situation by throwing his head back and laughing, creating an impression that his last statement was a joke. Luckily, Harper seemed to believe him. He laughed, too, and then glanced at Sunny with humorous sparks in his eyes. However, his next words sent Sunny into a cold embrace of horror. It was as though the gates of hell opened right beneath his feet. Wishing to play along, the gaunt young man grinned and said jokingly. Oh. Of course, Lord Sunless. What is your true name then? Sunny stared at him, the smile frozen on his face. Think. how do you get out of this? But there was no way out, at least none that he could see. He was caught. The familiar pressure appeared in his mind. Slowly, Sunny became deathly pale. Harper was still grinning, waiting for the answer. His face was gaunt, tired, and full of both fear and desperate hope. He was just a weak, pitiful kid, after all. The pressure was replaced by blinding pain, sending a tremble running through Sunny's body. Why did he have to ask that question? But it was too late. What happened couldn't be changed. Like a cornered beast, Sunny could think of only one thing. Harper finally sensed that something was wrong. His eyes widened. Son. How to survive? Just a second before the pain overwhelmed his limits and forced out an answer, Sunny suddenly leaned forward, picked up the crude iron knife, and stabbed it through the poor young man's heart. Chapter 162 Lost from Light. Pushing the knife into Harper's weak body, Sunny lunged forward. The flimsy wooden table flew aside and shattered into splinters once it hit the wall. With his other hand, he violently grabbed the young man's face and pressed him onto the floor, making sure that no sound would escape from his lips. Harper's wide eyes were full of pain and terror, staring at Sunny with a silent, but deafening question. Why? Feeling hot blood streaming down his hand, Sunny finally let the pain of the flaw overwhelm him. His whisper was hoarse and barely audible. Lost from light. I am. Lost. Lost from light. Harper's trembling fingers found his face and smeared it with blood, which then mixed with tears. He weakly tried to push Sunny away, but there was no strength in his arms anymore. Biting his lips hard enough to break the skin, Sunny held the gaunt young man down and twisted the knife, praying for all of this to be over soon. Don't look at me, please, don't look at me. Finally, Harper's terrified, accusing eyes grew still and lightless. Sunny could feel the beating of his heart stop through the thin fabric of the young man's robe. Making sure that Harper was, indeed, dead, he finally let go of the knife and crawled away. Oh, gods! As though summoned by these words, the voice of the spell whispered into his ear. You have slain Dreamer Harper. Your shadow grows stronger. Contorted in a painful spasm, Sunny bent over and violently threw up. Then he weakly fell on the floor and tried to wipe his face, only to realize that he was spreading blood all over it. I killed him. I just killed a real human. A strange stillness took hold of Sunny. Sitting on the cold stones, he stared at the corpse of the young man that he had just killed and struggled to form a cohesive thought. After a while, he finally succeeded. Too much, oh, this is too much. All of this was too much for him. Why did he have to go through all of this? The slave caravan, the forgotten shore, changing star, and now Harper. What sin had he committed to have to go through this nightmare? Was he actually already dead, and imprisoned in the depths of hell? Bullshit. He deserved it. Sunny gritted his teeth and forced himself to concentrate on that thought. Why do you even feel guilty? The bastard was going to sell you out to Gunlog. He knew that he was helping to kill you. And not just you alone. Neff, too. And Cassie. But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself that he had the right to kill Harper, deep down, he could not accept it. There were a million ways to deal with the timid, pitiful spy. No, there was another reason. Come on now, there's no one else here. Why don't you be honest with yourself, for once? Just admit it. Don't you dare become a hypocrite. Sunny grimaced and ground his teeth against each other. Say it. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and whispered. I killed him because I wanted to survive. I killed him because it was easy. And just like that, he suddenly felt better. What's the big deal? He was already a murderer, anyway. He was planning to help Nephites kill hundreds of people. Affected by the irony of the situation, Sunny barely stopped himself from laughing. He didn't want to make too much noise. Breaking that table was already a mistake. What if someone comes to check on the commotion? That would be bad. That would be embarrassing. Right, What was he going to do with the body? Instead of coming up with an answer, Sunny leaned forward and threw up again. When he sat straight after a while, the door of the hut was open. And there, in the doorframe, his face pale, stood none other than Castor. With a stunned expression on his face, the proud legacy was taking in the sight. The broken table, the smell of alcohol in the air, the bloodied body with a knife sticking out of its chest, and disheveled Sunny kneeling on the floor, his hands and face smeared with fresh blood. Oh, no. This is not. However, no words came to his mind. No matter what he would say, the situation was not going to appear any better. Looking him straight in the eyes, Castor asked with horror in his voice. Sunny, what did you do? Sunny blinked and stared at the handsome young man. After a few moments, he opened his mouth and said, What do you think? I killed the bastard. His voice was calm and nonchalant. It didn't matter how Sunny felt inside. In front of Castor, he couldn't show any weakness. He didn't trust the proud scion of the Hanli clan one bit. There had always been something off about him. So, if there was ever a time for acting, it was now. Especially because, unlike everyone else in the slum, Castor already knew that Sunny wasn't as useless as everyone believed. He had known it ever since that night when the three of them fought a devil together. Why did you kill him? Do you want to read more chapters? Come to pandanovel.com. Sunny stood up and shrugged. He was asking too many questions. Castor opened his mind, stunned, then closed it again. After a few moments, he suddenly frowned. What kind of questions? It seemed as though he had realized something. Come to think of it, what was he even doing here? Oh, you know. Do I know Nephice well, what her ability is, how did she get her true name, stuff like that. Without giving Castor the ability to react, Sunny wiped his hands with a bit of seaweed and added. Actually, this guy, Harper, was sent over to spy on us by Tessai. I caught him making a report to a castle guard officer this morning. Castor remained silent for a while, then asked quietly. Do you have any proof of that? Sunny glared at him and raised an eyebrow. Is my word not proof enough? A wild thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Will I have to kill Castor, too? Would he even be able to, if it came to that? Not likely. Why, you don't believe me? Bad. The situation was really bad. Depending on Castor's next words, Sunny could find himself in a sea of trouble. And he was powerless to do anything about it. Anxious and uneasy, he stared at Castor. The proud legacy lingered. After a while, he came inside and closed the door behind him. No, I believe you. Actually, I suspected this kid myself. That's why I came here after hearing that the two of you were seen going somewhere together. But, Sunny, the others might not think the same. He smelled the air and grimaced. I am sorry to say that, but you have a reputation for having a bad temper. With alcohol added into the mix and no proof to connect Harper to the castle, you can see how this does not look good. That piece of crap. Sunny scowled, trying to pretend that he was calm. He saw where this was going. So? What are you going to do? Castor gripped his shoulder. Then, in a serious and grave voice, he said. What else? I will help you conceal everything, of course. We are comrades, after all. But, Sunny, no one can ever know what you have done here. Especially Lady Nephice. This will be our secret. All right? Saying that, he looked Sunny right in the eyes, and smiled. Chapter 163 The Past. Sunny stared at Castor with a grim expression. Despite the amiable smile and reassuring voice, he knew what the handsome legacy was doing. He grew up in the outskirts, after all. Castor had said, I will help you. But what he actually meant was I will own you. Because there was no better leverage than a gruesome secret. This help of his was going to come at a price. But what choice did Sunny have, really? Unless he was ready to fight and kill Castor right there and then, thus silencing the only witness of his crime forever, he couldn't refuse. Plus, what Castor thought was going to happen and what would really happen was not as set in stone as it seemed. As long as Sunny was alive, there was hope of turning things around, somehow. He just had to get through this, one step at a time. Sunny forced out a smile. "Thank you, Castor. I won't forget it." Then, he glanced at the dead body lying at his feet and took a step back, escaping the quickly growing puddle of blood. His face remained calm, but a small, almost imperceptible shiver ran through his body. "So, what do we do now?" The proud legacy lingered, then said in a solemn tone. "First things first, we can't let anyone see you like this. Wait here for a while. I'll bring something for you to clean yourself." Sunny sighed. He didn't really want to stay anywhere near Harper, but Castor was right. Walking around covered in blood was a bad idea. "And then what?" Castor hesitated. "Then we will need to get rid of the body. But, it won't be easy to do without being noticed, if not by slum rats, then by guards. Don't worry, though. I'll think of something. Just wait for me to return." Sunny hesitated, wondering if he could trust the legacy. What was going to stop him from returning with a crowd of people? But no. Having Sunny in his pocket would benefit Castor more than getting rid of him completely. Still, he sent the shadow to keep an eye on things after the handsome young man went away. Left alone with the corpse, Sunny sighed and sat on the floor, resting his back against the flimsy wall of the hut. He was so tired. The night was slowly descending on the ruins, drowning everything in comforting darkness. Of course, he could still see the bloodied body lying motionless on the stones beside him. For the first time, Sunny wished that his eyes weren't able to pierce through the shadows. Harper's eyes were still open, staring at him accusingly. I am stuck with you forever, aren't I?" Without even looking into the soul sea, Sunny knew that a new shadow had joined the silent ranks of every creature he had ever killed. All he could do was wait. Time slowly crawled. It was taking Castor a long time to gather everything needed without raising any suspicion. He had to avoid prying eyes and waste a lot of time conversing with people who constantly wanted to win his attention. At some point, even Cassie talked to him. "Hey, Castor. Have you seen Sunny? Do you want to read more chapters? Come to Pandanovel.com." Away from their lodge, sitting on the floor near the corpse of a young man he had killed, Sunny smiled darkly and listened to what kind of excuse the legacy would come up with to account for his absence. After a while, his thoughts began to wander. He listened to the sound of rain falling on the stones outside and scowled. Rain always put him in a bad mood. Because of it, Sunny was always reminded of the past. Unlike Nephi's, whose past was clouded in mystery and screamed of tragedy, he came from a simple background. His story was more mundane than tragic. A trivial story of unfortunate people living hard and bitterly in a dying world. Sunny's parents were both menial workers. They were poor, but not destitute. His dad was employed by one of the numerous maintenance crews that took care of the city's outer barriers. His mom worked in an underground factory that produced air filtration systems. Together, their income was barely enough to afford a small cell in one of the human hives in the outskirts. Several months after his sister, Rain, was born, when Sunny was around 4, his father was killed in a work accident, which was not a rare occurrence among the city maintenance workers. 3 years after that, his mother got sick and eventually passed away. Factory workers like her often got sick and died due to the harsh conditions, so it wasn't a rare outcome either. Sunny and Rain were sent to a government child care facility. His sister was young and cute, so she was eventually adopted. Sunny, however, was older and had behavioral problems, which made him pretty much completely undesirable. After enduring a few years in a series of increasingly vile foster homes, he finally managed to run away and learned how to survive on the streets of the outskirts. Out there on the streets, there were a lot of kids just like him, who had to do all sorts of distasteful things every day just to live to see another sunrise. However, even then, most of them didn't last long. It took a very special kind of creature to survive there. Sunny was one such creature. A part of this was pure luck, a part of it was that he was smart. But mostly, it was because he had a goal. Sunny refused to die before finding his sister. Somehow, he had convinced himself that she was waiting for him to find and save her. One day, they were going to live happily again, like a family, together. This misguided goal kept him alive more than anything else. Of course, it didn't end well. Nothing ever did in this damn world. Sitting just a few centimeters away from a puddle of human blood, Sunny chuckled and rubbed his face. Was there even such a thing as a happy ending? What is taking that bastard so long? Granted, he knew exactly where Castor was, and what he was doing. Currently, he was raising his hand to open the door of Harper's hut. Sunny tiredly picked himself up from the floor and shook off the weight of reminiscence. What was the point of remembering the past? He had to survive the future. Chapter 164 Farewell. Castor brought him water, strips of cloth, and a crude tunic. While Sunny was washing the blood off his body, the proud legacy carefully moved Harper's corpse into a corner, buried it under the pile of seaweed thatch, and wiped the blood off the floor as much as he could. This way, an accidental glance inside the hut would not reveal too much. Of course, even a little bit of scrutiny, and the signs of what had happened here would become apparent. While doing all this, Castor was speaking. The easiest way to get rid of a corpse is to simply toss it off the platform. With luck, it won't land on the road. But even if it does, no one would pay it a lot of attention. People die all the time out here in the Dark City, especially those living in the outer settlement. He paused, then continued. However, we can't do that, because Harper isn't just a random slum rat, but someone who was working for the Bright Lord. The guards will become interested in his sudden death, and they'll use it to create trouble for you and Lady Nephice. So we need to make him disappear completely. That won't be easy. Sunny glanced at him and frowned. What's the big deal? I can just carry him down the hill and dump the body somewhere in the ruins. It's night outside. No one will see anything. Castor shook his head. Castle Guard has various types of observers watching the road day and night. You will be noticed. Unless someone persuades them to look the other way, of course. He sighed. It won't be cheap, but I can make it happen. Tomorrow after sunset, you will have about an hour to carry the body to the ruins and return. Sorry, but I can't buy you more time, this will wipe what little shards I have left already. His voice sounded as though the handsome young man was genuinely concerned for his comrade, but in reality, he was just reiterating how much Sunny owed him now. And if that message was not enough, he could always threaten to reveal the secret of how Harper died in the future. Castor had him in the palm of his hand. Sunny smiled darkly. And what do I do until then? The legacy shrugged. Just act natural and try not to speak to anyone. You're kind of a loner as it is. No one will suspect anything. After that, he thought for a few moments and added. Oh. No one should enter this hut for a long while. Harper lived in the castle for these past few months, so people in the slum won't notice his absence yet. Neither will guards, since he made a report recently. We should be fine. Sunny stared at him with a strange expression. Do you want to read more chapters? What? He shook his head. No, nothing. I'm just wondering how many bodies did you make disappear already? Castor frowned. This is my first, actually. In the Dark City, it is usually more advantageous to leave the body somewhere where everyone can see. Made sense. Why kill someone if not to make others think twice before attacking you in the future? Sunny was a real amateur when it came to murder. He really could not compete with the legacies. Just like that, they left the pitiful hut behind and returned to the lodge. With no one paying him any attention, Sunny returned to his room and sat quietly on his narrow cot. He thought that he wouldn't be able to sleep this night, tormented by both the knowledge of what Nephice was planning and the memories of Harper dying by his hand. But in the end, his exhausted consciousness slipped into oblivion as soon as his head touched the pillow. In the morning, he woke up with a start, expecting a crowd of furious slum dwellers to be rushing inside, all eager to. Well, what could they really do? If push came to shove, very few of them could actually harm him. But no one was there. After hesitating for a while, he decided to act as he would on any other day. Leaving his room, Sunny walked outside to wash his face. Neff's little helpers either greeted or ignored him, just like usual. Their smiles were friendly and fleeting. No one looked at him twice. Strangely disturbed, Sunny escaped the lodge and looked up at the sky. Nothing had changed. Everything was the same as it had been yesterday, and every day before that. How could this be? He had violently murdered someone, but no one seemed to care. The world had moved on without Harper, indifferent to the pain and horror that were now frozen forever in the dead eyes of the timid, pitiful young man. Even the guards did not seem to notice the disappearance of their spy. Sunny rubbed his face, hiding a pained grimace. His head hurt with a terrible migraine. If they don't care, why should I? Forget about that fool. But he did care. Irrational as it was, he felt compelled to mourn the death of his victim, even if he was the only one who would. Maybe because this situation was eerily identical to how he had always imagined his own death to happen, utterly unnoticed. Discarded and forgotten, with not a single soul to care that he had ever existed. Pathetic. Returning inside, Sunny entered his room and sat on the cot, staring at the wall. He spent most of the day there, going out only once to pretend to train with the Midnight Shard. While he was repeating the katas, he thought that he caught sight of Nephi's observing the movements of his sword with a frown on her face. But a second later, she was distracted and drawn away by the never-ending torrent of tasks required of her. Good riddance. Go chat with Castor, see if I care. Come to Pandanovelcom. His sudden anger surprised Sunny. Well, at least it was better than the grim apathy that reigned over him this whole day. What's wrong with my mind lately? It's like I'm back on the Ashen Barrow. Frowning, he dismissed the Midnight Shard and returned to his room. However, someone was waiting for him there. It was Cassie. The blind girl stood silently with her back to the door, holding the wooden staff in her hands. Her face was unusually still. It almost looked bleak. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. Did she find out? Forcing out a fake grin, he made his voice sound cheerful and said, "Oh, hey Cass. Do you want something?" She turned to him and, after a moment of hesitation, smiled. However, something about her smile was off. It was almost as though it was as forced as his own. The blind girl lingered, then said, "No, nothing in particular." Sunny blinked a couple of times. What's up with her today? Meanwhile, Cassie raised her hand and found his shoulder. No, actually, I have a present for you. He raised his eyebrow. A present? She nodded. In the next moment, a spark of energy suddenly traveled from her body into his. Sunny flinched. You have received a memory, Endless Spring. Wasn't it, that pretty glass bottle of hers, one that contained an almost endless amount of water? Why was she giving it to him? Why are you gifting me this all of a sudden? She was silent for a few moments, then gently shook her head. I just wanted to. Why? Can't I give you something, after everything that you have done for us? Sunny hesitated. I guess you can. I just didn't expect it. Cassie gripped his shoulder and remained motionless for a weirdly long amount of time. Then, she looked away and said, her voice light and even. We'll meet again soon, Sunny. Weirdo. He patted her hand and said, a little embarrassed. Of course we will. Where would I go? This lodge is too small for us not to bump into each other all the time anyway. She slowly removed her hand and chuckled. Yeah. You're right, of course. I'll go now. With that, she turned away and headed for the door. Sunny stared at her back and shrugged. All right. Bye. What has gotten into her? Reaching the doorway, Cassie froze for a second. Without turning her head and letting him see her face, she lingered for a while, then quietly said, "Goodbye, Sunny." Chapter 165 Power. For the rest of the day, Sunny had nothing to do but count the hours until sunset. When the night descended, he would have to return to the scene of the crime he had committed, retrieve the body of his victim, and carry it into the ruins under the cover of darkness. How did it come to this? Alone in his tiny room, he stared at the wall and waited. Soon, the fear of going into the dark city at night overpowered the bleak and hollow feeling that reigned over his soul. People rarely risked leaving the hill after the dark. In the starless void of the forgotten shore, any source of light was bound to attract the attention of creatures that no human would even want to meet. Countless horrors stalked the streets of the city at night. Only a madman would risk entering the ruins after the sun was gone. Of course, there were plenty of madmen in the dark city. Sunny, at least, didn't need any light. He also knew the area surrounding the bright castle well enough to avoid most danger. The weeks he had spent learning from Effie didn't go to waste. I should be fine. With the shadows hiding his every movement, Sunny was sure of his ability to at least run away should something happen. Still, with each passing minute, his heart felt colder and colder. When the shadow of the crimson spire drowned the world and colored his thoughts with the eerie feeling of dread, he gritted his teeth. It's almost time. However, before the sun completely disappeared, another unexpected guest appeared at the doorstep of his room. Looking at Sunny with a scowl, Nephice gestured for him to stand up and said in an even tone, "Come with me." Sunny's heart skipped a bit. What does she want? Suppressing the sickly fear of being caught, he lingered for a few moments, then slowly stood up and followed Changing Star out of the lodge. Together, the two of them walked to a secluded part of the slum. Neff remained silent, not even looking in his direction. She seemed calm, like always. Sunny, however, struggled to keep himself from panicking. Various thoughts, one darker than the other, found their way into his head. Did that bastard, Castor, tell her everything? Do you want to read more chapters? Finally, they reached the remote alley where no one would have been able to overhear their conversation. It was filled with nothing but the crimson light of sunset and deep shadows. Turning around, Changing Star looked at him with a frown. Sunny met her gaze, his face grim. He felt as though he was staring at his judge and executioner. "I've seen you practicing with the sword today. Your moves were weak and aimless. It was as if you had lost all clarity. What were you thinking about?" Sunny slowly exhaled. So, that's what this was about. She didn't know anything. She just picked up on the turmoil raging in his mind. He should have felt relieved, but for some reason, Sunny felt anger rising in his chest instead. With a crooked smile, he looked away and answered. "Murder. I was thinking about murder." Nephice tilted her head, waiting for an explanation. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then said, his voice strangely cold. "You once told me that the essence of combat is murder, didn't you?" She gave him a nod. He stared at her, then said, "Well, how come you know so much about murder, Neff?" "Huh? I wanted to ask you that since the day you cut off Andel's head without so much as batting an eye. You are out here preaching about how we are all fellow humans, not some beasts. Was Andel not human? Come to Pandanovelcom. She scowled. Is this what it's all about? Sunny gritted his teeth. It's a part of it. Nephice was silent for a long time. At some point, she absent-mindedly raised one arm and rubbed her neck. Finally, she said. It's not that I have murdered a lot of people. It's that a lot of people have tried to murder me. Sunny blinked. Why would anyone want to kill you? She smiled. Why? All kinds of reasons, really. My family was really powerful once, don't you remember? But power, it's a dangerous thing, Sunny. You can't reach its peak without creating a lot of enemies. And when your power disappears one day, all those enemies remain. Turning her face away, she said with her usual indifferent voice. I think I was 5, 6 years old when someone tried to kill me for the first time? It was my nanny. She led me to an empty room, put her hands around my neck, and tried to strangle me. I thought that it was a game. For the first few seconds, at least. Neff looked at him with white sparks dancing in her eyes. That was how I learned what weakness is. And when my teacher, who happened to walk by, rushed inside and used his aspect ability to kill her, that was how I learned what strength is. So yes. I'm not a stranger to severed heads, Sonny. Is that what you wanted to know? He stared at her, then slowly shook his head. How frightened she must have felt, how powerless. Powerlessness, he knew how it felt all too well. Somehow, Sonny had never imagined that proud and indomitable changing star had tasted it, too. Was shaped by it. Just like he was. Meanwhile, Nephi smiled. But there was no humor in her eyes. So then, what did you want to know? Sonny? What is this all about? Do you think I haven't noticed the way you were staring at me ever since we fought the Spire Messenger? Come clean with it. You owe me at least this much. He glared at her for a long time, a storm of emotions written on his pale, grim face. Finally making a decision, Sonny gritted his teeth and said, I want to know what your real goal is. I want to know if it's all worth it. Chapter 166 Light and Shadows. Changing Star frowned. There was a hint of surprise visible in her cold, gray eyes. My goal? Isn't it obvious? She gestured to the slum that surrounded them and the magnificent castle towering above it. I'm trying to help these people. What else? Sonny sighed. Then, turning his face away, he asked. Hey, have I ever told you about my sister? Nephi blinked. No. Why bring this up all of a sudden? He smiled wistfully. I just was reminded of her recently, so I thought I'd share. You see, our parents died when we were little. She got adopted, but I ended up on the streets. Life wasn't really sweet for me. In fact, it was nothing but unsavory and bitter. So, young as I was, I simply imagined that it was the same for her. That's why I got obsessed with the idea of finding her. I had this fantasy in my head, of saving and protecting her. Becoming a family again. Sonny grimaced. But how could a penniless undesirable like me find anyone? You know how the city databases are. Even if they're functional, unsealing anything requires you to be a citizen, and one of a considerable rank, too. However, I was ready to do anything to accomplish my goal. So, I saved up money. A street kid can't earn much, but even then, I saved up as much as I could. A dark expression appeared on his face. Even if I had almost nothing to eat, I would keep putting away the pathetic amount of credits I had earned through doing all kinds of horrid crap. And after 4 or 5 years of this, by the time I was nearly 17, I finally had enough to hire a private investigator. He smiled. You see, there was this detective who sometimes hired us nobodies to gather information for him. His services weren't cheap, but I trusted him. Or in him, at least. So I gave all my money to that guy and told him to find my sister. And you know what? He did. One day, about a month after we made the deal, he gave me a piece of paper with an address written on it. So I went there. Nephi hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a quiet voice. So what happened? Did you meet your sister? Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the sky, and said. Sort of. I actually met her near the tram terminal. Only at that time I didn't recognize her. You see, despite my lofty ideas of being her savior, I couldn't even really remember what she looked like. There was this girl, around 12 years old, wearing a tidy school uniform. She was walking in the same direction as me. I only realized that it was her after she entered the house from the address. He was silent for a while, then continued, his voice strangely emotionless. It was already dark. I think it was raining. The house was situated in a really nice district. They actually had the whole house to themselves. Just one family living in it, can you imagine? Well, I guess you can. Anyway, there was even a lawn. And a window, a big window that shined light outside. Watching them through that window was almost like watching a television show. Sunny remembered the splendor of it, his own embarrassing astonishment, and tried to smile. However, he failed. Standing in the shadows just outside the edge of that light, I observed her family for a while. She had parents who loved her and treated her well. She had real food, and enough of it to never go hungry. She had pretty clothes and expensive textbooks. She even had cute younger siblings. They were all smiling, laughing, and having a great time together. Neff looked at him and asked, "So what did you do?" Sunny didn't answer immediately. Instead, he remembered how he just stood there, watching those happy people. How he looked down at his own frail body, his dirty and ragged clothes, the bruises on his bloodied knuckles. And realized how utterly out of place he was in that picture. After years of dreaming of finding his sister and saving her, he was faced with the simple fact that she never really needed him. She probably didn't even remember that he existed. More than that, returning into her life would not bring anything good to her. He didn't have anything pleasant or beneficial to offer. He could only make things worse. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to Panda Novel. Out there on that dark and rainy night, while Sunny was standing in the shadows, something in his heart was extinguished forever. Something inside him died. No matter what kind of situation he would find himself in after this, nothing would really compare to the darkness he felt in that single moment. After remaining motionless for a long time, he slowly backed away, turned around, and walked into the darkness. A few days after that, he began showing the first symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell. And the rest was history. Shaking off the unpleasant memories, Sunny pretended to be carefree and shrugged. I did the only selfless thing that I have ever done. I turned around and went away. Do you know why? Nephi slowly shook her head. Sunny grinned, the anger finally finding its way into his eyes. Because even a cretin like me was able to realize that the person he wanted to save didn't need his saving. So please tell me, Neff, why is it that you, with all your intelligence and clarity, can't seem to do the same? She stared at him, a deep frown appearing on her face. Are you implying that I lied about my intention to help these people? If so, you are wrong. Sunny clenched his fists. Before he could stop himself, words flew out of his mouth. No. To be completely honest with himself, he had to admit that he simply did not want to stop them. He was too exhausted, hurting, and shaken to keep playing this game with Neff. It was time to bring everything to light. Maybe then, he would be able to regain clarity. Glaring at Changing Star, Sunny spat. Fuck you, Neff. She blinked. What? He smiled crookedly. I said go fuck yourself with that bullshit. Saint Nephi's. You might have fooled everyone else, but I know you. I know you better than anyone else. So I don't buy your whole savior act even for a second. Sunny repeated her gesture, pointing at the surrounding hovels. Help these people? Please. What are you going to help them with? Help them turn into corpses? You and I both know how this ends. Cassie already told us. Fire and rivers of blood, right? Is this what you're planning? Nephi stared at him, a dark expression written on her ivory face. Her cold gray eyes weren't calm anymore. Finally, there was a burning emotion in them. Was it confusion? Pain? Disappointment? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Then, Changing Star slowly shook her head. Finally, she seemed to find the right words. Looking Sunny right in the eyes, she slightly raised her chin and said, Fine. You got me. Chapter 167 Unforgivable. Sunny stared at Nephi, stunned by her answer. He didn't expect her to admit it so easily. Meanwhile, she just shrugged. What? Was I supposed to deny it? Why should I? You are the one who is obsessed with lies, Sunny, not me. The corner of Changing Star's mouth twitched. Actually, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have never learned how to deceive people so easily. I had a very sheltered upbringing, for obvious reasons. Communicating with others had always been something I knew very little about. She smiled darkly. How fortunate it was to meet you, of all people, on this forsaken shore. Lucky me. Right? Sunny blinked. What was she talking about? He remembered how, during their journey to the Dark City, Nephi's had tried to mimic Cassie in how she spoke to people. Had she been studying him, too? Nev took a step forward and pierced him with an intense, burning gaze. No one survives in the dream realm alone. I knew that I won't be an exception to this rule, so I watched Cassie and you and tried my hardest to learn from you both. That's when I noticed that nothing you ever said, or did, was true. Wasn't it? Crap. Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. She scoffed. No matter what happened, you somehow always managed to keep your real thoughts, desires, and reasons hidden. I've never seen anyone so adept at deception. Congratulations, Sunny. The mind games you played with us were almost as devious as the mental hex of the Soul Devourer. It was nothing short of inspiring. Changing Star paused and shook her head. You can even easily turn truths into lies. How brilliant. I never even knew that such a thing was possible. Silly me. I didn't know a lot of things before I met you. She smiled. So, you see, while you were learning how to use a sword from me, I was learning how to use people from you. So please, Sunny, accept my sincere gratitude. I could not have wished for a better teacher. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Nephis raised her hand and stabbed a finger at him. Then, with anger in her voice, she spat. So where do you get the audacity to blame me for doing the same thing you do to everyone you ever meet? Sunny trembled. Was she telling the truth? Did Neff actually learn how to be this manipulative and vile, from him? Oh, no. Someone that inexperienced couldn't have found a worse role model even if they tried. What a cruel twist of fate, to be sent into the dream realm together with a damaged, vicious man like him. Sunny gritted his teeth. That's not the same. Changing Star scowled. How is what I am doing different? I haven't told a single lie to these people. I gave them just enough truth to make them deceive themselves, just like you taught me. But what, now that it was turned around on you, it is suddenly not fair. Now you won't settle for anything less than the whole truth? She smirked. Fine. I'll tell you. Yes, you are right. There's going to be fire and rivers of blood. That is my plan. So what? How is it worse than this pathetic, hopeless existence? It isn't. I am going to kill Gunlog. After he is dead, the bright castle will become engulfed in a civil war, with each of the 5 lieutenants vying for the throne. I am going to kill them, too. And when I am the last one standing. Her eyes glistened. I will gather those of us who remain alive and make a road of bones for the lucky few to reach the gateway. That is my promise. That is the salvation I offer to the people of Dark City, a chance to return to the real world or die like a human should, standing tall and with a sword in their hand, instead of living in fear like a rat. I thought that you, of all people, would understand. Do you want to read more chapters? Come to Panda Novel, calm. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. How could she be so nonchalant about the idea of causing the deaths of so many people? Had their lives no value in her eyes? But then he realized that he was looking at it all wrong. He was looking at it from his own perspective, the perspective of someone who was used to surviving at all costs, to putting survival above all else. However, that was how his old self had viewed the world. After coming to the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had learned that there were things more valuable than staying alive. And he learned it from Neff. To her, a life that was not worth living was that much worse than a worthy death. Maybe, in her mind, she really was trying to help these people. But who gave her the right to make that decision on their behalf? Shaking his head, he whispered. Is it really so terrible to live here? Is Gunlog really so bad that you would rather see all of us die than let us remain under his rule? A dark expression appeared on Changing Star's face. With cold contempt ringing in her voice, she said. Gunlog has done many despicable things. But I won't judge him for those. Who knows if any of us would have done any better? Keeping 1,000 hopeless people alive in this hell is the kind of task that can turn a saint into a demon. No, there is only one crime he committed that I can never forgive. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Which one? She lowered her chin and gritted her teeth. It's that he gave up. She looked at Sunny and said, her voice full of intensity. It's that he never even tried to reach the gateway. With so many years to prepare and hundreds of powerful fighters under his command, do you really think that there was nothing he could do to enter the Crimson Spire? No, he simply changed his mind. Why return if he can live like a king here, in the Dark City? He abandoned his duty as an awakened and submitted to the spell. And because of how he reigned, destroying people before they grew powerful enough to threaten his rule, Gunalug also prevented anyone else from trying. However, Sunny glimpsed something else from what Nephice had said. A hint of her true motivation. The words she chose to condemn Gunlog were just too peculiar. Despite the fact that the Bright Lord had committed all sorts of atrocious acts and caused the deaths, humiliation, and sorrow of countless people, the thing that enraged Changing Star the most was not his corruption and cruelty, but something entirely different. The fact that he had submitted to the spell and failed to complete his trial. Considering which family she hailed from. Was this the key to her mysterious goal? Frowning, Sunny asked. Don't you think that, maybe, he just wasn't willing to see hundreds of people die? All these young men and women living in the outer settlement and the Bright Castle, how many of them are you ready to sacrifice to achieve your goal? He grew silent, afraid that her answer would confirm his suspicion. Neff straightened her back and glanced at him. Once again, her eyes were firm and calm. Without pausing to think, she said, not a shadow of a doubt in her voice. All of them. Of course. Chapter 168 Outside. Sunny grimaced and turned away, feeling a terrible headache. The sun was almost gone, and the night was following in its footsteps. He didn't have much time left. With a desperate smile, Sunny looked in Changing Star and asked. What can be so damn important? What can be so valuable that you are ready to condemn everyone here to death? He shook his head, guessing that he already knew. Don't tell me that it's some stupid crap like bringing the glory of the immortal Flame Clan back. Duty of the Awakened? What, you gave a terrible oath to become the first human to conquer the fourth nightmare, like your father conquered the third, and your grandfather the second? Or even worse, is it something even more foolish? Are you planning to save the damn world? Nephi stared at him for a few moments, and then grinned. Something dangerous and unfamiliar awakened in her eyes. No, not completely unfamiliar. It was the same strange, maniacal glimmer he had seen once before, right after saying the three strange words to her. Aster, Song, Veil. Back then, for a few moments, Changing Star had turned from a calm and composed young woman into someone he wasn't sure he recognized anymore. With a soft chuckle, Neff shook her head. Save the world? No, I'm not going to save the world, Sunny. Then, the smile disappeared from her face, and white flames suddenly ignited in the depths of her cold, gray eyes. With dark and frightening conviction, she said. I'm going to destroy it. Her words echoed in the darkness, making Sunny feel an irrational feeling of dread. He stared at her, both failing to comprehend and afraid to believe in what she had just heard. Destroy the world? What? Deeply inhaling the cool air, Changing Star looked up at the sky. This world, Sunny. This cursed place. The dream realm. No, I won't be the first one to conquer the fourth nightmare. I will be the first one to conquer every nightmare. I'll go through them one after another, destroying anything and anyone who stands in my way. And when I get to the heart of the nightmare spell, I'm going to obliterate every part of it, I'm going to rip it to shreds, I'm going to decimate and bring it to ruin. She looked him in the eyes and said, "You think Gunlog can stop me? You think a fallen terror can stop me? Those 3 ghouls can stop me? No, Sonny. Nothing will stop me. Anyone who dares will die. I'll kill them all." Taking a step back, Sonny stared at her with wide eyes. He shivered, feeling something cold touch the back of his neck. Then, he grimaced and asked, a hint of anguish in his voice. "Why? Why do you want to destroy the spell so much?" A corner of Changing Star's mouth curled up slightly. After a few moments, she simply said, "Because I hate it." Sonny blinked, stunned by the simplicity of that answer. If it was someone else, he would have thought that they were lying. But Nephi lived in a strange, stark world. She did things simply because she wanted to, and apparently wanted to destroy an eternal, omnipotent existence simply because she hated it. Why the hell not? He closed his eyes and whispered, "You are actually insane." Neff smiled. "What does it mean to be insane in a world that has gone mad? I would be wary of anyone who remained perfectly sane in this hell." Then, she sighed. "So, are we done here? Or do you have more questions? The sun is almost gone, so you'd better hurry up and ask them." Sonny shook his head and said, his voice hoarse, Yeah, Neff. I'm done." With that, he slowly turned around and took a step forward. Left behind, Nephi frowned. "Where are you going? Come back here." He waved a hand and said in a suppressed tone, refusing to turn his head, "Sorry. I have an errand to run. We'll talk some other time." Her frown deepened. Looking at his back, Changing Star gritted her teeth and called, "I said come back, Sonny. This conversation isn't over. Come back here right now." But there was no answer. Sonny had already disappeared into the shadows, leaving her standing alone in the alley that was brightly lit by the last light of the dying sunset. Some time later, Sonny was walking through the ruins, Harper's dead body weighing on his shoulder. The young man was very gaunt back before he had been killed, so it wasn't much of a burden. Physically, at least. It was the early hour of the night. Surrounded by nothing but darkness, Sonny was left alone with his thoughts and emotions. But, strangely, both his heart and mind were empty. He couldn't be bothered to think or feel anything right now. It was all just too much and too sudden. Plus, he would much rather concentrate on not stumbling on some horrific monster. Ending up eaten by a nightmare creature right now would be very ironic, but still unpleasant. He felt guilty about murdering Harper, but not enough to die while trying to dispose of the body. He would much prefer not to die for his sins. Luckily, the area he was traversing was familiar to Sonny. He knew which streets were comparatively safe, and which he needed to avoid. Where the really horrible monsters' lives, and where he could pass without being sensed by anything. Finally judging that he was far away into the ruins, he found a partially collapsed house, climbed over the rubble, then hesitated for a few moments and threw the corpse inside. Harper's gaunt body rolled down the rocks and disappeared into the interior of the house, where no one would ever see it. Here, done. That part, at least, was finished. It was time to go back. Sonny turned around and stared at the distant silhouette of the tall hill, with the magnificent castle standing on its top. Right now, hundreds of people were sleeping there, either in the pitiful hovels of the outer settlement or in the safe and warm rooms of the ancient stronghold. Neff, Cassie, and Effie were there. Haruz, Gemma, and Gunlog the Bright Lord were there, too. And many, many others. And most of them were going to die. Looking at the white marble walls of the castle, Sonny could see his future vividly. Watching helplessly as Changing Star builds here sect. Helping her defend herself from Gunlog. Going on hunts, being invisible once he comes back. Afraid to get close to anyone, lest the same thing that happened to Harper repeats itself. Up until the moment everything ends in bloodshed and terror. Castor was there, 2, waiting to use his leverage over Sunny to make him his obedient minion. Sunny wasn't deceived by the amiable personality of the handsome legacy. He knew that nothing good was going to come of accepting his help. In the end, he just stood in the shadows and looked into the distance, at the tiny human enclave that persevered against all odds in the cursed nightmare of the forgotten shore like a lone glimmer of light. After remaining motionless for a long time, Sunny quietly sighed, turned his back to it, and slowly walked into the darkness. Chapter 169 Back to the Future Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 169 Back to the Future. 3 months later, Sunny was back at the castle. Well, to be precise, he had returned here once before, to buy a few items that were hard to come by in the ruins. However, back then, Nephi and her cohort had been away on a hunt. No such luck today. The moment he had been dreading for so long was finally here. Hearing Changing Stat's voice, Sunny slowly turned around, glanced at her, and forced out a smile. Hey, Neph. Long time no see. He tried to sound casual, but a slight tremble betrayed the storm of emotions raging in his heart. Why did she have to be here? The turmoil of their sudden meeting was exasperated by the fact of how different they looked. The past months only made Nephi appear more radiant and splendid. Her white armor was pristine and graceful, her silver hair clean and combed. Sunny, on the other hand, looked like a pile of dirt that had somehow come to life. Both he and the puppeteer's shroud had seen better days. He didn't want to see her, but even more than that, he didn't want her to see him in this sorry state. What if Neph gets the ridiculous idea that he was somehow miserable after falling out with her? Nonsense. He was doing better than ever. He lived in a palace, ate delicious food every day, and had even become incredibly wealthy. If anyone should be miserable, it would be her. You do realize that you said that out loud, do you? Sunny blinked, remembered where he was, and stared at Changing Star in shock. Huh, what? She smiled with a corner of her mouth. You just zoned out and mumbled, why did she have to be here under your breath? That was not very polite. Sunny hid his embarrassment behind a grin and said. Yeah, well. I meant it. Neph sighed. I'm glad to see you too, Sunny. It's good that you're alive. Trying to conceal his discomfort, he shrugged. What, you didn't expect me to survive without you? She looked at him for a while and slightly shook her head. No. On the contrary, I knew that you would be fine. Then, she paused for a moment and added in a flat tone. After all, a cockroach like you is not easy to kill. Sunny scoffed. Now who's being impolite? Nephi stared at him in confusion for a couple of moments, then chuckled. Oh, sorry. I meant it as a compliment. He was glad to see Neph, too. As much as Sunny wanted to deny it, he had desperately missed her calm presence. Somewhere along the way, without even noticing, he had grown reliant on having her by his side. But meeting her was also a nightmare. After all, nothing had really changed after their bitter quarrel. Even though the intensity of it all diminished, the future that Cassie had foretold was still inevitable. Now that the initial shock of running into Changing Star disappeared, Sunny took a closer look at her. Nephi looked stronger. He didn't know how much soul essence she had been able to absorb while he was gone, but it seemed like it was a lot. Neph was always confident and arresting, but now, her presence grew to a completely new level. But then again, he was not the same weak fool either. The Dark City had made him into a fearsome creature as well. The months he had spent hunting monsters in the absolute darkness of the cursed ruins turned him stronger, smarter, and much more deadly. If a little bit insane. Sunny doubted that any human on the Forgotten Shore had killed as many powerful nightmare creatures as he had in the same amount of time. At least not in single combat. Don't go on a tangent and forget where you are again. With a flinch, Sunny realized that he had been silent for a long time. An awkward silence hung between them, threatening to make him look bad. I need to say something. Like, how have you been? No, that's a stupid question. How about? However, before he could speak, Nephi's asked. So what brings you to the bright castle? Are you back? Startled, he scratched the back of his head and scrambled to find an answer. Oh, just doing some shopping. She blinked. Shopping? Wait, did that sound weird? Sunny's eyes widened. Wait, did I say that out loud again? He slapped his mouth shut and looked at Changing Star in horror. Goddamn. Who knew that a habit of talking to myself would be so detrimental to keeping my dignity intact? On the ground next to him, the shadow was having a swell time basking in his anguish. It was shaking its head and dying laughing. Several seconds later, Sunny was finally able to speak again. Yeah. Shopping. I have some soul shards to spare, so I wanted to buy a memory. Or few. Nephis looked at him for a while, then said. I see. Then, she turned away and asked, her voice calm and even, as always. Do you want to go somewhere and talk? Sunny's heart skipped a bit. He gritted his teeth. Sorry. No can do. I'm, waiting for someone. Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then asked. You're hiding in that alley because you're waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for, Sunny? He waved a hand. Oh, a friend. Well, more like an associate, really. An acquaintance? Neff remained silent for a few moments, then said in an even tone. You can just say no. No need to invent some. But right at that moment, an enchanting voice came from the entrance of the alley. Sunny? Hey, are you here? Turning around, Sunny saw a beautiful young man with gorgeous auburn hair and mesmerizing green eyes enter the alley. He was wearing an armor made out of burnished brown leather and blue silk clothes beneath, all of which fit him perfectly. On his face, there was a bright smile. It was Kai. Knight, whatever his name was. Sunny exhaled with relief. What do you mean, invent? See, he's right. However, the words died on his lips. Because, when he turned to Changing Star, he saw something that he had never seen before. Looking at the young man whom he had set free from the bottomless dark well, Nephis took a step back. Her face was pale, and her eyes were wide and glassy. She seemed to be consumed by absolute, utter horror. Chapter 170 Star-Crossed. Sunny had never seen Nephis show fear before, not to mention being truly horrified. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed, and a cold shiver ran through it. It can't be. She was a person who faced demons and fearsome abominations without even flinching. What could scare her so much? Was he mistaken? Was Kai an incarnation of some primordial evil after all? How could this be? Panicking, he turned back to face the charming young man and outstretched one arm, ready to summon the Midnight Shard. Not that it would help if even Changing Star was scared. But, to his surprise, Kai wasn't showing any signs of being an ancient terror. In fact, he was looking at him with a cute expression of confusion. Sunny? Who is your friend? No, it didn't make any sense. Not only was Sunny sure of his judgment, he had also seen multiple people greeting Knight as though they knew and liked him. He couldn't be a nightmare creature. Then what was wrong with Nephis? Keeping his shadow's gaze on the charming archer, Sunny slowly turned back and glanced at Changing Star. She was still standing there, seemingly paralyzed by fear. What was going on? Neff? She flinched and tore her eyes away from Kai. After a few seconds, Changing Star cautiously leaned forward and whispered. Sunny, what is Knight doing here? He frowned. He's the friend I was telling you about. She lingered, then shook her head. No, I mean what is he doing here? The emphasis was on the word here. Where else would he be? Completely lost, Sunny struggled to understand what was going on. Maybe she knew something about the kidnapping? That didn't make sense. Finally, he said. I saved his life in the ruins, so he's doing me a favor in return. Nephi stared at him with desperation, then shook her head again. No, I mean what is Night doing here, on the Forgotten Shore? Sunny scowled. Did you guys know each other in the real world? Nephi looked at him with a funny expression. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Finally, she forced herself to speak. You don't know who he is? Meanwhile, Kai, who was politely staying silent through this whole weird conversation, smiled dazzlingly and said. He really doesn't. Isn't it wonderful? Sunny gave him a dark look. How would I know who he is? Make sense, please. Neff was silent for a while, then loudly whispered. That's Night, you idiot. Night from Nightingale. The Night. What was she going on about? He had no idea what that meant. Sunny rubbed his face with irritation. What are you talking about? What is a nightingale? Nephi looked at Kai, paled even more, and finally said in a small voice. It's only the best and most famous idol group of the last decade. Triple Orpheus winners, 100 consecutive weeks at the top of all charts, 6 diamond albums. That nightingale. That night. The lead vocalist. Sunny simply stared. Wait. Are you telling me? Was she so out of it because Kai used to be a member of some stupid boy band in the past? Changing Star was not horrified, she was starstruck? He remained silent for a while. And then exploded into laughter. Gods, oh gods. Nephi is a fangirl. What the spell, that's too funny. Come to think of it, when they first met, she had been wearing headphones the whole time. He should have realized that Neff was into music much earlier. Mighty and stoic Changing Star, brought down by a dainty idol boy. That was just too hilarious. He wasn't even jealous. What were the chances of meeting her bias in the damn dark city? You couldn't come up with that crap. As he was dying from laughter, both Changing Star and Kai glared at him with difficult expressions. However, Sunny just couldn't stop. His laughter only died down after he began wheezing. Sorry. I just didn't expect it. From you. Huh. Oh, gods. As for your question, Knight has been here for about 2.5 years. He lives in the castle. Nephi seemed thoughtful for a few moments, then glanced at Kai with wide eyes. 2.5 years? But I thought that Nightingale was just on hiatus because of Gale's solo project. Oh, there's a Gale, too. I can't even. Kai smiled apologetically. I'm afraid not. I have indeed spent all this time here, in the Dark City. My agency had to come up with some cover story, I guess. With how things are, they can't even spin things and release a posthumous album, poor guys. You know, since I'm not technically dead, or even hollow. Just asleep. Neff gave him a shy nod. Oh. I see. Trying to remove the awkward atmosphere, Kai offered her another smile. By the way, it's so nice to meet another friend of Sunny's. What a surprise. I thought that he was a complete, a solitary person. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your name. Was it Neff? Looking at him, Sunny grinned. Then, he cleared his throat and said in a relaxed tone. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, bad. Night, this is Nephi. Although these days she goes by another name. You might have heard it, meet Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Now, it was Kai's turn to stare at Neff with horror. The corner of his eye twitched. However, perhaps due to his idol training, he managed to hide his emotions much faster. Blinking a few times, he lingered for a moment, and then said in his smooth, enchanting voice. Oh. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I have heard so much about you. It's an honor. Nephi turned away, trying to hide a hint of blush on her cheeks. Staring at the wall of the alley, she hesitated, then awkwardly said. So, your friend is already here, Sunny. Can we go have a talk now? She glanced at him and added after a bit of hesitation. I have something important to discuss with you. It's a matter of life and death. Chapter 171 Tether. Sunny blinked a couple of times, digesting her words. A matter of life and death. If Nephice used these words, the situation was indeed dire. She was not someone to throw words to the wind. However, she was also not to be trusted. No matter how much Sunny wanted for things between them to go to the way they had been before, he knew that it was impossible. There was no way back for either of them. Sunny knew the true face of Changing Star now. He had seen the endless force of her conviction. In the flaming white inferno of her soul, all things were reduced to ash. Human concepts like loyalty, mercy, and affection had no hope of escaping that annihilation. No matter what bonds connected them, Sunny could not trust Nephice to put them above her boundless obsession. If push came to shove, she would sacrifice anything, or anyone, to achieve her goal. Including him. At least that was what he believed. What's more, despite the fact that she tried to hide it, Sunny could feel that Neff's demeanor toward him had changed as well. He couldn't tell how exactly, but there was something almost imperceptibly different about how she looked at him. Once broken, trust was not easy to put back. Perhaps it was simply impossible. And yet, despite all that, was he really capable of refusing her plea for help? Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. No. No, he didn't think he was. Even if things between them became strained, she was still one of the only two people he cared about in this world. The way he felt toward Neff was almost like a second flaw. No matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't get rid of it. Somewhere along the way, it had taken root in his soul. He had hoped that it will wither and die if they were apart, but instead, it just grew stronger. And now there was no escape from it. Sunny could feel himself being pulled back into the mess of humanity once again. Damn it. This was exactly why he had been reluctant to return here. After suffering so much to leave it all behind, why would he ever want to abandon his peaceful, pleasant, delightful life of solitude? Curses. But he just couldn't refuse Neff. However, that didn't mean that he was going to become her compliant sidekick again. Even if they were going to work together, they were going to do it on his terms. Focus. You came here to purchase memories to feed for the Stone Saint. Changing Star was looking at him expectantly. Sunny tried to appear confident and casual as he said. We can have a talk, but not right now. I'll come find you when I'm done with my business. Whatever it was that she wanted to discuss, it could not be extremely urgent. After all, Nephice had no idea that he was going to return from the ruins today. If there was no time to waste, she would not be wasting it on him, logically. Changing Star was silent for a few moments, her face indifferent. Then, finally, she answered in a flat tone. That is fine. You know where to go. Sunny smiled. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'll bring Night with me. Both of them stared at him with the same doubtful expression. You will? Turning to the charming young man, Sunny pretended to be surprised by his question. Don't you want to meet my other friends? They'll be able to answer all your stupid questions, for sure. Night hesitated. I guess? Wonderful. Sunny gave him a nod and glanced at Nephice, who was clearly wondering if her idol could really be trusted. It's decided then. Now, if you'll excuse us. Truth be told, he didn't trust the pretty archer that much either. But his ability to detect lies would come in incredibly handy during the conversation with Changing Star. She was the one and only graduate of Sunny's School of Deception and Lies, after all. Pushing Kai away, he waited until they were at an appropriate distance and asked. So what did you find out about the memories? Soon enough, they were entering the bright castle. Sunny felt strange returning to this splendid, suffocating place. This time, he came as a guest of a well-regarded resident, not as a slum dweller seeking to exchange a soul shard for a moment of respite from the cold, darkness, and terror. The guards did glance at him with disdain, but remained passive. Walking under the swinging skulls, they entered the familiar hall of beautiful colored glass windows. The opulent desk that Harper used to sit behind was still there, only now, a similarly downtrodden young woman was scribbling on a piece of parchment instead. The world didn't care about the death of one little human. It just moved on, instantly replacing that which was lost. Forgetting it. Sunny grimaced. So, you did find me some memories to buy? What are the prices? Kai smiled, gestured him to follow, and said. I did you one better. I actually managed to get us an invitation to the memory market. Sunny frowned. A what? Never heard of it. The charming young man gave him a nod. That's not surprising. It's a place where you can peruse various memories and purchase them for an acceptable price. I say acceptable, but you know who has all the shards in this place. So, usually, they only let the members of the host in. Made sense. Dunlog would never allow memories to freely circulate among people who did not belong to him. The guards and hunters, though, needed a place to exchange memories that didn't fit their aspects for either shards or something that did. Then how did you get the invitation? Kai shrugged. It's not that hard if you have the shards. Problem is, very few of us free folk do. To Sunny's surprise, they actually entered one of the forbidden areas of the castle. After walking down a few long corridors and going down several flights of stairs, a sturdy wooden door appeared before them. There was a symbol of a sword and shield drawn on it. Winking at him, Knight opened the door and walked inside. Sunny followed. Once he saw the interior of the room, his eyes glistened with excitement. Chapter 172 Memory Market. Behind the door, there was a medium-sized hall that had no windows. It was illuminated by a strange lantern that levitated in its center, radiating a bright and stable glow. Along the walls of the room stood various weapon racks, wooden mannequins dressed in full suits of armor, and tables with a wide assortment of beautiful and intriguing objects placed upon them. All of it, the weapons, the armors, the objects, even the levitating lantern, were memories. Sunny felt a thundering thought explode in his mind. For a few moments, he was only able to think about one thing. Money. That is so much money. Inside this unassuming hall hid a fortune that could rival that of an entire corporation. He was barely stopping himself from drooling. Sunny? Brought back from his covetous stupor, Sunny blinked a couple of times and glanced at Kai. Huh? The beautiful archer hesitated for a moment, then said. I was saying, this is Stev. He is in charge of this place. Only now did Sunny notice that there was someone else in the room. It was a man that was old by the standards of the Dark City, nearing 25 or so. He had a round face and cheerful eyes, which were currently full of doubt and hints of disgust. His gaze, of course, was aimed at Sunny. Have you looked in the mirror, bastard? Apart from his extremely tall stature, there was one other special thing about Stev's appearance, and it was that he was fat. He was the first obese person that Sunny had met in the Dark City. Having a belly like that in a place like this must have required a lot of work, talent, and dedication. He didn't know whether to be impressed or appalled. In any case, Sunny decided to not get on Stev's bad side. He wouldn't want to get eaten by this ogre, after all. Nice to meet you, Stev. I'm Sunny. The ample giant looked down at him, then glanced at Kai, and said in a strange voice. Knight, my dear friend. Are you sure this dirty vagrant is a customer? Sunny frowned. Be civil, be civil. Hey, fat bastard. Are you sure that this dirty vagrant won't break every bone in that fat blob you have for a body? In the dead silence, both Kai and Stev stared at him with wide eyes. Then, Stev leaned back and let out a thunderous laugh. This little gremlin is a funny one, Knight. Well, good. Very good. If there's one thing I lack in this cave, it's entertainment. Chuckling, he shook his head and said. Still, my goods aren't cheap, my dear friend, Sunny? A good memory will cost you a dozen shards, at least. Much more if you want something really useful. Are you sure you have the means to shop here in my emporium? How many shards can a slum rat like you have? Sunny blinked. I think there was a misunderstanding. Have you seen me? Do I look like someone who would ever be able to buy something from you? Of course not. I've never even absorbed a single soul shard that should tell you how many of them I have. Kai gave him a strange look. Because of how competent Sunny had been while traversing the ruins, he must have assumed that his companion was sufficiently powerful. However, now he suddenly learned that Sunny had never absorbed any soul essence. With his ability to sense lies, the charming archer would know that it was the truth. Well, of course it was. He absorbed plenty of shadow fragments, instead. Sunny gave away that misleading secret on purpose. He didn't want Knight to start questioning the amount of soul shards he was about to spend. Letting the archer think that he was too obsessed with wealth to expend any on increasing his power would, hopefully, lessen the impact a bit. Meanwhile, Sunny shook his head. No, no. Kai here is the one who'll be handing you the shards. I'm just here to point him at the right ones. I have an eye for good memories, you see. By which he meant that his eyes were literally capable of peering into the very essence of memories and discerning their true traits. But neither of them needed to know that. Steph scratched the back of his head. Well. In that case, take a look around. Ask me any questions if something catches your eye. Then he glanced at Knight and scoffed. You could have just asked me for advice, you know? It's not like I can lie to you. Kai smiled with embarrassment. Oh. Yeah, sorry. When Stev walked away, he leaned to Sunny and whispered. So the favor you wanted from me is to pretend to buy a memory and then give it to you, so that no one knew that you have a hidden ace? Sunny stared at him. Actually, it was a good theory. Having a weapon or tool that no one knew about was a very good advantage. Unfortunately, Kai didn't really know who he was dealing with. Sunny shook his head. No. I don't want you to buy a memory on my behalf. Then, with an earnest smile, he added. I want you to buy around 10. Kai's beautiful green eyes widened. Leaving the charming archer struck dumb and speechless, Sunny walked away and started perusing the various memories on display. There were a lot of them. By his estimations, at least 100, if not more. All sorts of weapons immediately attracted his attention. There were straight swords, curved swords, estocks and rapiers, scimitars and sabers. Various daggers and knives called to him, shining in the bright light on the enchanted lanterns. There were a dozen or so of pole arms, from spears to glaives to halberds to naginatas. Several battle axes were displayed nearby. Further away, war hammers, maces, and flails radiated a silent feeling of crushing force. A few bows received a dreamy look from Kai. There were suits of armor, too. From leather to metal, light to heavy, scale to plate. Elegant, unrefined, graceful, barbarous, whatever a person could wish for. Some of them were shaped like actual armor, others looked like cloth garments. Placed on tables, various objects begged for his attention. Gods only knew what enchantments they possessed. Well, to be precise, gods and Stev. And Sunny. Walking among the memories, he would periodically place his hand on them. Immediately, the inner weave of the memory would be laid bare to his eyes, which were changed forever by the drop of Weaver's ichor. Studying the logic of the weave, he was able to glimpse its purpose. Of course, there weren't any truly remarkable memories in the hall. Who would want to sell something like that? However, even then, he managed to separate really good ones from simply acceptable, from borderline awful. That last category was what he came here for. Quantity over quality, remember? Sunny was almost done choosing the absolute worst memories out of them all when his sight suddenly fell on a badly illuminated corner. In that corner, covered in a thick layer of dust, stood a seemingly discarded suit of armor. When Sunny saw it, his hand slightly trembled. Chapter 173 Black Armor. For a moment, Sunny froze. However, a second later he continued to behave just like before, as if nothing had happened. The first rule of haggling, never let the enemy see that you're interested in buying something. And Sunny was dead set on haggling until Stev's ears started to bleed today. Pretending as though he had not noticed the dusty armor, he walked around a bit more, slowly approaching the corner where it was displayed. Judging by the neglect with which the armor was kept, the master of the memory market did not know its true value. Sunny really wanted to keep it that way. Because, if he was right, that armor was much more valuable than anything else here. He didn't know for sure, but suspected that it was nothing short of a true treasure. Because he recognized it. The suit of ancient plate armor was jet black in color, its design intricate and solemn. It radiated a feeling of dark resolve and stalwart, adamantine grace. All parts of it were perfectly fitted to one another, creating an almost seamless barrier of impenetrable steel. Or rather, stone. Because the dusty armor was almost exactly the same as the one the stone saint was wearing. Of course, there were some differences. For starters, this one was somehow more impressive. It felt as though it had once belonged to a creature of higher status than the steadfast Shadow. While Shadow's armor was made out of dark granite, this one was cut out of pure black onyx. Its glossy surface seemed to absorb and devour any light that fell on it. And that was just in its dormant state. Once it was animated like that of the stone saint, who knew how fearsome it would become? Why was this treasure gathering dust in a badly lit corner of the memory market? Sunny frowned. Yes, he was most likely the only person in the dark city who had seen the formidable living statues up close. But still, everything about the onyx armor screamed of how incredible of a memory it was. What was it doing here, neglected and seemingly forgotten? He had a lot of questions. Finally, he managed to reach the armor without showing how interested in it he was. With a false expression of boredom on his face, Sunny raised a hand and absent-mindedly put it on the jet-black breastplate. A moment later, his mask of boredom almost cracked. His pupils widened. What he saw beneath the surface of the armor shocked him to the core. The weave of ethereal diamond strings inside it was on a completely another level from anything he had ever seen. It was much more complex and vast than even that of the puppeteer's shroud. Which was not surprising, considering that there were no less than 6 glowing embers connecting it all together. And those embers were much larger and brighter than those inside his current memories. Sunny gulped. In front of him, covered in dust, was an ascended memory of the 6th tier. Something that only a fallen terror could leave behind. Jackpot. His glee, however, did not last long. Almost instantly, Sunny noticed that there was something wrong with the weave of the onyx armor. It was damaged. Thousands of strings were torn apart, leaving the whole pattern broken and full of disharmony. Instead of flowing seamlessly, they floated in the darkness, untethered from each other and the nexuses. The whole thing was a mess. That's why he couldn't feel any logic or purpose in the weave. It was simply not there anymore. Sunny frowned. How could a memory stay damaged beyond repair? That didn't make any sense. Memories were supposed to repair themselves inside the soul sea as long as they were not completely destroyed. This rule was pretty much universal. It couldn't be broken. Unless... A seed of understanding appeared in his mind. However, before Sunny could elaborate on his idea, Steph chuckled and put a giant hand on his shoulder. What an awesome armor, right, my dear friend Sunny? Saying that, he leaned forward and laughed. Throughout Sunny's exploration of the memory market, Steph had approached him several times to describe the most alluring qualities of his wares or simply to chat. He was obviously bored out of his mind in this windowless hall. Sunny stared at him and blinked a couple of times. If you only knew what kind of a priceless treasure this is, fool. Of all the pieces of crap in this market of yours, this one is by far the most outrageous. I can hardly believe that you had the audacity to show it to people. By which he meant that it was genuinely the best memory in this whole room, if not in the whole castle, except for Gunlog's golden armor, of course. However, if it sounded as though he was blaming Steph for being shameless and trying to sell people an utter piece of crap, well, he couldn't do anything about that, right? Steph sighed. Usually, I would get into an argument and try to defend my inventory, but I can't really disagree this time. This armor, no matter how awesome it looks, is indeed absolutely useless. It has been here from long before I was put in charge of the market, actually. I even consider it to be a sort of mascot. Sunny scratched the back of his head. How come no one ever bought it? He was pretty sure that he knew, but needed to hear what was Stev's explanation to glean how much the giant man understood. Stev shrugged. Why would anyone buy it? Have you not noticed that it's made of stone? Like, actual stone? It's so heavy that not even Tessai can move under all the weight. Maybe an awakened would be able to, but to us sleepers, wearing this armor is pretty much like trying to walk around dressed in a mountain. And that stone is not that hard to break, too. He looked at the onyx armor and sighed. Actually, this armor has quite a story. It once belonged to a member of the legendary cohort that conquered this castle. Some even say that it belonged to the first lord himself. Supposedly, it had an enchantment that made it much lighter back then. He looked at the armor with doubt. But when they were fighting some ancient terror, maybe the spire messenger who lived here, the armor was seriously damaged. Something went very wrong, the enchantment was broken, and it turned into a piece of stone. It's so damaged that even the spell can't make sense of it, simply describing it as unknown this. Sunny had to force himself to not hold his breath. The stone saint was, supposedly, created by one of the unknown. It made sense that the armaments of her kind were, too. Regardless, it didn't matter that much. He was now pretty sure that he knew why the onyx armor was remaining in its dormant form and couldn't repair itself. It had to do with the difference between the sleepers and the awakened. Once a sleeper finished his trial by walking through a gateway, they would take the final step to becoming a true awakened. Their way of entering the dream realm would change, their aspect would unlock a second ability, and their core would evolve to the next rank. There was a quantitative jump in power, but most of the difference came from the qualitative one. Chapter 174 Shopping Spree. Just like dreamers gained the ability to perceive and interact with soul cores, awakened were able to interact with soul essence. By channeling it inside their bodies, they were able to utilize it more efficiently and achieve greater results. The ability to channel soul essence was also vital to unlocking the full potential of higher rank memories. Besides the general rarity of such memories, there was another reason why legacy clans did not just equip their scions with weapons of tremendous power and let them sail to the gateway without meeting any resistance. It was because sleepers simply had no way to activate powerful enchantments. Even Gunlog was mostly using his transcendent armor just for its durability, with a single passive enchantment serving as a nice, but unimportant bonus. In the hand of an awakened with the ability to channel soul essence into it, the golden armor would have been far more formidable. Which is where the paradox that rendered the onyx armor unusable came into play. From his experience dealing with the stone saint, Sunny knew that her armor, just like the strange creature itself, had a very special spell weave. It was, in essence, a living armament. Unlike most memories that could function on their own, it was simply a piece of dead stone when the main enchantment wasn't active. So, after the onyx armor was damaged, it had to be awoken with soul essence to assume its true form and repair itself. However, there was no human on the Forgotten Shore capable of channeling soul essence, and so it remained broken, which in turn made it useless to all the humans here. What a shame, that I'll be able to buy it for a measly sum of soul shards from these fools and feed it to my shadow, huh? Sunny didn't really care whether the armor was intact or not. All he cared about was that it had 6 ascended embers that his stone saint could devour. Maybe she'll even gain something extra because of her close affinity with the armor, after all, they came from the same source. For a moment, Sunny considered the idea that his shadow might refuse to destroy the memory for the same reason, but then discarded it. She was just a shadow, after all. His will was her will, right? Now all that remained was to make the purchase. Sunny scoffed. So it's, just a decoration? How tacky. Shaking his head, he threw one last glance at the onyx armor, forced himself to turn away, and continued to walk around the memory market. 10 minutes later, he walked over to Kai and silently handed him the rucksack. Then, he named the memories he wanted him to buy. The charming young man blinked a couple of times, then said. Wait, you weren't joking? You really want to buy 10 memories? Sunny frowned at him and hissed. Keep your voice down. We need people to think that you are the one buying them, remember? Kai hesitated, then massaged his temples. Sunny, my friend, don't take it the wrong way, but you do know how much memories cost, right? Instead of answering, Sunny gestured to the rucksack. Open it, you idiot. The archer sighed and opened the clasp of the rucksack. Then, he almost dropped it. Inside the crude backpack, dozens of soul shards were softly glowing in the dark. There were around 70 of them in there, at least. Kai's hands trembled. Raising his head, he stared at Sunny with wide eyes and whispered with horror. Sunny. Where did you get all these shards? 70 shards was more than most of the people in the Dark City would see in their lifetime. The contents of the unassuming rucksack were enough to start a chain of bloody conflicts that could culminate in a small war. Sunny stared at him and shrugged. What do you mean? They were just gathering dust in my bedroom. I would bring more, but the rest wouldn't fit in the rucksack. Kai looked as though he was on the verge of fainting. Then, he blushed in embarrassment. I bet he's remembering how he was bragging about being rich and tried to bribe me with a promise of 10 whole shards, which, in his words, was a small fortune. While Sunny was silently gloating, a sudden shadow ran over the beautiful archer's face. In a small voice, he said. Wait, Sunny. Did you say bedroom? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Sure. Why? Kai shut his eyes. So you actually live in that cathedral? There was no point in denying it anymore, really. That's right. Looking at Sunny with a pleading expression, the charming young man asked. Then what about the fallen devil? Is there really a fallen devil in that cathedral? Sunny looked at him with confusion. That bastard? Yup, he's there. What about him? A shaky breath escaped from Kai's mouth. Looking weak and defeated, he shook his head, opened his mouth, then closed it again and simply stared at a wall for some time. He had the look of a man who suddenly realized that nothing in the world made sense anymore. When Kai finally regained his ability to speak, his enchanting voice sounded strangely listless. I'll go by the memories, I guess. Sunny offered him a bright smile. That'd be great. Thanks. Shaking his head, the archer called Stev over and slowly listed the memories that Sunny told him to buy, including the damaged onyx armor. With each next one he named, Stev's expression grew weirder and weirder. By the end, he was almost green. Night, buddy. I really don't want to offend our friend Sunny and your choice of advisors, but you literally chose the 10 worst memories I have in the inventory, by far. If it was anyone else, I would have been ecstatic to get rid of them. But, I simply can't do this to you. Please, reconsider. Kai glanced at Sunny, asking what to do. It seemed that he didn't want to see his new friend make a terrible mistake. Sunny smiled. Worst, you say? You said it yourself, right? Everyone heard that? I guess you'll give us a big discount then. Stev stared at him with a bizarre expression on his face. Then, he said. I don't think you understand. When I say worst, what I mean is that they're trash. Complete trash. You do understand what trash means, right? Sunny shrugged. Well, you know what they say. One man's trash is another man's breakfast. Wait, no. Another man's, treasure? Yeah, treasure. That's right. Some time later, in an empty corridor of the bright castle, Kai took Sunny by the hand. A moment later, several sparks of energy traveled between them. Sunny tilted his head and listened to the silence. Soon, he heard the faintly familiar voice of the spell whisper. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. After the 10th announcement, everything grew quiet again. Sunny grinned. Just like that, he had gained 10 memories to feed to his shadow. He even managed to purchase a tier 6 ascended armor for the laughable sum of 7 soul shards. What a bargain. Ah, it's good to be rich. However, soon the grin disappeared from his face. Instead, something dark glistened in his eyes. It was time to have a talk with Nephice. Chapter 175 Reunion. On the way out of the castle, Kai was strangely silent. Sunny didn't mind, because he had a lot to think about. Going back to that lodge, there were a lot of things there that he had hoped to never see, feel, or experience again. For a moment, he even thought about rushing straight back to his cathedral without making good on his promise. But why should he? It's not like he asked to be invited back. Nephice was the one who wanted his help with something. Just pretend like you don't care. Also, demand to be compensated for whatever it is they want you to do. You're an outsider now, and your services won't be cheap. Yeah, that was the best option. He wasn't going to agree to anything that didn't serve his own selfish interests. And there were a lot of things that Changing Star, with her thriving hunting party and following, could provide him with. There was this one thing in particular, something he really wanted to do, but couldn't on his own. Maybe they would be able to help him with that. As they were approaching the lodge, Kai suddenly asked in a serious tone. Sunny, why did you want me to come with you, really? Sunny sighed. Glancing at the charming archer, he hesitated, then said. I want you to tell me if I'm being lied to. Kai frowned. I thought that Lady Nephice was your friend. Why are you so wary of her? Sunny chuckled. Was she a friend? Even he didn't know what exactly the two of them were to each other. Worse yet, he wasn't sure what they would become. She's the kind of friend you don't really want to lower your guard around. He lingered for a moment, then added. There's also a guy called Castor. He's the one I especially don't trust. The archer raised his eyebrows. I've heard only good things about Castor. Why him specifically? Sunny cast a sideways glance at him and scowled. To be honest, Castor hadn't really done anything to deserve his hostility. But there just was something about the proud legacy that gave Sunny a familiar feeling. He was too perfect. In Sunny's experience, only people with bad intentions were capable of appearing so flawless. Perhaps he was wrong, but the policy of always assuming the worst had too clean of a track record to be abandoned now. He just gives me the creeps. Seemingly satisfied with this answer, Kai shrugged and followed Sunny into the lodge. The headquarters of Changing Star's hunting party had changed a lot since his last visit. It had already looked pretty presentable back when he was a member, but now, the lodge was much more impressive. The first thing that caught the eye was that it had grown much bigger. During the months of his absence, additional structures were built to expand it both horizontally and vertically. Now, it was by far the largest building in the outer settlement, almost starting to resemble a small town hall. It was heavily fortified, too, especially from the side that faced the White Road. A couple of lookouts were visible on the roof, observing the ruins below. They were wearing armor-type memories and holding bows in their hands. It was a far cry from how things were before. Inside, a lot of people were busy with various tasks. Sunny froze for a moment, disoriented by all the activity. He almost felt as though he had somehow mistakenly returned to the castle. The reason for it was not the neat and tastefully decorated interior, with warm carpets covering the stone floor and various tapestries hanging on the sturdy stone walls. No, the main difference was in how the people here comported themselves. The rot of hopelessness was almost gone from their eyes, replaced with energy and vigor. Sunny frowned. Why hasn't Gunlog put an end to all this yet? From everything that he saw, Nephice was almost asking to be destroyed. How was all of this possible? His grim thoughts were disrupted by a young woman who greeted them with a smile. Welcome. Can I help you with something? Sunny stared at the smiling girl, trying to remember if he knew her. No one came to mind. Trying to remove the scowl from his face, he answered in a flat tone. Neff is expecting me. The young woman blinked. Sorry. Who is Neff? Sunny rolled his eyes. Sorry. Lady Nephice is expecting me. You know. Changing star of the Immortal Flame Clan? The young woman's eyes widened. Oh. I see. Let me show you the way. Sunny wanted to retorn that he knew the way, but truth be told, he wasn't sure that he did. With all the changes that happened to the lodge, he had no idea where things were. On their way, they passed the tiny room that used to belong to him. Just as they were walking by, Sunny glanced inside and saw that it was now home to someone else. In fact, he recognized a couple of things that the new owner left on the narrow cot. They were casters. A corner of his mouth curled upward. Figures. It seemed as though he was thoroughly replaced by the scion of the Hanli clan. Well, whatever. The cot was not very comfortable anyway, unlike his luxurious wide bed in the hidden chamber of the cathedral. Finally, the young woman led them to the area that used to be the central hall of the old lodge. Now, it was separated from the rest of it by a thick wall, with a sturdy wooden door barring the way inside. Sunny took a deep breath, then walked in. He had imagined that moment a lot of times in the past. Granted, he never thought that his reunion with the cohort would happen in the presence of an unreasonably attractive, washed-up pop star. But still. Inside the room, a wide window opened onto an eerily breathtaking view of the dark city. On the wall beside it, a map of the ruins was littered with various markings that contained valuable information. They seemed to be much denser than before. There was a large wooden table beside the window, around which stood 7 makeshift chairs. Currently, only 2 were occupied. Effie was sitting on one, her feet unceremoniously resting on the table. As always, she looked extremely comfortable and relaxed. On the chair next to her, a beautiful blind girl was cradling a cup in her delicate hands. It was Cassie. Nephice and Castor stood near the map, discussing something with each other. The 4 of them were the core of the immortal flame hunting party. Once Sunny and Kai entered, everyone turned to them. Sunny put on a brave face and forced out a grin. Oh, so many familiar faces. Hi, everyone. No need to say how much you missed me. Anyway, this is Kai. Kai, say hi to everyone, these are Cassie, Castor, and Effie. You already know Nephice. Giving him a strange look, the charming archer smiled dazzlingly and said in his stupidly beautiful voice. Hello. Lady Nephice, Cassie, Castor, Huntress Athena, it's very nice to meet you. Cassie giggled. You won't believe it, guys, I thought I just heard Knight from Nightingale say my name. Crazy, right? Kai blinked. Oh, sorry. I am Knight from Nightingale, actually. Effie leaned forward and extended one arm. Cassie's face, meanwhile, grew deathly pale. An expression of utter terror appeared on it. Her hands trembled, and the cup she was holding fell from them. Catching the cup just a moment before it hit the floor, Effie sighed and shook her head. Every time, this happens every time. Sunny furrowed his brow and glanced at the beautiful archer with disdain. Oh, come on. Was that reaction really necessary? Chapter 176 Coming Clean. The 4 people in the room reacted to his arrival differently. Nephi seemed to be indifferent, as always. However, Sunny knew her well enough to notice a strange tension hiding in the depths of her calm gray eyes. Castor greeted him with an amiable smile, but there was coldness hiding behind it. It seemed as though the handsome scion was not happy about this turn of events. Did he see him as a rival for Neff's attention, or was there more to it? In any case, it was not Sunny's problem. He did not plan on returning to the cohort on a permanent basis. Castor could have all the attention to himself. Effie looked at him with a genuine surprise. Doofus? You are actually alive? Sunny blinked and stared at her for a few moments, then said in an acrid tone. Sorry to disappoint. She shook her head. No. Just, how the hell did you manage to survive 3 whole months in the ruins? He grinned. What can I say? I had a good teacher. Since Effie was the one who taught him how to navigate the dark city, that compliment was directed at her. However, the huntress simply shook her head. No student of mine would be stupid enough to actually live in the ruins. Not to mention returning looking so feral. Do I look feral? Sunny took a mental picture of himself. Ragged clothes, dirty hair, a crooked grin, a hint of madness burning in his eyes. No, he couldn't see anything wrong with how he looked. In fact, the thought he looked great. With an offended frown, he glanced at Effie and said, "Yeah? Well, you look like you've gained a little weight. In all the right places. Focus, fool." The huntress glared at him for a few moments, then laughed. A girl got to eat. But also, wanna die? And finally, there was Cassie. Cassie seemed to have changed the most out of all of them. The changes were not instantly apparent, but to Sunny, who knew her so well, they were unmistakable. The blind girl seemed more mature. She looked older, somehow. It was as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on her, the kind that people usually accumulated with the flow of years. Her demeanor was calmer, more restrained. Almost cold. "Welcome back, Sunny. I'm so happy that you are all right." Giving him a polite smile, she grew silent and turned away. This wasn't exactly the kind of welcome he had expected from her. He had been sure that the blind girl would give him a hug, at least. That was how it always happened in his head. Maybe she is shy because of Kai. However, Sunny had a feeling that he already knew the true reason for her subdued attitude. He just didn't want to admit it. It was the vision. That damn vision. Chasing away the feeling of dread, he sat down on one of the chairs and offered another one to Kai. "So, what did you guys want to discuss?" Nephice and Castor exchanged glances. Before saying anything, Castor walked over to the door and closed it. After that, he summoned a memory that looked like a bone flute and placed it on the table. Immediately, something in the room imperceptibly changed. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What is that thing?" The handsome young man sat on a chair next to Changing Star and said, "This memory has an enchantment that creates a cone of silence. No one outside this room will be able to hear what we're talking about now." Ah. This fact alone was already enough to tell Sunny that they were going to discuss something that had to do with the Bright Lord, Gunlock himself. Suddenly, he felt an irrational desire to be anywhere else but in this brightly lit room. The wide window began to look very alluring. He sighed. "So, the Bright Lord is finally ready to obliterate you all? Can't say that I'm surprised. If anything, it's strange that he didn't make a move much earlier." Effie giggled. "Oh, did he ever?" Nephice glanced at her, making the huntress fall silent, and turned to Sunny. "You are right. The Bright Lord is indeed about to make a move. We have withstood his previous attacks, but they were just a rehearsal. A few provocations to test out strength. Now, he is ready to act in earnest. And that's why I need your help." Sunny raised his eyebrow. "How can a cockroach like me help the great and mighty Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan?" Effie gave him and Nephice a strange look, then cleared her throat. "Don't take it to heart, princess, but I sort of agree with Sunny. What can this little imp, no offense, Sunny, do that we can't? I mean, he is a decent scout, but... Hey! Offense taken." Changing Star smiled, then looked at Sunny. "Don't be misled by his act, Effie. Sunny might behave like a cowardly weakling, but in fact, he's the last person in the Dark City I would want to face in combat. He is far more dangerous than anyone thinks he is. Isn't it right, Sunny?" The smile froze on his face. A few moments passed in silence, with everyone staring at him. Finally, Sunny sighed. "Oh well. I guess the secret is out of the box. Surprise, everybody! I am actually not a weakling. Who could have thought?" Then, he glared at Effie and added in a mocking tone. "Oh. My mistake. Actually, everyone except for you already knew. It seems that you are However, Neff interrupted him. That's why he was able to survive 3 months in the ruins, just like he had survived 2 in the labyrinth. Sunny is an extremely formidable fighter. Wow. Is she trying to flatter me? He's just a bit of a devious asshole. But that's exactly what makes him so dangerous. I guess not. Looking at Effie, Sunny shrugged and smirked. If you don't believe her, just ask Knight. Suddenly dragged into the conversation, Kai coughed, hesitated for a moment, and then said. Yes, I can confirm. He is indeed a bit of an asshole. Sunny's face twitched. Not that. Tell them how I saved you. The charming archer fluttered his eyelashes with an innocent look, then added. Oh, right. Indeed, Sunny saved me in the ruins last night. He is a very exceptional and resourceful individual. Sunny glanced at Effie with triumph. He didn't really want to provoke the tall huntress any further, but she did call him a little imp. See, Knight has known me for just 1 night, but even he was able to see how fearsome I am. You and I, on the other hand, had hunted together for an entire month. How come you're so dense? Whatever. It's not like he would be spending a lot of time with Effie. Let her boil with anger. With a teasing smile on his lips, Sunny turned to Nephi and asked. Anyway, what exactly do you want me to do? Changing Star hesitated, then said. I want you to take Effie to your hideout in the ruins and keep her safe there for about a week. Sunny blinked. Oh, no. I'm dead. Chapter 177 Cloak and Dagger. Sunny grew silent and tried very hard not to look at the huntress, who was glaring at him with murder in her eyes. Did he hear it right? Excuse me? Keep her safe? Nephi gave him a nod, then hesitated for a few moments and sighed. I guess I owe you an explanation. With a frown, she glanced at the map of the Dark City. Her gaze was fixed on the symbol of a tower drawn in its center with white paint. The Bright Castle. After a few moments, she said. You asked why Gunlog hasn't killed us all yet. This is a good question. However, the answer is complicated. Changing Star turned her head and looked at Sunny. Partially, it is because I have not challenged him openly yet. I also haven't done anything to justify an intervention. Everything we have accomplished for the benefit of the outer settlement not only fell outside the purview of his reign over the castle, but also strengthened the human position on the Forgotten Shore overall. Officially, he has no grounds to accuse me. Sunny scoffed. It's not like Gunlog really needs justification. He only needs the pretense of one, and even then just barely. Nephi slightly frowned. You are right. If he really wanted to escalate the situation and bring about an open conflict, he could have easily created a reason. Alternatively, he could have sent Harus under the cover of night to make me disappear without a trace. But he didn't. And, we are not entirely sure why. Sunny blinked. You don't know? Glancing at Castor, Neff shook her head. There are several possible reasons. Perhaps he is uncertain if Harus will be able to dispose of me. Perhaps he is using the growing status of the outer settlement as a deterrent against his lieutenant's ambitions. Perhaps he is just confident and patient. Whatever the case, Gunlog more or less tolerated our existence for these past 4 months. Castor sighed and added. Of course, there were still challenges we had to overcome. If we weren't cautious in how we dealt with these provocations, things would have been very different. Changing Star nodded. Indeed. There were several attempts to taunt us into confrontation already. Nothing too bloody, though. However, things seem to have changed. We received word from the castle that Gunlog is going to act against us soon. This time, he is aiming at one of my companions. The attack will be a serious one, and the target is Effie. Sunny glanced at the unruly huntress and raised his eyebrows. He had a lot of questions. Why her? Castor clenched his fists. It could have been any of us, really, but Effie, despite all my warnings, got into a rather vulgar argument with a bunch of guards who came into the outer settlement for some entertainment. Coincidentally, some of these guards went missing last night. No one knows what happened to them. Oops. Sunny was pretty sure that he knew exactly what had happened to them, though. After all, he was the one who killed them. But Castor didn't need to know any of this. Actually, I might know something about that. Kai suddenly said, smiling like an idiot. Who asked that fool to open his mouth? He tried to make the archer shut up with a murderous stare, but it was already too late. Kai enthusiastically went on to describe how he was kidnapped, put in the well, and then rescued by a mysterious stranger, who turned out to be Sunny. Luckily, he was under the impression that the kidnappers were all slaughtered by the Black Knight, not realizing that Sunny was the one who had lured them into the cathedral in the first place, after personally killing their leader. If Kai knew the full truth, things might have turned rather awkward. After he was done talking, Castor sighed. Thank you, this is a very valuable piece of information. Sadly, it doesn't change anything. Effie is still in danger. The Bright Lord is going to use her as a hostage and force Lady Nephice to challenge him. If she does, he will kill her. If she doesn't, Effie will die, and our reputation will be ruined. Either way, he wins. Sunny cast a sideways glance at Effie, who was still relaxed and seemingly undisturbed by the prospect of dying horribly in the dungeons of the Bright Castle. In fact, she was currently more interested in fishing out a piece of meat that was stuck between her pearly teeth and not paying Castor any attention. What a lunatic. Sunny thought with scorn, making his shadow shake its head at the irony of that statement. Turning to Nephice and Castor, he asked. How do you know all this? In fact, this question was moot. He already had the idea. To receive information about Gunlog's plans, they had to have a spy in the castle. More than that, given the nature of that information, it had to be someone of considerable rank. Perhaps even someone in the inner circle of the Bright Lord. Was Neff working with one of the lieutenants? Sunny counted the number of chairs in the room. There were 7 chairs, but only 6 people. Interesting. Castor hesitated, then reluctantly said. We have an ally. Sunny decided not to press the issue any further. Frankly, he didn't really want to know. There was just one last question he wanted to ask. I see. Well, there is this one thing that I don't really understand. You said to keep Effie safe for a week. What is going to change in a week? I doubt that Gunlog will magically forget everything after a few days. A heavy silence descended on the room. No one seemed to want to speak first. After a few moments passed, Nephice finally broke the silence. Looking in the window, she leaned back and said in her usual even, indifferent tone. In a week, we will be ready to leave the city. Sunny almost fell from his chair. That was not what he had expected to hear. Chapter 178 Lost Expedition. Soon, another map was spread on the table. This one was drawn on a piece of crude parchment made out of monster hide, and much less detailed than the one hanging on the wall. Well, that was understandable. Because the second map did not depict the Dark City, but the Forgotten Shore itself. Sunny stared at it in stunned silence. Yeah. Nephice had not wasted any time during these 3 months. He had no idea how she had gathered all this information, but there was a lot more on the map than he could have ever imagined. At the center of it, a straight black light depicted the Crimson Spire. The labyrinth flowed from it, devouring the parchment like an ocean of blood. To the east, a small circle of black ink with a symbol of a white tower inside of it marked the Dark City. The city was perched on the edge of another, much larger circle. It didn't take too much effort to recognize the Cyclopean crater. After all, Sunny had traversed it on a rickety boat once, a lifetime ago. However, only now, looking at it in scale, did he finally realize just how giant the crater was, and how vast the Forgotten Shore itself appeared. Back on Earth, it would have been as large as a continent. The Dream Realm was indeed much bigger than their own planet, considering that just one of its numerous regions was this enormous. There were other symbols on the map that he didn't recognize. However, several of them attracted his attention especially. On the other side of the crater, almost exactly opposite the dark city, a symbol of a tree depicted the ashen barrow. Some distance to the east of it, on a straight line, there was a mark in the shape of a red cross. Another red cross was drawn inside the crater just outside the eastern side of the dark city. The third one was about a week's worth of traveling time to the north, near a symbol that looked like a grotesque, misshapen skull. The fourth one was halfway between the ruins and the Crimson Spire. The fifth one lay to the south, about the same distance as the third, drawn atop the symbol of an arching bridge. The last red cross was at the very edge of the parchment, far away to the south, beyond the labyrinth. Near it, two symbols were drawn, one was a crown, and the other one was a question mark. Sunny quickly realized what these crosses represented. They were the giant statues of the 7 forgotten heroes who had given the terrible oath to vanquish the darkness and created the Starlight Legion. The one to the east of the Soul Devourer was the statue of the knight that he had used as a shelter on his first night in the Dream Realm. The one near the walls of the city belonged to the woman whose hand had saved them from drowning in the dark sea on the night of their escape. The other 4 crosses, most likely, marked 4 more headless statues. But where was the 7th? Frowning, Sunny glanced at the map and said, "So let me get this straight. You want to leave the dark city, cross the labyrinth, reach the edges of the forgotten shore, and then return?" Nephi smiled. "Pretty much, yes." He sighed. "If we somehow survive the months of traveling through the labyrinth and actually manage to escape it, why the hell would we return?" The smile on her face withered. Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then pointed to the 3 symbols at the lower edge of the map, the red cross, the question mark, and the crown. The first lord of the castle led an expedition to find the way out of the forgotten shore. This is where their trace disappeared. From what we were able to learn, an unassailable mountain chain blocks the path to the south. They ventured into the mountains, and never returned. Nothing but death awaits us there. Sunny scratched the back of his head. "So you aren't really looking for a way out, you're looking for the remains of the cohort of sleepers that had conquered the castle 15 years ago?" Neff nodded. "There is an item that they took away from the castle. If we find it, we'll have a chance in the fight against Gunlog." Sunny frowned. He felt as though she was not telling him everything. Maybe what little trust remained between them was not enough to share those secrets. Maybe she didn't want someone else in the room to hear them. But then again, he didn't really care. Changing Star's business was her own. Sunny was just here as a potential mercenary. As long as the reward was worth it, he was ready to not ask any questions. Provided that not knowing the answers was not going to get him killed, of course. Feeling his hesitation, Nephi added, "The way to the mountains is not as dangerous as you think. There is a method we can use to reach them comparatively safely. But once we're there, that's where we'll need your talents. Having you with us will make a lot of things easier." Sunny looked at her with doubt. "How do you know all this? It's not like there's anyone in the Dark City who was alive back then." Nephi shrugged. "There isn't, but there are stories. Some written evidence. However, most of this we have learned from Cassie's visions." She gave the blind girl a warm look. "Cassie has helped us a lot." Sunny had to think. If Changing Star made this plan, it meant that she had good reasons to believe that it was doable. Of course, there would be danger. Nothing on the Forgotten Shore was ever safe or easy. But there was a rare opportunity in all of this, too. He felt very tempted to leave the ruins for a few months in the company of an extremely formidable cohort. Outside the walls of the Dark City, nightmare creatures were generally of a lower rank than those inside. The efficiency of his hunting would be much higher, which would land him more shadow fragments and memories to feed to the Stone Saint. Especially if powerhouses like Nephi's, Effie, and Castor were fighting alongside him. But more importantly, if Cassie was there to warn them of the dangers that they had no business trying to fight. He never forgot how many times her affinity to mysteries and revelations had saved their lives in the past. Like on that awful night when they had summoned a terrifying mimic from the depths of the dark sea. With a true seer accompanying them, the most harrowing thing about the labyrinth, the cursed black waters, were not as unknowable and thus deadly anymore. So he was not immediately against the idea, more so because he would be additionally compensated for the efforts. But there was something else that he had to consider. Looking up, Sunny glanced at the people gathered in the room and cleared his throat. I would like to talk to Nephi alone. Please. Most of them just stared at him without moving. Castor, especially, did not seem happy about the prospect. What is it about him and Neph? Why is he so possessive? But after Changing Star gave them a look, they reluctantly stood up and left the room one after another. Soon, Sunny and Nephi were left alone. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. His voice was raw and hoarse. Neph, why are you doing this? Why are you trying to pull me back? Don't you know how this all will end? She watched him silently for a while with an inexorable expression. Then, she simply said. Because there's only two people I trust in this world, Sunny. One is Cassie. The other one is you. I only trust you to have my back. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Have your back? Neph, you know what awaits the two of us in the future. This story won't have a happy ending. There'll be only sorrow, pain, and rage. Remember? Changing Star lingered for a few moments. Her face was calm and firm. When the silence became almost overwhelming, she finally answered. Life is not a story, Sunny. It only ends when you die. He smiled crookedly, not knowing how to answer. So? Will you help me? Sunny sighed and stood up, glancing at the map of the forgotten shore one last time. I don't know. I need some time to think. I'll take Effie and keep her safe for a week. You'll have the answer once we meet again. She nodded, accepting that condition. Turning around, Sunny forced himself to appear nonchalant and left. As soon as the door closed behind him, his expression changed. Damn. I forgot to discuss my compensation. It would look really silly if you went back now, right? Right? The shadow palmed its face, once again lamenting the stupidity of its master. Chapter 179 New Generation. Once outside, Sunny spent some time finding Effie and Kai. The two of them were in the dining area of the lodge, discussing something between themselves. There was no sign of Cassie anywhere, but he did notice Castor observing him from the stairs leading to the second floor. Is she avoiding me? Somewhat disappointed, Sunny landed on a chair next to the two locals he had come to know and gave them a dark look. What, the two of you know each other? Kai smiled. Who doesn't know Huntress Athena? We had, a few brushes in the past. Deciding not to inquire what type of brushes he was talking about, Sunny sighed and asked. Does she know about that peculiar flaw of yours? The charming young man blinked a couple of times, then said with confusion. I guess so. I don't make a secret out of it. Great. Of all the people in the world, he got stuck with two weirdos who had no qualms about telling every random stranger about their most hidden vulnerability. Well, if he had a flaw like Kai's, he wouldn't worry about it too much either. Lucky bastard. Since there was no point in pretending anymore, Sunny simply asked. Well? Was anyone in that room lying? Effie grinned. Ah, so that's why you dragged Knight along. Paranoid much? Sunny would love nothing more than to ignore that question, but unfortunately, his own flaw was much more restrictive than Kai's. Not at all. In fact, I think that I'm exactly as paranoid as a person should be. By which I mean extremely, of course. Saying that, he looked at the charming archer with expectation. Kai hesitated for a few moments. No one said a single lie. Your friends are all extremely honest people, Sunny. Oh, you poor lamb. Not knowing how to react to that display of naivete, Sunny shook his head and lowered his voice. Not even Castor? Kai gave him a nod. No, he was honest, too. Was Sunny wrong? Was Castor really just an honest and honorable guy? Was his distrust irrational? Somewhat unsure, Sunny lingered for a bit and then turned to Effie. Neff and I agreed to continue our conversation in a week. Until then, you'll be under my protection. The huntress giggled. Wow. That makes me feel real safe. Thanks, Shorty. He grimaced. Don't you worry. I might not look like much, but wait till you see my roommate. Kai suddenly choked on his drink and paled a little. Reminded of something, Sunny patted him on the back and said. Anyway, thanks for your help. Our deal is done. See you around, I guess. He was not going to miss this guy one bit. Sunny wasn't winning any prizes with his looks already, but next to Kai, he seemed downright barely above average. The charming archer looked at him for a few moments, then forced out a smile. Yeah, it was nice to make your acquaintance, Sunny. I can honestly say that spending time with you is, an unforgettable experience. With that, he glanced at Effie with something that resembled pity, rose, and left. The two of them were left alone. The huntress looked around with a weary expression, and then asked in a neutral tone. So? When do we leave? Sunny didn't hesitate. Right now. Honestly, I can wait to get back to the ruins. This place, it gives me the creeps. Effie gave him a strange look, then shrugged. Sure, no problem. Let's ditch this scary place and go hide in the ancient cursed ruins. At least we can feel safe there, right? Some time later, they were carefully walking through the streets of the dark city. Being here in daylight was not something Sunny was accustomed to, so he was justifiably tense. Luckily, both of them were experienced hunters and worked well together. Sunny fell into the familiar rhythm of cooperating with Effie without skipping a bit, as though 3 whole months had not passed since they last saw each other. It was honestly nothing short of jolly. At some point, the unruly huntress glanced at him and asked. But seriously. How did you survive, Sunny? He gave her a dark look, then shrugged. How do you think? You know that I am very good at hiding in the shadows. I slept during the day and hunted during the night. Observed my prey carefully before striking at their weak spots. If I ever met something I wasn't sure I could kill, I ran. She became thoughtful for a while, then said. It's noticeable, you know. You've changed. You feel like a true hunter now. Sunny grinned. Well, I would hope so. I hunted more nightmare creatures than was reasonable, really. She smirked. How many? That was a good question. Sunny hesitated before answering. Around 60? Yeah, no more than that, I think. Together with those terrors he had slain in the labyrinth, his kill count had long ago moved past 100. Effie blinked and looked at him with a dark expression. That many hunts in only 3 months, the number was nothing short of staggering. Actually, it was completely insane. Out in the real world, it was widely known that awakened nightmare creatures were too tough for mere sleepers to fight. Anyone who managed to prevail in a battle against one would earn themselves a proper reputation. Killing a dozen would make a person famous. If Sunny were to return home and claim that he had slaughtered 100, most of them in a cursed ruin populated by fallen abominations, the news of his accomplishment would fly around the whole planet in an instant. He would be hailed as an unparalleled genius and a hope of the entire generation. And yet, there were dozens of people just like him in the dark city, many of them even more accomplished. Much more. Effie had several hundred hunts under her belt. There were a couple more hunters in the outer settlement whose track record was just as impressive, even if with the death of Jubii, their numbers had shrunk. Inside the bright castle, there was Gunlog himself, his 5 lieutenants, all the pathfinders of the host, more than a few experienced hunters, and even a handful of guards with a lot of battle scars to prove their prowess. All of them were at a level that sleepers simply weren't supposed to ever achieve. The Forgotten Shore was truly an interesting place. If Nephites were to somehow succeed and bring even just several of them back to the real world, how would the world change? Would other things that had been considered impossible before suddenly have their status put under scrutiny? Was it the reason why the spell gave her the name Changing Star? Was Neff destined to not only create change, but also be the catalyst of it? Consumed with these thoughts, Sunny walked through the cursed ruins. Soon, a familiar shape of the cathedral appeared before his eyes. Looking at it, Sunny shuddered. He had been honest when he told Effie about how he managed to survive all this time. However, he had failed to mention how close he came to dying in the process. The memory of his first visit to the cathedral, and its consequences, was something he really liked to avoid. Chapter 180 Breakpoint. It happened a few weeks after he left the castle behind. Back then, Sunny was just starting to feel confident in the absolute darkness of the cursed night. He stalked the ruins, searching for prey and slaying one monster after another. Looking back, those few victories might have gone to his head a little. Or maybe he was just too sane to survive alone in the dark city. It was the first meeting with the Black Knight that caused him to lose that state of mind. Sunny did not become interested in the ruined cathedral by accident, nor was he led there by empty curiosity. In fact, he had noticed something strange about the ancient temple and decided to explore it after careful consideration. Because the thing he saw was too alluring to ignore. At dawn, for a few short minutes, he could see a weak, ethereal golden glow emanating from the dark cathedral. The same golden glow he had seen twice before. Once deep within the ruby droplets of his own blood after consuming the drop of ichor, and another time exuding from Changing Star's unconscious body after her battle with the horror of the depths. Without having to guess, Sunny knew what this golden shine was. It was the light of divinity. With his own eyes altered by the drop of divine blood, which was left on the talons of the vile thieving bird after it had stolen Weaver's eye, Sunny was somehow able to perceive it. Considering that both Nephi's and he possessed some measure of divine affinity, it wasn't hard to come to this conclusion. More than that, the circumstances surrounding the awakening of his ability to see the golden glow supported it. Thus, hoping to find another treasure equal to the drop of ichor, Sunny entered the ruined cathedral. Then he froze for a second, awed by its grandeur. That second was all it took for the Black Knight to skewer him on his sword. Sunny didn't know how the massive devil managed to avoid being seen by his shadow, nor how he got so close without making any noise. All he knew was that a menacing black giant suddenly stepped forward from the darkness that enveloped the temple and pierced him with a wrathful gaze. There were two scarlet flames burning in the impenetrable emptiness behind the visor of the knight's helmet. Looking at them, Sunny felt as though he was staring into the eyes of death itself. However, even though Sunny was caught by surprise, his body moved on its own. Countless hours of practice did not go to waste. In the end, it were the reflexes that Sunny had engraved into his muscles and bones that saved his life, even if only by a hair's breadth. Because of his quick reaction, the massive greatsword of the evil creature did not cut him in two. Instead, it simply disemboweled him. Feeling a blinding pain pierce his abdomen, Sunny staggered and looked down, only to see a river of blood flowing from his stomach, which was cut wide open. The red ropes of his intestines were clearly visible in the terrible wound, already on their way to falling out. The horror of seeing something that should have been inside of him moving to the outside was much more powerful than the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart. Pressing one hand against the wound, Sunny fell on his back and weakly tried to crawl away. However, the Black Knight was already moving, raising his greatsword to deliver a finishing blow. For a fraction of a second, everything froze. Sunny didn't have time to come up with an elaborate plan, nor even think things through. All he knew was that he had to buy himself a chance to crawl away, somehow. Of all the memories at his disposal, nothing seemed to be of use. Not the austere and razor-sharp midnight shard, not the ominous and powerful puppeteer's shroud. His mighty Tier 5 armor did not even slow the black blade for a moment. Even augmented by the shadow, they were not a match for the terrifying devil of the ruined cathedral. In the end, Sunny simply thrust his hand forward and let a small and ordinary-looking rock fly from it into the depths of the ancient temple. His shadow wrapped itself around the little stone, enhancing its enchantments. In the next moment, the rock suddenly held, replicating the scream of the last nightmare creature that Sunny had killed. Augmented by the shadow, the howl shook the walls of the cathedral, causing dust to fly into the air. The Black Knight stopped, then looked over his shoulder in the direction where the howl was coming from. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Not wasting any time, Sunny pressed tight onto his terrible wound, rose to his feet and staggered away, almost slipping in the puddle of his own blood. Groaning from pain, he tried to reach the exit of the old temple. Miraculously, he did. The Black Knight stopped in the doorway, simply following the small figure of the mortally wounded human with the burning flames that served him as eyes. Then, it indifferently turned away and slowly returned into the darkness. Some time later, Sunny found himself lying in a ditch somewhere in the depths of the dark city. He had found his way to this ditch and crawled into it, hoping to hide himself from the monsters stalking the ruins at night. He was consumed by pain, fear, and disbelief. Was this how it was all going to end? Was this how he was going to die? He wanted to cry for help, but knew that no one would come. He wanted to simply cry, but, for some reason, nothing but laughter escaped from his lips. Funny, it was just too damn funny. An outskirt rat like him, dying in a ditch. What a fitting end. Why wouldn't he laugh? It was all just so hilarious. A laughing fit sent him into an ocean of suffering. Every time he moved, it felt as though invisible blades were cutting into his abdomen, slicing his flesh apart. And yet, he couldn't stop laughing. The funniest thing of all was that he couldn't even die. No matter how much he bled, his tenacious blood refused to give up. Guided by blood weave, it desperately tried to repair the damage done to his body. However, the damage was just too extensive. Even augmented by the shadow, the blood weave couldn't contend with it. In the end, he was locked in an endless cycle of excruciating agony, not quite alive, but also unable to die, yet. Minute after minute, hour after hour, nothing but pain and suffering drowned his consciousness, until something inside simply cracked. Who wouldn't have gone mad? Through the fog that clouded his mind, Sunny hazily realized that the sun had come up, then disappeared again. This happened a few times until he finally let out a quiet sigh. Enough was enough. He couldn't take it anymore. It was time to give up. He had a good run, really. But how could anyone endure all this? He wanted to die. He was ready. Are you? Are you really ready? Sunny thought for a bit, and then suddenly bared his teeth. Fuck no. He was not ready. Give up? Never. Never. He was never going to give up. He refused to give the world the satisfaction of devouring him. Not unless it choked to death on his soul. No, I'm not going to die. I'm going to live. I'm going to thrive. I'll be the last one standing, no matter what. With that thought, he summoned the Midnight Shard and gripped its hilt with the last bit of strength left in his body. Memory enchantments, unbroken. Enchantment description: this blade refuses to be broken, and thus is durable beyond reason. It will greatly enhance the power of its wielder when they are close to death, however only if the wielder is still unwilling to surrender. Responding to his vicious promise, the ancient blade finally opened the gate to the well of power hiding somewhere deep within his soul. Instantly, a torrent of energy filled his body with dark resolve. The power given to Sunny by the Midnight Shard enhanced the healing factor of blood weave, allowing it to just barely keep him from slipping over the edge of death while it slowly began to repair his ravaged body. And as long as he was almost dead, the effect of Unbroken continued to feed blood weave with power, creating another cycle. A virtuous cycle. A cycle of unbroken will to survive. This was how Sunny was able to live through his first encounter with the Black Knight. However, while his body eventually healed, the wound dealt to his mind remained. Days later, after Sunny finally crawled from that ditch, he was never quite the same. And he never forgot the debt he owed to the Black Knight. One day, he was going to kill the bastard, no matter the cost. And now, approaching the cathedral months later in the company of Effie, Sunny felt like that day was drawing closer. Perhaps he really should agree to participate in Neff's expedition. As long as she helps him repay that debt. There was a lot to think about. Effie's voice tore him away from these thoughts. Huh? Sonny? Are you all right? He shook off the harrowing memories, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. Of course. Never been better. Here we are, by the way. Welcome to my humble palace. The huntress looked at the grandiose cathedral with doubt. Here? You live here? Sonny remembered his first nightmare and shrugged. What can I say? I have a weak spot for ancient temples. Chapter 181 Rules of Hospitality. Effie regarded the cathedral for some time, then glanced at Sonny with doubt. I know for a fact that nothing comes out alive from that temple. Are you sure that this is where you live? With a carefree smile, Sonny shrugged. The fact that Effie knew about the danger hiding inside the ruined church did not surprise him. Even if it was situated outside of her usual hunting grounds, she had extensive knowledge of the Dark City, some from her own exploration, some from sharing information with other hunters. Dead tired and longing to return to the peaceful silence of his home, he didn't waste any time and told her about the Black Knight who guarded the cathedral. The unruly huntress scratched the back of her head. So, there's a fallen devil inside? He's the roommate you were talking about? Sonny gave her a nod. The bastard endlessly patrols the ground floor and kills anything that comes through the doors. However, if we enter through the roof and stay hidden, we can reach my living quarters without any problem. More than that, nothing will bother us once we're there, because the bastard never comes that way and obliterates anything that tries. Effie was silent for a while, then grinned. So, you basically have a devil for a butler. Pretty smart. Sonny chuckled. Was that a compliment? For a doofus like you. Ah, there it is. Once they climbed up to the roof, there was a slight problem. Sonny failed to consider that the hole in the tiles that he used to enter the cathedral, while wide enough for his small frame, would be too tight for the tall and robust huntress to crawl through. Looking at the narrow gap between the massive plates of dark marble, Effie gave him a gloomy look. However, before Sonny could come up with an alternative plan, she simply bent down, grabbed one of the incredibly heavy plates, and moved it aside. The words died on his lips. Strong. So strong. I wonder who is stronger, she or the stone saint. Honestly, he wasn't sure. Before proceeding further, Sonny instructed Effie on how they were going to get her inside the hidden chamber and watched as the huntress reluctantly dismissed her bronze armor. With only a short white tunic covering her lovely olive skin and abundant figure, she looked very, comely. For a moment, his displeasure of having someone intrude upon the secluded peacefulness of his lair evaporated. But only for a moment. Don't you get any strange ideas? Your armor is just too much of a risk. We can't allow ourselves to make any noise, that's all. Effie grinned. Strange ideas? Why are you talking about having strange ideas all of a sudden, huh, Sonny? He gritted his teeth, turned away to hide his blushing face, and crawled into the hole between tiles. Damn woman. Once they landed on the support beam of the cathedral, Sonny guided Effie's hands to rest on his shoulders. Although the sun was still high in the sky, there wasn't any sunlight around them. Only the floor of the ancient temple beneath them was bathed in it. But even then, large areas of the grand hall were drowned in deep shadow. Only it wasn't really shadow. It was darkness. Not one born from the absence of light, but true darkness, one which even his sight could not pierce. Sonny didn't know if it was summoned here by the Black Knight or simply obeyed him, but this was how the bastard had managed to sneak up on him unnoticed back when they first met. In any case, he had to guide Effie across the beams of the cathedral. One wrong step, and they would plunge to their deaths. What a bother. Feeling rather awkward because of how close their bodies were to each other, Sonny quietly sighed and took a step forward. It was hard to concentrate. Strange ideas, who's having strange ideas? Not me. A few minutes later, they reached the hidden balcony behind the statue of the unknown goddess. Despite the fact that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Sonny was rather on edge. Something told him that this was going to be a really long week. Once they entered his hidden chamber, Sunny informed Effie that she was free to create light and speak. Not wasting any time, the unruly huntress summoned a radiant memory and looked around with curiosity. The beautiful and spacious room that had once belonged to the priestess of this ancient temple was suddenly flooded with soft light. The intricate engravings on the walls created an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. Here and there stood various pieces of furniture, most made out of opulent pale wood, with a few mismatched pieces that Sunny had scavenged from the ruins. Effie whistled. Have to give it to you, Sunny. You sure know how to live in style. Who would have thought? He smiled. Jealous? She sighed. The important thing is that even if Gunlog tracks us here, none of his people would be able to enter. So we're indeed safe. Slightly disappointed, Sunny shrugged. Well, make yourself at home. I'll show you the back exit and other stuff later. With that, he furtively glanced around and tried to quickly hide a few things from sight to make his home more presentable. If he had known that there was going to be a guest here, he would have cleaned up the mess a little in advance. Not that Effie paid it much attention. She walked around with curiosity, studying the engravings on the walls and ancient furniture. But then, suddenly, Sunny heard a loud giggle coming from behind. Turning around, he saw Effie standing in front of the wardrobe hidden behind a stone panel. The wardrobe was currently open, showcasing the garments left behind by the priestess. The huntress looked at him with a strange smile. Why is she staring at me? What? Effie shook her head. No, nothing. It's just, Sunny, when I first saw you, I thought, look at this tiny boy. He's just like a toy. You just want to dress him up like a doll and play with him. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then scowled angrily. Who are you calling tiny? I'm not tiny, in any way, you beanpole. Not paying him any attention, the huntress glanced at the wardrobe and giggled again. Then, suppressing laughter, she said. Who knew that you are into playing another kind of dress-up, huh? It took Sunny a couple of seconds to realize what she was implying. When he did, he turned bright red from outrage. The nerve! The gall! How dare she? What are you talking about? Those aren't mine. The priestess who lived here before left them behind. Effie nodded a couple of times. Sure. You just happen to have a wardrobe full of pretty dresses. By accident. That's the truth. I never lie. She looked at him with a wide smile. But of course. It must be the truth. I totally believe you. Definitely. Sunny stared at her with his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. Effie, meanwhile, looked around and innocently fluttered her eyelashes. But, Sunny, we have another problem. Gritting his teeth in irritation, he snapped. What is it? She lingered for a few moments, then said teasingly. There's only one bed. Ah, what a predicament. Whatever should we do? Sunny glared at her for a long time, then spat. You take the damn bed. I'll sleep on the floor. With that, he turned away and tried to take a deep breath. Why did I ever agree to this? Women, damn women, they're the true terror. Indeed, this was going to be a very long week. Chapter 182 Dinner Time. After Sunny calmed down a little and had time to think about it, he realized that things weren't as bad as he had thought. Yes, living this close to the rambunctious huntress was a very special kind of trial, especially due to how much joy she seemed to derive from tormenting him, but there was one redeeming aspect to all of this, aside from the fact that he would get to constantly feast his eyes on, back to the topic. It was that Sunny was a nocturnal creature. He didn't have to sleep on the cold floor or interact with the vigorous huntress that much, because he would be asleep during the day and out hunting during the night. The window of time when they would both be awake and stuck in the hidden chamber together was not that large. More than that, Effie had brought enough food to satiate her unnatural hunger in that bottomless bag of hers, so he didn't even have to feed her. So hosting her was not going to be as bothersome as he had initially assumed. After showing the huntress around and enduring several more good-natured jabs, he finally had some time to himself. Finally. Sitting down in a remote corner of the chamber, he closed his eyes and dove into the soul sea. As always, the tranquil sea met him with calming darkness and peaceful silence. Not paying any attention to motionless shadows that stood at the edge of the visible part of it, not even to gaunt and pitiful Harper, he walked over and stood beneath the black sun of his shadow core. Then, Sunny summoned the stone saint. "Hey there, darling. Guess what? I brought dinner." Before commanding the memories he had purchased with the help of Kaidown, he quickly glanced at the runes surrounding the taciturn monster. Shadow, Stone Saint. Shadow rank, Awakened. Shadow class, Monster. Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity. Shadow fragments, 6 out of 200. Only 6 fragments, and she was already so strong. He couldn't wait to see his monster grow even more ferocious. Not wasting any more time, Sunny summoned the first memory, a strange sword with a stupid amount of useless gems embedded into its blade, for some idiotic reason, and handed it to the shadow. She took the sword without showing any emotion and ruthlessly shattered it with her gauntlets. "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny made a face. "Why thank you, spell. I wouldn't have guessed if it weren't for you. So helpful." 2 torrents of ethereal sparks entered Stone Saint's body and were absorbed by the dark embers burning in the depths of the living shadow that hid in her body. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Was it just him or did the spell sound a bit hurt? Well, tough. I didn't hear you complaining when Neff was promising to rip you to shreds. He grinned and glanced at the runes again. Shadow fragments, 7/200. Satisfied, Sunny summoned the next memory. The process repeated itself. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. As the number of shadow fragments saturating the core remnants inside his pet monster grew, his mood continued improving. This was the best feeling ever. Shadow fragments, 8 out of 200. Shadow fragments, 10/200. Shadow fragments, 11 out of 200. Finally, after the 9th memory was consumed, the runes describing the number changed to 20 out of 200. The Stone Saint looked considerably stronger already. Remembering the changes that happened to his own body after his first few kills, Sunny could more or less gauge how much her condition has improved. The increment wasn't really that substantial, but in battle, the tiniest advantage could often decide everything. Especially considering that it was going to be doubled by the augmenting effect of his indispensable, but impudent shadow. All of this was just a prelude, anyway. The main event was yet to come. Full of anticipation, Sunny called the onyx armor down. If his calculations were correct, this relic alone should give the Stone Saint 12 shadow fragments, almost as much as the 9 lesser memories combined. The jet black suit of ancient plate armor appeared in the air in front of him. Surrounded by the lightless vastness of the silent sea, the feeling of dark grace it emanated was even more pronounced. Sunny clicked his tongue. Ah, what a beauty. It was almost a shame to destroy it. Almost. Slightly reluctant to part with the ancient armor yet, Sunny read the runes describing it. Stev was right. Even the spell couldn't make sense of the damaged memory. Memory, M. Old. Memory rank? Memory tier? Memory type, unknown. Memory description, PR, first, army, shed, own. Memory enchantments. Many of the runes were missing, and those that did appear refused to coalesce into any sort of comprehensible words. However, Sunny did notice a few of the strange runes that made his head hurt, the same ones present whenever the spell mentioned the mysterious unknown. Just as I thought. The armor was clearly connected to the same tribe of nightmare creatures that the Stone Saint had belonged to before becoming a shadow. The origin of the strange living statues was tied to the unknown, so it was logical to assume that the onyx armor had something to do with them too. Well, no matter. He knew that this memory was severely damaged when he bought it. Sunny was never planning on using it, anyway, only feeding it to the saint. Time for dessert. With a wide smile, he pushed the beautiful black armor to the stone monster. However, the smile soon froze on his face. Because the stone saint did not move to take and shatter the armor like she did with all the other memories. Instead, she simply turned her head and looked at it. The hue of the crimson flames burning in her ruby eyes ever so slightly changed. It was almost as though they were filled with the tiniest shadow of sorrow. Come on. Eat it. But no matter how much he tried to get the stone saint to destroy the armor, she refused. The living statue just stood there and did nothing. After a while, disappointed, Sunny stared at the onyx armor and sighed. Well, serves him right. To be honest, he had a slight inkling that this would happen. Nevertheless, Sunny had decided to buy the armor anyway. It's not every day that you stumble upon a Tier 6 fallen memory, even if it's damaged beyond your ability to repair. Perhaps he would don it one day, if Nephi's would actually manage to open the path to the gateway and he would somehow find himself among those lucky few to reach it alive and become awakened. Until then, the awesome black armor was pretty much useless. With a deep frown, he left the soul sea and summoned it into existence. Soon, the armor appeared on the floor of the hidden chamber. Effie looked at it with interest. Wow. What is this? Sunny lingered for a long time and then finally answered. A decoration. I guess. The huntress raised her eyebrows. Really? Well, what are you staring at me for? He gritted his teeth. A few awkward moments later, Sunny said. Can you help me move it? It's too heavy for me to lift. Chapter 183 Learning New Tricks. Your shadow grows stronger. With a rather unpleasant noise, the monster's head fell down. Sunny indifferently bent his arm and wiped the midnight shard on the sleeve of his armor, watching as the massive body slowly topple over. Standing on the other side of it, the stone saint simply flourished her sword in and stopped it abruptly mid-swing, sending every drop of blood flying to the ground. Then, she just stood there absolutely still, pretending to be a statue. Sunny sighed. That's a cool trick. I should learn it. Honestly, cleaning his blade on the puppeteer's shroud was not very fair to the Tier 5 armor. He felt guilty. Watch my back. With the taciturn shadow observing the surroundings, he summoned the prowling thorn and used it to recover the soul shards from the carcass. This was the fourth nightmare creature Sunny had killed this night. With the help of the stone saint, his hunts became much easier than before. Not even mentioning the fact that the shadow was as powerful as most of his marks, the mere fact that he had a partner to draw the enemy's attention away changed a lot of things. Sunny was somewhat capable of, but preferred to avoid engaging in direct battle with these abominations. His way of doing things was to strike from the shadows and, ideally, kill the enemy with a single strike. If everything went smoothly, the prey would never even see its killer. Of course, such a hunting method required a lot of cunning, patience, and preparation. He had to observe the enemy for a long time to learn its behavior and weaknesses. The confrontation itself took just a few seconds, but only because days had been spent in advance to make that immediate resolution possible. After hunting in that meticulous way for 3 months, Sunny felt strange simply overpowering the monsters with brute force. The combination of Stone Saint's indomitable defense and his swift blade was nothing short of miraculous. It was almost like fighting side by side with Neph. Almost. With a sigh, Sunny threw the soul shards into his rucksack and stood up. He was facing a problem that he had never expected to face. It was honestly rather bizarre. He was running out of monsters to kill. Awakened nightmare creatures weren't that abundant in the Dark City to begin with, let alone those whom he had already tracked, studied, and felt confident attacking. After tonight's massacre, pretty much every one of them was dead. Sunny had cleaned the house. But he was so much stronger now, so much more dangerous. With the help of the Stone Saint, maybe there was no need to be so cautious. No. This is how you get yourself killed. This was a dangerous mindset. Despite his recent growth, Sunny was still in no way the apex predator in the ruins. In fact, he was the opposite of that. Of all the creatures stalking these streets, he was the weakest. Pride is the gravest of all sins. Next thing you know, you'll be trying to hunt the fallen ones. Sunny would perhaps survive a confrontation with a fallen beast, maybe, but actually defeating one was a whole other conversation. And if he had the misfortune to stumble on something of a higher class, his chances of making it out alive would not be very high. He could start investigating one of the awakened creatures that he knew of. Or simply go home. However, something was bothering Sunny. There was this feeling in his head that he had a seed of an idea, but then got distracted and failed to fully form it. What was I thinking about just now? Whether or not to hunt again tonight, how powerful he had become with the help of the shadow, how it was not very practical to wipe the blood with the sleeve of the puppeteer's shroud. Oh, right. Back when he saw the stone saint shake off the blood of her sword, he had thought that this would be a cool trick to learn. And at that moment, he got a feeling that he was onto something. I should learn it. I should learn it. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes became bright. If he could learn this trick from the stone saint, what else would he be able to learn from her? This shadow of his had an attribute called Battle Master, which apparently meant that she was proficient in all forms of combat. Was there a better teacher for someone like him? The answer was no. With his technique stagnating because of the lack of guidance, there was no one better than the masterful stone saint to learn from. Suddenly excited, Sunny summoned the taciturn monster back into his shadow and headed home. By the time he returned to his hidden lair, Effie was already awake. Sitting on the bed, she was lazily staring at the ceiling and whistling a cheerful tune. Her long legs were somewhat covered by the blanket, but still, that white chiton of hers was way too revealing. Sunny had to be very careful to look the other way. It was very hard. Oh, you're back. Good hunt? Instead of answering, Sunny walked over to his chest, glanced at the huntress with suspicion, and opened it. Then, he poured the contents of his rucksack inside. 7 soul shards fell on the pile, which was sadly visibly diminished because of his recent expenses. It was still nothing to scoff at, though. Effie whistled. 7? How many heads is that? Sunny closed the chest and sat on it. 4. 3 monsters and 1 beast. Effie blinked, a bit stunned. 3 monsters? How did you manage to kill 3 monsters in one night? He hesitated, then sighed. Trying to hide the existence of the stone saint would be very bothersome, especially if he was going to venture on an expedition with Neff's cohort. Out there in the labyrinth, chances were that none of them would be able to hold back to hide their aces. That was if he was even going to agree to it, of course. Anyway, there would be not much harm in revealing her now. Or rather, the benefits outweighed it. I'll show you. Just don't freak out. Effie giggled. I'm pretty sure that nothing you're capable of showing can freak me out. Ignoring her teasing tone, Sunny glared at the huntress and summoned the saint out of his soul sea. Immediately, 2 crimson flames ignited in the depths of his shadow. A moment later, the menacing stone knight stepped from it on the floor of the hidden chamber and turned her head to Effie. Effie recoiled. What the hell is that? Chapter 184 Value of Humility. The mighty huntress stared at the stone saint, her hand hovering in the air, ready to grasp the shaft of the spear. Her beautiful hazel eyes were full of tension and dark anticipation. The contrast between that fierce pose and the fact that she was still comfortably wrapped in a blanket was so funny that Sunny couldn't help but snicker. Gee, relax. Haven't you seen an echo before? Effie blinked. That thing is yours? Wait, you got an echo? He gave her a nod and gestured at the stone saint. Yes, I did. Meet Saint. Ain't she a beauty? The huntress stared at the taciturn creature, then scowled with outrage. You lucky bastard. You do know that I haven't even caught a sniff of an echo after 3 years in this pit? How dare you get one before me, huh? Sunny laughed. Actually, this was my second echo. The first one got killed in the labyrinth. Effie glared at him for a long time, then shook her head with an expression of utter dejection. Finally, she turned to the shadow and studied her. Wait, is she what I think she is? Sunny nodded. Yeah. The huntress stood up from the bed and, leaving the blanket behind, walked barefoot around the stone saint. She studied her from all angles and then said, "How the hell did you manage to kill one of those things and survive?" Sunny, who had found himself involuntarily studying Effie from all angles as well, blinked a couple of times and shrugged. Actually, they got wiped out by a group of fallen. It was an epic clash, to say the least. I just happened to be there in time to finish one off. And here we are. Effie stared at the shadow with admiration. What class is she? Sunny smiled. Awakened monster. But I watched her kill 2 fallen beasts, so I'd say she's an elite among her peers. Anyway, you can see how it's not impossible to hunt 3 monsters in one night with her by my side. I studied them in advance, of course. That's why we were so fast in dealing with them. The huntress crossed her arms, thought for a bit, then gave Sunny a strange look. Why are you showing her to me? With how paranoid you are, I'd expect you to keep such a treasure hidden. He stood up, lingered for a moment, then said. With what I have planned, showing her to you is sort of a requirement. Effie grew silent, then gave him a mischievous smile. Ah. Sorry to disappoint. Don't get me wrong, I'm up for all kinds of fun. But, Sunny, nightmare creatures is where I draw the line. He frowned, not quite getting what she was talking about. Then, his eyes widened. What? You, what kind of a degenerate are you? Training. I wanted to use her for training. The unruly huntress blinked innocently. Training? Sunny, there's nothing wrong with being a bit inexperienced, at your age. In fact, it's quite charming. You don't need to resort to this kind of thing, you know. Inexperienced? Who are you calling inexperienced? I'm plenty experienced. Wait, crap. What are we even talking about? Dying from laughter, Effie left Sunny to fume with outrage and walked over to the makeshift kitchen while shaking her head. Soon, the tantalizing smell of roasting meat filled the air. I'm going to kill her. Should I kill her? It's going to be pure self-defense, anyway. A week of this will be the death of me. With a sigh, he tried very hard to calm down. When his thoughts returned to their usual cadence, Sunny stood in front of the stone saint and slowly exhaled. It was time to learn. On his way back to the cathedral, Sunny had made a hard decision. He decided not to augment his body with the power of the shadow during his practice with the stone saint. Even though he knew that this was going to bring him a lot of pain in the future, he was adamant about his choice. There were several reasons why he wanted to face his pet monster with his own physical ability and nothing else. The first and most simple reason was that Sunny knew that the shadow would not always be there when he needed it. Just like during the battle against the Spire Messenger, when it had been away scouting, circumstances in which he was going to have to rely on nothing but his own prowess were bound to happen. Not to mention that it had been his own reflexes, and not the shadow, that saved him from being cut in halves by the Black Knight. The second reason was less evident. It had to do with the existing hierarchy of power in the Dark City. At the very top, there were the Fallen. Beneath them, those creatures that were merely awakened. And at the very bottom, sleepers. Any fight that a human could face in that cursed place was going to be against an overwhelming force. With time, Sunny had adjusted to this reality and was able, these days, to face the lower classes of the awakened abominations on almost equal terms, with the help of the shadow. He was still weaker, but not by that much. However, deep down he knew that, sooner or later, he would be forced to fight against fallen enemies. And he was also almost sure that he would have to cross swords with humans that had saturated their cores to the brim with soul essence, and were thus much stronger than him. For that reason, his experience hunting monsters who were not much stronger than his augmented self was actually an impediment. It dulled his edge and made him forget what it actually meant to struggle against an enemy who was leagues above him, the knowledge and mindset that he desperately needed to retain to have a chance of surviving the future. He had to keep himself humble. And lastly, there was one truth that he had learned during these 6 months on the Forgotten Shore, and it was that nothing was more beneficial to one's growth than fighting against a superior opponent, especially if that fight ended in your loss. One defeat taught a person more than a dozen victories against weaker enemies would. The problem was that, in this cursed place, any defeat meant death. So Sunny actually had little experience losing to someone. From start to finish, he tasted loss only 3 times, once in a battle against the Carapace Centurion, once when he had faced Nephice under the branches of the Soul Tree, and once in this very cathedral, when the Black Knight's sword had sliced his stomach open. Each of those defeats taught him more than anything else did. So, having the opportunity to fight with a monster who was much more powerful than him, and yet had no desire to kill him, was an extremely rare and precious opportunity. That's why Sunny steeled himself and let the shadow rest on the floor while he faced the stone saint. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Midnight Shard, assumed a defensive stance, and looked the menacing stone knight right in the eyes. "Attack me." Not wasting even a second, she did just as she was told. Oh, crap. Chapter 185 Battle Master. The shadow attacked with the vicious strength of a true monster. Knowing perfectly well that his strength was not enough to block her sword, Sunny desperately moved the Midnight Shard to deflect the strike to the side. The countless hours of practice and hundreds of thousands of times he had repeated his katas had not been in vain. His body moved with lightning speed, placing the blade in the path of the Stone Saint's weapon at just the right angle. Feeling the impact reverberate in his bones, Sunny gasped from the pain and stood his ground. Guided by the Midnight Shard, the shadow sword glided to the side and missed his body by a wide margin. However, before Sunny had time to congratulate himself, the saint simply continued moving forward and slammed into him. Being hit by her shield felt like crashing into a stone wall at high speed. Flying back, Sunny impacted against an actual wall and rolled to the floor. A small yelp escaped from his lips. Getting distracted from her food for a moment, Effie glanced at him and called. "Sunny? You're alive?" He weakly raised a hand and brought his thumb and index finger together in the shape of a circle. "Yeah." The huntress smiled. "Good. Don't die yet, alright? It's going to be really inconvenient for me to get out of here without your help." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Is that all you care about?" "I'll try." Slowly rising to his feet, he staggered and had to lean on the wall for balance. The stone saint returned to her spot and stood there indifferently, not paying any attention to his furious glare. With a heavy sigh, Sunny walked back to stand in front of her, raised the Midnight Shard, and spat. Again. Over the course of the next few days, Sunny often wondered if he had really gone mad. Otherwise, why would he willingly subject himself to this torture? Nda. Novel his life now consisted of only 3 things: spending time with Effie, practicing with the Stone Saint, and exploring the cursed ruins. Out of the 3, the time he was spending in the deadly maze of the Dark City was by far the least dreadful. He even found himself enjoying it a great deal. Once you begin thinking about a cursed ancient ruin teeming with abominable creatures as a comforting place, you should really start thinking about your life choices. And yet, Sunny knew that he was on the right track. Painful as they were, his training sessions with the menacing shadow had turned out to be even more advantageous than he imagined. Every bruise, every cut, every drop of blood that he spilled was making him stronger. After a long period of stagnation, his technique was finally improving again. And it was doing so with noticeable speed. The best thing about it was that he had not even scratched the surface of the immense didactic potential of the Battle Master attribute. For someone like him, who had never received a formal education in combat, it was simply a boon. It was a hidden treasure. Back when he had observed the shadow in the fight against a Carapace Centurion, he had noted her distinct battle style. The taciturn creature fought with the firmness of stone, combining flawless defense with devastating offense. Each action was efficient and perfectly calculated, with blocks, dodges and deflections leading into deadly riposts. It was solid, indomitable, and inevitable. However, this was not the only battle style that the Stone Saint was perfectly proficient in. Rather, it was something that she used based on her current weapons and opponents. Back when her original fought against two harrowing fallen beasts, her style was reckless and brutal, disregarding any form of defense in favor of an endless onslaught of vicious attacks. Although there were some foundational similarities between them, these two techniques were vastly different. It seemed as though she was able to switch between countless styles to suit the situation. Sunny couldn't wish for a better sparring partner. His own style, or rather, the kernel of one that had been given him by Nephi's, was flowing and unpredictable. It focused on adaptability and making it impossible for the enemy to anticipate your next move. The more Sunny fought against the Stone Saint, the more he realized how extraordinary it actually was. However, it didn't mean that this style couldn't be improved. In fact, Sunny suspected that it was actually designed with the intention of being able to incorporate various elements from other sources. If so, it was a perfect foundational style to learn. All of this made him wonder where this strange style had come from, and if Changing Star had taught him its basics for a reason. In any case, he was determined to make sense of it, improve his mastery of the things he had already learned, and begin to incorporate elements of Stone Saint's stark technique into his own. However, this was easier said than done. At first, fighting against the menacing shadow appeared to be almost impossible. Every time he gave her the command to attack, he would inevitably end up on the floor in mere moments, groaning and consumed with pain. His whole body was bruised black and hurting terribly. If not for the tenacious enhancement of the blood weave, Sunny did not know if he would have been able to continue. Or at least continue at an acceptable rate. With its help, however, the speed of his recovery was considerably faster. It was almost inhuman. Because of that, he was able to train more intensely and for longer periods of time. Just as he had expected, every defeat taught him something new. Losing to a superior opponent was the best way to improve, indeed. Back in the real world, many people were foolishly obsessed with their pride and lived for nothing but to achieve victories against others. Not Sunny, though. He was perfectly content with losing time after time, as long as he continued to become stronger with each loss. The only person he wanted to defeat was the version of himself from the last fight, over and over again. Just like that, he had slowly begun to put up at least some resistance to the Stone Saint. At first, he was happy with being able to deflect one attack. Then, two. Then, several. Before too long, he stopped counting the number of attacks and started counting the number of seconds he remained on his feet. It was just a couple at first, then 4 or 5, then a dozen. Finally, he was able to fight with the menacing Stone Knight for vast amounts of time, sometimes even up to a minute. Even Effie seemed to be impressed. She usually paid little attention to his training, but after some time, Sunny noticed her glancing in his direction more and more. At first, he thought that the unruly huntress simply enjoyed watching him suffer in his suffering, but then he realized that she was actually trying to learn from his mistakes, too. Sunny didn't mind. His movements slowly became more confident, purposeful, and precise. His body, while damaged and bruised, was brimming with strength and agility. He was maturing. It was then, when his spars with the shadow turned less one-sided, that Sunny noticed something strange. And when he did, everything changed. Chapter 186 Eureka. It took Sunny a long time to perceive the anomaly for several reasons. To begin with, it was so subtle that it was almost impossible to notice. His whole mind was concentrated on the thoughts of battle technique and styles, and still, he only saw it by accident. The second reason had to do with his decision to face the Stone Saint without the augmentation of his aspect ability. Because of it, the shadow had nothing to do. It returned to acting as a proper shadow and obediently repeated his every movement while he fought. The last reason was Effie, or, more specifically, the fact that she had brought a source of light into the hidden lair, making the shadow actually visible. Because of this unlikely combination of events, Sunny was able to see it. He was in the middle of a fierce battle against the Stone Saint, sweat and blood trickling down his battered body. The clamor of swords clashing against each other permeated the chamber, drowning the raspy sound of his laborious breathing. Deflecting another blow, Sunny swiftly crouched and let the edge of the creature's shield whistle through the air above his head. His rather clumsy attempt to imitate one of the Stone Saint's explosive riposts was easily blocked, and the two of them continued the duel. This time, it lasted for an especially long time. Sunny was pretty sure that he had already withstood the oppressive assault of the monster for 1.5 minutes. If true, this was his personal best. After countless spars like this, he would sometimes enter a special state of flow. In it, his mind was calm and clear, operating at a tremendous speed. When Sunny entered this state, his attention became simultaneously sharp like a blade and strangely unfocused. Normally, he would have to concentrate on specific details, like watching the enemy's footwork to predict where the next blow would come from. Sunny was even able to split his mind in two, with one part of it absorbing the information that came through his eyes, while the other was preoccupied with what the shadow saw. In this way, he could either concentrate on two enemies at the same time or have a full view of his surroundings, so that no one could sneak up on him from behind. However, with his attention not focused on anything, he was somehow capable of perceiving everything. Every detail, be it the enemy's footwork, the direction of their gaze, or the slight change in the environment, simply became a part of the all-encompassing tapestry that he perceived as a whole. Needless to say, this ability to see everything simultaneously and think with sufficient speed to act on it dramatically boosted his combat performance. It was consonant with and felt like a natural continuation of the strange sense of clarity that he had achieved after almost dying in the battle against his first carapace centurion. Right then, Sunny entered this state of flow once again. After a few more exchanges, he suddenly noticed that there was something strange about his shadow. Instinctively, he paid it more attention while continuing to fight. It was then that he realized that his shadow's movements, while almost exactly like his, were actually not the same. There was a very slight, almost imperceptible difference. Pa nda. Novel, but he could feel something vast and profound hiding in this tiny divergence. Stunned, he slowed down and stared at the shadow. What did I just see? Sunny was so stunned, in fact, that for a moment he completely forgot where he was. In the next second, the rim of the Stone Saint's shield hit him in the chest, sending him flying at the wall once again. Sunny crashed into the cold stones, fell to the floor, and weakly groaned. Ouch! That one hurt. However, he immediately forgot about the pain. Sitting up, Sunny stared at his shadow with wide eyes. This is... What did he see? The shadow's movements, while exactly like his own, were also different. It was as though a light ignited in his head, or rather, became drowned in shadows. Sunny suddenly had an epiphany. This revelation was so astonishing that he almost cried out loud. The divergence between him and his shadow was not random, nor was it chaotic. It was consistent and harmonious, hinting at a deeper meaning. And that meaning was that his shadow had a battle style of its own. Sunny only saw a glimpse of it through the slight discrepancy in their movements. If someone didn't know the shadow as well as he did, they would never notice anything. Even he only saw it by accident. What he saw wasn't enough to discern anything about that battle style except for the fact that it existed. He was also able to sense its essence. It was flowing and insidious, shapeless and ever-changing, like the shadow itself. This description was so close to its nature that Sunny felt it was safe to assume that the movements of the battle style were not something the shadow performed on purpose, but rather a manifestation of its innate quality. Did his shadow have a battle art fused into its very being? It is an invaluable helper, he whispered. If this was true, then Sunny had just found the answer to the question that had been tormenting him for the last few days. While the battle style entrusted to him by Nephi's was versatile and deadly, and the technique of the Stone Saint was indomitable and oppressive, they were not his own. No matter how much he practiced them, he felt that there was something missing. Individuality. Only by creating a style of his own would Sunny be able to become equal to the best fighters out there. Until then, he would always be just an imitator. Of course, creating a true battle style was not something that a novice like him was capable of doing. More than that, there was a difference between knowing that the mysterious shadow style existed and actually understanding what it was. But still, it was a beginning. If he learned the secret hiding inside his shadow and combined it with the flowing adaptability of his current style, what would the result be? Standing up, Sunny spat a mouthful of blood, wiped the sweat off his brow and walked over to his tormentor, the Stone Saint. Raising the midnight shard, he gritted his teeth and said, "Again." Soon, the clangor of swords resounded in the hidden chamber once more. Only this time, Sunny paid close attention to his shadow. Chapter 187 Trial of Strength. Trying to learn the secrets of the shadow was a very slow process. Sunny could only see glimpses of the mysterious battle style while fighting against the Stone Saint, and doing so usually required his full attention. As long as he wasn't fully concentrated on his opponent, their clashes ended in mere seconds, making so that there was nothing to observe. But when he concentrated on the battle at hand, he couldn't really pay any attention to the shadow, which in turn eliminated the possibility of observing it. Finding the right balance between the two tasks was not easy, not to mention painful. Every time he failed, a new bruise appeared on his body. And yet, there was progress. Although Sunny was still unable to peer into the depths of the battle art, he was slowly beginning to get a feel for it. His shadow was more treacherous, fluid, and malleable than he was. There was a hint of a graceful cadence to its movements that lacked in his. It was as though it was performing a dance. A shadow dance. Frustrated by the lack of a breakthrough, Sunny wanted to push himself harder, but had to stop himself. Even considering the tenacious effects of the blood weave, his training regimen had already brought his body to its limits. He needed to preserve its condition if he was going to join Nephice on her long expedition. Unless he wanted to enter the labyrinth while crippled with exhaustion and injuries, of course. What Sunny failed to realize due to the lack of experience, and the fact that he had been mostly self-taught, was that this accomplishment had already made him an outlier as far as humans went. Most novices weren't even able to master the superficial aspects of different battle styles, let alone recognize their fundamental traits for what they were. They simply followed the rules without understanding them, regarding styles as something indubitable and rigid. Only the most experienced fighters had enough understanding of the essence of a battle art to attempt to manipulate it. So he was already far ahead of the curve. But since Sunny never had a proper mentor, he had no idea that he was trying to accomplish something that an average human would never be able to do. His only point of reference was Nephice, who was an absolute outlier herself. If renowned masters of combat arts were to learn that a self-taught youth from the outskirts had managed to dismantle two incredibly complex battle styles into basic elements and assemble them together to better suit his tastes, while also trying to learn a third one from his shadow, they would be stunned. However, Sunny just thought that he was unsuccessful and incredibly slow. Ugh. Maybe I'm just stupid. Picking himself up from the floor, Sunny sighed and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he glanced at the Stone Saint and leaned on the wall. "You're done for today?" Effie was nearby, dying from boredom. Watching Sunny torture himself was her only way to entertain herself in this dark room. Well, that and torturing him herself. Among other things. Whatever. He gave her a tired nod. "Yeah, I think so. It's already dusk, so I'll probably rest for a bit and go out." The huntress narrowed her eyes. "By the way, I wanted to ask. How do you even know what time of day it is? There's no windows here, and we can't hear the sea yet." He glanced at her with a gloomy expression and reluctantly answered. "The shadow of the Crimson Spire. I can feel it." Effie blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. "NDA. Novel. I see. Anyway, since you're done, can I have a turn with your girlfriend?" Sunny gritted his teeth and answered without even thinking. "She's not my girlfriend." Only then did he realize what Effie was asking. She had never shown interest in sparring with the Stone Saint before. Why now? Not that it mattered. "And no, you can't." The huntress titled her head. What? Why? Sunny scoffed. Do I need to explain it? It's too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Effie giggled. So let me get this straight. You can train with her all day every day, but you think that, for me, she's too tough? He shook his head. Don't misunderstand. It's just that if something happens to me, the worst outcome is that I die. If something happens to you, however, I'm going to get killed by Nephice. The end result is the same, but one way is vastly better than the other. Get it? She crossed her arms. Oh, come on. I just want to see which one of us is stronger. Sunny scowled. No way. Don't even think about it. Effie silently glared at him. I said no, okay? There's no way I'm letting you fight her. The huntress grinned. Ah, alright. That's not going to be a problem. A few minutes later, Sunny was staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How did it come to this? Leaning over the opulent wooden table stood Effie and the stone saint. The elbows of their right hands rested on the table, while their palms were pressed against each other. The shadow was taciturn and indifferent, while the huntress was full of enthusiasm. They were preparing to arm wrestle. Effie glanced at him and grinned. Want to bet who's going to win? If I overpower your girlfriend, you'll owe me a shard, no, 10 shards. Sunny sighed. What if you lose? The unruly huntress winked at him. You know what, I don't even want to know. I don't gamble, so forget about it. Effie sighed. So boring. Anyway, let's do this. She gripped the stone saint's hand and prepared to wrestle. Let's go. Instantly, both the shadow and huntress tried to bring the opponent's arm down. The table groaned, subjected to a crushing amount of pressure. For a moment, it seemed that the stone saint was on the losing side, but in the end, her hand only moved by a millimeter. The monster stared at the young woman with her ruby eyes, her face hidden behind the visor of the helmet. There was no emotion in her gaze. Effie's hazel eyes, on the contrary, were full of mirth. There was a relaxed smile frozen on her face. However, Sunny could see that she was putting her all into this struggle. The lean muscles tautened under the olive skin of her back. Her whole body was like a loaded spring, brimming with strength and overwhelming power. And yet, the shadow's hand did not move. It seemed as though neither of them could overpower the other. Huh. I wonder who will give up first. A second after second passed in silence, but nothing changed. Both Effie and the stone saint were persisting, not giving up even a tiny bit of ground. The amount of strength they were exerting to keep this volatile balance made Sunny sweat a little. They're both monsters. In the end, the first one to give up was the table. Not able to withstand the pressure anymore, it simply exploded. Covering his face to protect it from the flying splinters, Sunny froze for a moment, then stared at the pile of tiny debris. A feeling of deep sorrow and indignation pierced his heart. Oh no. My table. Chapter 188 of Heaven and Hell Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 188 of Heaven and Hell. Just like that, a week had passed. Miraculously, Sunny had survived. Even more miraculously, he had somehow managed not to kill Effie, which was a big accomplishment in and of itself. In fact, by the end of it, their forced cohabitation had turned rather pleasant. They were both solitary hunters, after all. There was an instinctive understanding between the two of them. His overall combat skill and particularly comprehension of both his own battle style and that of the Stone Saint had improved by leaps and bounds. He felt faster, stronger, and better prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm. Although he had yet to reach the same level of physical power that he had possessed before sacrificing 100 shadow fragments to create the Shadow Saint, Sunny felt that the current him was far deadlier of an opponent. Which was good, considering how fast the grim future was approaching. Currently, Sunny and Effie were sitting on the support beam of the main hall of the cathedral, looking down from the head-spinning height. Far below and away from them, the Black Knight walked through the patches of light and darkness, continuing his never-ending patrol. Effie scowled, then whispered. So this is the bastard? Sunny gave her a gloomy nod. Yeah. In the flesh, or whatever he has instead of it. The unruly huntress gave him a long look. How the hell did you manage to live through a fight with that fiend? He grimaced. Barely. Also, calling it a fight is giving me too much credit. I just got myself gutted and crawled outside. He never leaves the cathedral, so I got away. She shivered. Are you sure that he won't hear us? Sunny pointed down. As long as he doesn't walk past that column, and as long as we're not too loud and keep our voice down, we're safe. Trust me. I've been studying that bastard for 2 whole months. Effie suddenly grinned. So, how loud are we talking about? Because I can promise to. Sunny rolled his eyes. Can you stop? We're in a temple, for God's sake. He didn't need to hear the end of the phrase to know that it was going to be highly suggestive and very inappropriate. She quietly giggled. Fine, fine. After a couple of minutes passed in silence, Sunny looked down and saw that the pale light of dawn was slowly turning brighter. It was almost time for the two of them to leave the cathedral. He had yet to come to the final decision regarding Neff's request. Depending on his choice, he and Effie would, perhaps, never see each other again. Sunny quietly sighed. Then, turning to the huntress, he said. Hey, Effie. Can I ask you something? She looked at him with a silent question in her eyes and shrugged. Sure. Go ahead, doofus. Sunny hesitated, feeling the somber mood of the situation. Then, looking away, he said. Tell me honestly, were you dropped on your head a lot when you were a kid? Effie blinked a couple of times, then suddenly pressed both hands against her mouth to suppress a laugh. In the process, she almost fell down from the support beam. Heavens, Sunny, do you want me to laugh out loud and get us both killed? What's up with that question? No, I was not. He looked at her with a dubious expression. Then why are you so damn cheerful all the time? It's not normal. You're like a crazy person, and I know a thing or two about that, mind you. The huntress smiled. Ah. That. Then, she shrugged. It's simple, really. Sunny waited for the explanation, noticing an unfamiliar air of melancholy around the vigorous young woman. Her usual infectious vitality somehow felt lessened. NDA. Novel. It's because I don't think that this place is as bad as all of you seem to believe. Everyone in this dark city is convinced that this is hell. She hesitated. But to me, it's a paradise. Sunny glanced at her and frowned. How so? Effie sighed. You wouldn't understand. But for some of us, the real world was more of a hell than the dream realm. Sunny turned away, thinking about his one life in the outskirts. The reason he was able to adapt so well to the ruthless terror of the nightmare spell was because, at its core, it wasn't that different from his own reality. Still. What kind of a paradise is this? A sad smile appeared on the young woman's face. The only kind we deserve, I guess. Then, she looked at Sunny and asked. Say, Sunny. You're from the outskirts, right? So you didn't receive a lot of education, I bet? He shook his head. She chuckled. Well, not like it would have changed anything. The schools are basically propaganda camps, anyway. They teach kids some useful stuff, but also turn them unable to ask questions and blind to the truth. Sunny raised an eyebrow. The truth? Effie gave him a nod. The truth that our world is dying. Well, not the world, really. Just the part of the ecosystem that we need to survive. Something moved in his memory. A year or so before Sunny was born, a whole continent was lost because a Category 5 gate had opened on its coast. But the huntress quickly overturned his expectations. And I'm not talking about the nightmare spell. I'm talking about what we, humans, have done to our planet without anyone's help. There were more than 10 billion people on Earth a couple of 100 years ago, did you know? But now, there's barely 3. And half of them only have food and shelter because of us awakened and the powers we possess, which were given to us by the spell. She wasn't wrong. Sunny remembered the poisonous, acrid air of the outskirts, the inhuman conditions in the underground factory where his mother had worked, the towering barriers protecting the city from the deadly winds of the wasteland outside. He knew, of course, that the planet was not in a good shape, compared to the past. But he never really thought about it that much. To him, this was simply how life always worked. Effie shrugged. Who knows how many of us would still be alive without the spell? I honestly don't know. But if you ask me, I think that one day in the future, more people will believe that this realm is a paradise. Just like me. On that ominous note, she stood up and stretched her whole body, making Sunny hurriedly look away. Damn, pure thoughts, Sunny. Anyway, it's already morning. Time to meet up with Princess and the others. Let's go. Soon, they were standing in front of the cathedral. The morning sun was slowly crawling through the sky, washing the ancient city in its pale light. Sunny and Effie did not have to wait long before Nephice and her companions appeared from the ruins. Sunny blinked. There was Changing Star herself, Castor, Cassie, and Kai. What the hell was he doing here? Once the four sleepers approached and greeted them, Sunny immediately stared at the beautiful young man. Knight, why are you here, buddy? The archer smiled. Ah. I'm very happy to see you too, Sunny, my friend. Lady Nephice has asked me to join her on this expedition, and after careful consideration, I had decided to agree. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Alright, I know that I'm crazy, but when did you lose your mind too? Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Wait. Crazy? What do you mean, you're crazy? Sunny sighed. Never mind. Then, he turned to Neff. About your request. I'm ready to join the expedition, but on one condition. I will not become a part of your cohort. Rather, you can provide sufficient compensation to acquire my services. Nephice looked at him for a while, an inexorable expression on her face. Then, she said in an even tone. Do you have something in mind? Sunny grinned. As a matter of fact, I do. Behind us, you can see a magnificent ancient cathedral. Inside that cathedral lives a creature which is called the Black Knight. He's a fallen devil. In return for my help during the expedition, I want your help after it is concluded. Once we return. He paused for a moment, and then added. I want you to help me kill it. A dead silence fell on the small square. After a while, Castor finally spoke, an expression of subtle shock on his face. Sunny, did you perhaps misspoke? We are only sleepers, after all. How are we supposed to kill that Black Knight of yours? A nightmare creature of his rank and class. Sunny's grin widened. Then, with an immense feeling of vindication, he looked at Castor and said. It's just a fallen devil. Chapter 189 Sunny's Brilliant Emporium. The expressions on the faces of Casper, Effie, and Kai were simply priceless. Sunny had to stop himself from laughing out loud. His shadow, however, did not. Luckily, it had no vocal cords, so all it could do was hold its stomach and shudder silently. Hey, you! Behave yourself. Meanwhile, Nephice just looked at him. The corner of her mouth slightly curled upward. After a while, Castor was finally able to answer. Just a fallen devil? Did you say Jay? However, Changing Star interrupted him. Glancing at the cathedral, she simply shrugged and said. This is acceptable. Everyone became silent. They simply stared at Neff with bewildered expressions. With some satisfaction, Sunny nodded and said. Don't be so quick to judge. We won't be going into that battle unprepared. I spent months studying the bastard. I know his every ability, every trick, and every weakness. More than that, if you can't even handle someone like him, how are you going to challenge Fenelug? Isn't that what this expedition is all about? Actually, he debated for a long time whether he should demand that they attack the Black Knight now or after the expedition was over. In the end, he decided that they were all too weak to face the devil, for now. But after months spent in the labyrinth, things were bound to change. There were more nightmare creatures out there, and most of them were not impossible to kill. By the end of the expedition, every member of the cohort was going to have much more soul essence in their cores than they had now. They would also have a wider arsenal of memories at their disposal. More importantly, they would have time to hone and perfect their teamwork. If they wanted to have a chance in a fight against the Black Knight, this was the most important part. Nephice nodded. Sunny is right. It's not like it's impossible to kill a fallen creature. In fact, both Gemma and Tessai had done so in the past, not to mention Gunlog himself. It just takes a lot of preparation and a little bit of luck. By the end of this, we should be able to take on a single devil and win, provided that we learn its secrets in advance. Sunny smiled. Exactly. Oh, right. Speaking of preparations. While everyone was looking at him with confusion, well, except Cassie, of course, he took the rucksack off his shoulders and placed it on the ground. Then, he opened it, revealing the soft shine of numerous soul shards. Welcome to Sunny's brilliant Emporium. This here is around 50 soul shards, each of them of the awakened rank. Since we will be venturing into the labyrinth, I've decided to give you guys an opportunity to empower yourself a bit before facing the terrible dangers of that ghastly place. Of course, I'll give you a family discount, pa NDA. Novel he had emptied his treasure chest before leaving the hidden chamber. Currently, all of his remaining shards were inside the rucksack. Of course, he hadn't done so out of the kindness of his heart. Sunny never had any money and so, understandably, didn't know a lot about how to handle it. But one thing he did know was that rich folk never allowed their riches to sit idly. Even money had to work to create more money once it fell into the hands of the wealthy. In the language of rich people, this was called an investment. By investing his shards into the cohort, Sunny was increasing his own chances of making it back alive. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine a worthier cause. Plus, he wasn't going to just give the shards away for free. The rules of the Emporium are rather simple. You give me memories, I give you shards. I don't care about how powerful or useful the memories are. In fact, the worse, the better. Any useless junk you have gathering dust in your soul sea will do. If you don't have any, no problem. You can just promise to give me a memory in the future, once you receive one in the labyrinth. He smiled at the members of Nef's cohort. Not bad, right? No need to thank me, really. Kai stared at the shards, then raised his eyes and looked at Sunny. Sunny, buddy, please forgive my bluntness, but why do you need all these memories? What a good question. Sunny grinned. You see, how should I put this? Let's just say that there's a beauty I know who just can't get enough of them. If you know what I mean. Saying that, he winked at the pretty archer. With a strange expression, Kai turned away and shook his head. However, after this performance, no one else asked any questions. In the end, Sunny was able to exchange his shards for 5 memories. Nephice distributed the shards between the 5 members of the cohort, with each of them getting 10. This was a boon equal to slaying 10 awakened beasts. After absorbing the shards, all 5 of them were going to receive a significant boost to their power. As far as deadly expeditions went, this was the best start possible. Without wasting any time, Nef, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Castor absorbed the soul essence from the shards. While they were busy doing that, Sunny silently dove into the soul sea and fed the memories he had received to the Stone Saint. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Stone Saint has grown stronger. Satisfied, he summoned the runes and glanced at them. Shadow, Stone Saint. Shadow fragments, 27/200. Then, he looked at his own. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Dreamer. Shadow core, Dormant. Shadow fragments, 318/1000. Not bad. Looking south, he smiled darkly and wondered. How much would these numbers increase by the time he returned to the Dark City? It had to be by a lot. When everyone was done absorbing their shards and getting accustomed to the changes caused by the sudden influx of soul essence, the cohort was ready to move out. The 6 of them headed south, cautiously traversing the cursed city. Nephice was walking in the front of the party, her stark black and white plate armor contrasted sharply against the gray stones of the ancient ruins. A step behind her and to the right was Castor, clad in a polished scale mail that glistened in the morning light like the skin of a silver dragon. To her left was tall and powerful Effie, clad in the archaic bronze armor with a white chiton beneath. A few steps away, wearing his elegant lamellar armor made out of burnished brown leather, walked Kai. On his back, there was a quiver full of heavy arrows. Cassie was walking beside him, her light tunic and bright cloak just the same as before. However, now there was a sheath with a graceful rapier attached to her belt. At the very back, with an unhappy expression on his face, was a pale young man with messy black hair and a ragged light armor made out of dark gray fabric and black, lusterless leather. He was periodically lowering his gaze and grimacing, as though unaccustomed to being in the sun. Of course, it was sunny. Their journey to the edges of the Forgotten Shore had begun. Chapter 190 Point of No Return plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 190 Point of No Return. Sunny was walking at the back of the cohort, but his shadow was scouting ahead. Without it by his side, he was rather uncomfortable. I wonder if I can summon the Stone Saint while it is away. How have I never thought to check it? Without both his shadow, Sunny felt almost naked. At least he had other people with him, including 3 powerhouses, Nephice, Castor, and Effie. Come to think of it, he had never seen Kai in action. The beautiful archer didn't look like someone extremely dangerous, but Sunny wasn't deceived. Weak people did not survive on the Forgotten Shore for years, especially not if their aspect ability made them the perfect person to venture outside the Dark City. With his unique aspect ability, Kai had to fight against the type of terrifying creatures that Sunny knew very little about, too, the flying abominations that lived in the clouds. Like the Spire messengers. Scary. Speaking of Kai. Sunny hastened his steps and caught up to the charming young man. Glancing at Cassie, who did not seem like she wanted to say anything to him, he frowned for a moment, and then turned to Nightingale. Hey there, Knight. How's life? The archer looked at him with a friendly smile. Oh, hey. Good, I guess? I mean, the weather is nice. Sunny blinked a couple of times. The weather was never nice on the Forgotten Shore. It was either too cold, too damp, or too hot. Honestly, he even missed the Black Mountain sometimes. At least it was consistent. Not one to make polite talk, Sunny went straight to the question he really wanted to ask. So, really, what are you doing here? Kai glanced at him with a bit of confusion. What do you mean? Sunny sighed. From what you told me, your life in the castle was nothing short of peaceful. You have enough shards to stay there for a long time, everyone likes you, and even the host treats you nicely because of how useful your ability is. Why would you risk it all to go with us into the labyrinth? The beautiful archer lingered for a bit. Ah. Well, actually, I landed in a bit of trouble. I think. The deaths of those guards who locked me in the well are being used to frame Effie, are they not? Well, what if someone knows that I am connected to their disappearance? Won't I be in danger? Sunny thought about it for a bit, then reluctantly agreed. Makes sense. But won't the danger you will face in this expedition be much worse than the one you are escaping from? Kai smiled. It certainly will. But, Sunny, there is something else that you failed to consider. Sunny frowned. What's that? Please don't tell me that you became one of Neff's converts. The charming young man chuckled. Converts? No, I don't think so. At least not in the way you think. He was silent for a long time, then sighed. Actually, I don't think that many people see things clearly. But really, it's not that hard to understand. Turning to Sunny with a somber expression on his usually carefree face, Kai suddenly asked. I came to the Forgotten Shore 31 months ago. Do you know how many of us reached the Dark City that year? Sunny shook his head. The archer grimaced. Almost 400. And do you know how many are still alive? Less than 2. He was silent for a while. Pa NDA. Novel, which means that, in just 2 years, more than half of us perished. People die all the time in the Dark City, you see. The castle may seem safe, but actually, the host is constantly bleeding people. Every week, a few hunters don't return from the hunt. Every couple of weeks, a nightmare creature attacks the walls and kills several guards before they manage to drive it away or destroy it. Kai sighed. But most often of all, something comes into the outer settlement and simply drags away people. That's not even mentioning those who die of hunger, desperation, or by another human's hand. Do you see where I am going with this? Sunny scowled, a new understanding dawning on him. Seeing his expression, Kai looked away. Indeed. Every year, hundreds of people die in the Dark City. And every year, hundreds more come to take their place. But, Sunny, this year, there were only 4. Not 400, but just 4 people. How? How had he not thought about it before? Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Meanwhile, Kai continued. Which means that the Bright Castle never got the chance to recoup its losses. What happens if that spell cycle theory that people have is true and 5 months from now, when the winter solstice comes, the same thing repeats itself? He shook his head, a dark expression on his face. It means that a year from now, there will be maybe 600 humans left in the Dark City. And 2 years from now, there will be only a dozen or 2. It takes a lot of people to maintain the semblance of civilization we have going on here, Sunny. Once we pass the point of no return, it will all come crashing down. The beautiful archer glanced at him and added in a heavy tone. Every non-combatant will die. Every fighter who is not powerful enough will die. Eventually, only a few strongest ones will be left. Am I strong enough to be among those few? I'm not sure. And even if I am, who would want to live in a situation like that? He turned away and stared at Nephice, who was walking ahead of him. So no, Sunny, I am not a convert. But I will follow Lady Nephice to the edges of the labyrinth and back, because it's better to die trying to do something than to live on hiding your head in the sand. Don't you think? Just like that, their conversation ended. Sunny walked on in silence, thinking about what Kai had said. If the archer was right, then the future was, indeed, nothing short of disturbing. Of course, no one knew for sure how many sleepers were going to arrive here during the winter solstice. But now that he thought about it, Sunny felt that people who believed in the cyclic nature of the arrivals were almost right. He also believed that there would not be hundreds of new faces arriving on the Forgotten Shore in 5 months. However, while others expected that there would be a few dozen after a year, and 100 after that, he did not. For some reason, Sunny felt that there won't be anyone else coming to the Dark City at all. He felt that the 3 of them, and Castor, were the last people to ever be sent to this hell by the spell. Gee. What's up with people today? First Effie and her doomsday talk, now this. I am already an extremely pessimistic person. I don't need anyone's help to feel terrible about the future. But as it turned out, he did need help. These 2 conversations had opened Sunny's eyes to a serious problem. He was too short-sighted. He concentrated too much on the problems at hand and failed to see the bigger picture. Was it because both Effie and Kai had spent more time on the Forgotten Shore, or was it because he had simply not paid enough attention to the details? Would things be different if he had? Just as Sunny glanced at Nephice, Cassie suddenly turned her head in his direction. Sunny frowned. What is it? She has been ignoring me this whole time, but now she wants to talk. Huh. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, and then quietly said. Something is following us. Chapter 191 Pursuer. Something is following us. Sunny's frown deepened. Not wasting any time, he moved forward and caught up to Nephi's, Castor, and Effie. The huntress glanced at him and slightly tensed. Did your shadow notice an enemy? The shadow was currently a few hundred meters ahead of the cohort, scouting for any signs of danger. He shook his head. Cassie felt that we are being followed. I'm going to withdraw the shadow and send it back to take a look. Stay vigilant. Effie gave him a nod. Of course, as the pathfinder of the party, she was always vigilant. He was just warning her so that she could adjust her approach. The two of them were well accustomed to working together, so there was no need to waste words. Sunny commanded the shadow to return and fell back to the rear of the party. Once there, he concentrated on the shadows that surrounded them, trying to feel if there was something there that could not be seen. But there was nothing. Ahead of him, the rest of the cohort was silently preparing for the worst. Not wishing to let the unknown pursuer know that they were ready to act, no one summoned their weapons yet. No one had even turned their head. However, Sunny could see from the tension in their muscles that this peacefulness could explode into a storm of movement at any moment. Changing Star and her hunting party did not earn their fearsome reputation by mistake. Finally, the shadow was back. Not letting it rest even for a second, Sunny immediately sent it to observe the streets that they had just left. His perception was split between its vision and his own. The feeling of vulnerability he experienced when the shadow was away heightened. Sunny sighed with grim resignation. The fact that he was at the back of the cohort and, as such, would be attacked first if anything happened did not help one bit. Calm down. You don't even know what is tracking the cohort. A few moments later, the shadow was safely hidden in the darkness of a ruined building, observing the crossroad that one would have to pass to follow them. Sunny continued walking, pretending to not know anything. A few seconds passed in tense silence, then a few more. Where are you? What are you? Depending on the nature of the mysterious pursuer, their response would be different. If it was a nightmare creature, they would either have to fight it or try to throw it off their scent. However, if the creature turned out to be one of the truly horrifying existences that stalked the ancient ruins, then things would get really tricky. There was also another possibility. And that was that they were not being pursued by a monster, but by humans instead. A team of hunters might have been sent by Gunlog to ambush Changing Star and her people. If that was the case, honestly, Sunny didn't know what would happen. However, he was sure of their ability to withstand an attack from the host, even if the enemy held a numerical advantage. The others seemed to share the same thought. After a few minutes passed, the shadow finally noticed movement. Someone was slowly walking in the middle of the street, not even trying to hide their presence. At first, Sunny thought that it was one of the revenants that populated the dark city. The figure, while human in appearance, was strangely crooked, with a dark unadorned cloak hiding its limbs and features. But then, Sunny suddenly felt cold fear grip his heart. He recognized those glassy, lifeless eyes. The hideous pale face that terrified so many people. Haru's. It was Haru's. The murderous butcher who had torn Jubii apart with his bare hands, Gunalug's cruel executioner and hidden blade. Panda. Novel walking through the cursed ruins with the same bored expression that he had in the grand hall of the Bright Castle on the day of Jubii's execution, Haru's was following in their footsteps. Gunlog did not send dozens of hunters to ambush Changing Star. Instead, he sent just one man. Sunny shivered. Damn it. Why am I so afraid of that guy? But he knew why. It was because, deep down, he felt that they were alike. Haru's was the personification of everything that Sunny was afraid to become. Trying to shake off his fear, Sunny walked forward and glanced at Nephi's. Then, he said in a raspy voice. It's that damn hunchback. He's following us. A sudden tension permeated the air. Without having to look, Sunny knew that everyone's faces grew dark. Haru's was a mystery. No one knew what his aspect ability was, let alone his flaw. All that was known about this terrifying man was that he was very powerful, and that not a single victim of his had survived. Neff frowned. Is he alone? Sunny nodded. Yeah. To his right, Castor quietly scoffed. What is Gunlog thinking, sending one man against us 6? However, Neff did not share his disdain. Turning to her left, she glanced at Effie. There was a grim expression on her face. What do you think? The huntress hesitated for a few moments. Then, looking down from her considerable height, she simply said, I think we need to run. Castor scowled. Run? Why? Surely, no matter how strong Haruz is, we can take him down. None of us are weak, either. Even if we can't defeat him one-on-one. Effie shook her head. You don't get it, do you? We can't fight Haruz. No one can. Many people have tried, and they're all dead now. She gritted her teeth. He is a monster in human flesh, Castor. He is insanely powerful. But that's not even the problem. The problem is that no one knows his aspect. All we know is that once Haruz comes for you, you die. She sighed. I've seen many people try to resist once they caught wind that Gunlog is going to send Haruz to get rid of him. Strong people, weak people. Some tried to fight him alone, others recruited fearsome allies. Come the next morning, all of them were dead. No matter how powerful they were or how many of them gathered to give him a fight, no one ever survived. All that was left was blood and corpses. Chapter 192 Lighthouse. As somber silence settled among the cohort, Effie grimaced. The weirdest part is, no one has even seen him come and go. Every time Haruz was sent into the outer settlement, we only learned that people were dead in the morning. Doors, locks, and barricades can't seem to stop him either. Once Haruz is ordered to kill you, you just die. It is as though fate itself abandons you. Castor frowned. So are you telling us that we stand no chance? The huntress shook her head. I'm saying that fighting him right now would be stupid. Not unless we learn how he is able to seemingly turn his victims, no matter how many of them there are, completely powerless. With that, she glanced at Nephice, who lingered for a moment and then shook her head. Our friend in the castle doesn't know either. Effie grinned. Ah, so that mysterious friend of yours is not omniscient after all. Well, in that case, my advice stands. We should run. At that moment, Sunny finally spoke up. But, Effie, can we even run away from him? The smile disappeared from her face. Suddenly grim, she hesitated for a while, and then said. I know of a way. But, it's going to be dangerous. Very dangerous. However, I don't know how else to shake him off our trail. So you decide, princess. Neff was silent for a bit, and then simply nodded. We will face Haruz some other day. Right now, reaching the resting place of the first cohort is the priority. The unruly huntress exhales, almost as if relieved. Then, she said. Then follow me. And prepare yourself. After that disturbing discussion, Effie changed their course slightly. Instead of moving straight south, they were now traversing the ancient city heading for its eastern border. Sunny wasn't too familiar with this part of the ruins. During the past few months, he mostly stayed north of the Bright Castle, sometimes venturing northeast. He stayed away from the western areas because they were closer to the Crimson Spire, and had not explored much of the south because it was too far away from his cathedral. The last time he had been here was on the day of the bloody fight against the Spire Messenger. Back then, they were headed for the ruins of the lighthouse that had once stood near the impregnable wall of the Dark City. Not that he had a lot of time to observe the surroundings. Pretty much all of his attention was concentrated on Haruz, who was following them like a hound. He didn't like having to stare at the menacing hunchback at all. Why don't you go fight some fallen creature and die, bastard? However, Haruz seemed to know the ruins just as well as Effie. He somehow avoided the worst creatures on his path while never losing the scent of Changing Star's cohort. At one point, a lone blood fiend attacked him from the deep shadows of a dilapidated building. Gunload's executioner simply raised a hand and shattered the skull of the nightmare creature with one lazy punch. He didn't even blink. Big deal. I killed plenty of those, too. P&A. However, Sunny had to admit that he was deeply unnerved by the power of the murderous hunchback. Maybe because he couldn't get rid of the feeling that by the end of it all, only one of them would remain alive. And he wasn't sure which one. Soon, they were nearing the tall expanse of the city wall. Not too far away, the remnant of a giant tower lay broken on its side, stretching far away into the distance. The buildings that the tower had fallen on thousands of years ago were shattered and turned into dust. The ancient lighthouse might have been proud and magnificent once. Perhaps it had even served as a symbol of the defiant will of the people of the ancient city, burning as a shining beacon in the eternal darkness of the cursed night. But it had fallen a long time ago, just like the people that built it. At least its ruin remained. The ancient inhabitants of the dark city had just vanished, not even leaving bones behind. Sunny sighed. Where to now? Effie gestured at the massive ruin. Inside. They were currently hiding in a collapsed building near the collapsed tower. This area was populated by an especially vile tribe of monsters, and attracting their attention would spell trouble for the entire cohort. Call your shadow back and keep it close. When we enter the lighthouse, we will have to act quick. Somewhat relieved, Sunny did just that. Not having to look at Harus anymore was a reason for celebration. Staying low to the ground, the six of them dashed from their hiding spot to the broken lighthouse. Without wasting any time, they found a breach in its wall and climbed inside. Effie summoned her radiant memory, bathing the interior of the ruined tower in light. Due to the fact that it was currently lying on its side, they found themselves in a massive, echoing tunnel. Looking around, Effie found her bearings and led them deeper into the tunnel, extreme tension apparent in her every move. While walking, she began to speak. Listen to me very carefully and do as I say. Once we're inside, don't separate from the group. Stay together and keep your weapons at hand. The place we're going to is full of nightmare creatures. They're not too strong, but they're special. She bit her lip. Don't even try to kill them. Just defend yourself and keep moving. If you stop, you'll most probably die. Same thing if you slow down and get yourself surrounded. But if we can preserve our formation, we might survive. I hope. You hope? What do you mean, you hope? Before Sunny could voice his outrage, they reached their destination. Right in front of him, the floor of the tunnel was broken, forming a narrow crevice. It was filled with darkness, leading deep down into the ground, and then deeper still. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see what was at the bottom. The huntress glanced at him. What are you waiting for, doofus? Jump. Sunny gulped. You want me to jump into that? By his side, Kai sighed and looked down on his freshly cleaned, stylish armor. An expression of pure sadness appeared on his beautiful face. Oh, well. Here we go again. Chapter 193 The Catacombs. Without wasting any time, Nephi silently jumped into the crevice. Just before she did, white flames ignited in her eyes. The darkness swallowed her lithe figure whole, like the maw of some unknown creature. Damn it all. With a resentful expression on his face, Sunny stepped forward. However, before he could approach the crevice, Castor inadvertently blocked his path. A moment later, the proud legacy was gone, too. Sunny lingered for a moment and then looked back. He wanted to check if Cassie needed help going down, but he didn't have to worry. Kai was already gently holding her in his arms. The charming archer softly rose into the air, hovered there for a second, and then glided into the darkness. Sunny blinked a couple of times and shook his head. Show off. Effie soon followed the rest of the party, taking her radiant memory with her. Left alone in the darkness, Sunny shivered, wrapped himself in the shadow, and jumped down. He fell for a few seconds and then landed on hard stone, the impact sending a painful tremor through his bones. Standing up, Sunny found himself in a narrow tunnel. Its walls were made out of weathered stone, clearly put there by human hands. The rest of the cohort was already there, preparing for battle. Nephi's had summoned her silver longsword. Because the tunnel was not wide enough to freely use it, she was holding it with both hands. One armored gauntlet rested on the hilt, while the other was on the blade itself, halfway to its tip. Castor was wielding a sword, too. However, his was a graceful jian with beautiful patterns etched on its blade, with a triangular guard carved out of green jade. Sunny didn't know what was the tier of that memory, but he knew that it was extremely powerful. He had seen it cut through flesh, bone, and steel alike. Currently, the jian was emanating a ghostly green light. Effie had summoned her large round shield, but chose to leave the ancient bronze spear in the Soul Sea. While she was skilled enough to make use of it even in this narrow space, the shield would be much more formidable, especially considering her Herculean strength. Kai looked rather gloomy. Casting a mournful look over his shoulder, on the fletching of his heavy arrows, he sighed and outstretched his hand. Instead of a bow, an elegant falcata appeared in it. The beautiful curve of its blade glinted, reflecting the light. The last one to draw her weapon was Cassie. Unexpectedly, she unsheathed a slender rapier from the scabbard that was attached to her belt, and let go of it. To Sunny's surprise, the rapier did not fall to the ground, but rather stayed floating in the air, as if attached to the blind girl by an invisible string. Then it rotated slightly and hovered in front of her, with its tip pointing straight at Sunny. Panda. Novel, what? Cassie smiled and turned her head to him. Ah, please forgive Quiet Dancer. She is shy around strangers. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Sensing his confusion, Cassie explained. Dancer is an echo and a partner of mine. We work well together. As if answering her words, the rapier suddenly circled around the blind girl and returned to her previous position. It was still pointing at Sunny in a rather unfriendly way, though. All right. Interrupting their conversation, Effie called out to him. Hey, Sunny. Now would be the perfect time to invite your girlfriend to join us. The rest of the cohort stared at them with confused expressions. Sunny gritted his teeth. How many times do I have to tell you, she's not my girlfriend? Noticing the weird stares that people were giving him, he sighed. Effie. Tell them. The huntress did not even continue to tease him. Just this fact alone told Sunny how dire their situation really was. Sunny also has an echo, and a powerful one at that. Go on, summon her. He did, and a moment later, the stone saint stepped into the tunnel out of his shadow. Her ruby eyes were burning with crimson flames from behind the visor of the helmet. The taciturn monster briefly glanced at the people gathered around it, and then indifferently turned away to peer into the darkness. Just like that, their group of 6 had turned into a group of 8, well, if a moody flying rapier could be counted to be a member. Suddenly, a distant noise made everyone freeze for a moment. With a dark expression, Effie looked in the direction it came from and sighed. Right. We've wasted enough time already. Follow me, and be ready. With that, she took a step forward and headed deeper into the tunnel. Sunny followed, commanding the stone saint to stay close to Kai and Cassie. After a while, something crunched under his foot. Looking down, he saw a bone. A human bone. What is this place? The huntress glanced back, and then answered in a somber tone. The catacombs. He frowned. Since when are there catacombs beneath the dark city? Why have I never heard you mention them? Effie lingered before answering. The catacombs were always here. They span beneath the whole city, it's just that most of the tunnels had collapsed a long time ago. As to why hunters don't like to mention them, it's because very few are crazy enough to explore what little remains of the catacombs, and even fewer return to tell the tale. Then, she added. No matter how powerful Haru's is, a person can only survive here if they know their way around. And only a couple of us, outer settlement hunters, do. So we should be able to lose him. Meanwhile, Sunny noticed more and more bones littering the ground. All of them looked like they had once belonged to humans. I don't like this. Looking up, he asked. Can we get back to that thing you said about how very few people manage to escape from here alive? Why is that? The huntress grimaced. That's because. However, before she was done speaking, something appeared out of the darkness and barred their way. Sunny opened his eyes wide. Right there in front of them, a corpse was standing on the edge between light and darkness, staring at the 6 humans with the black chasms of its empty eye sockets. No, not really a corpse. A skeleton. Defying all laws of logic and physics, a creature made of nothing but human bones suddenly lunged forward, baring its teeth in a hungry grin. Chapter 194 Aching Bones. How the hell is this thing even moving? Defying all logic, the skeleton lunged at Effie with a speed that even Sunny himself wasn't capable of. With no muscle tissue connecting the bones together, the strange creature was still able to stand upright, run, and attack with vicious strength. A moment before the undead monster closed the distance between them, Effie screamed. Stay together. Then, she turned her torso and slammed her shield against the lunging monstrosity. With a thunderous crack, the skeleton was thrown back. Its skull and ribcage shattered, showering the tunnel with sharp bone splinters. Like a broken marionette, it fell to the ground in a shapeless pile. Sunny stared at the mess of broken bones within confusion. Wait, that's it? The huntress yelled, tearing him away from these thoughts. Don't stop, move. The cohort rushed forward, following Effie into the depths of the catacombs. When Sunny was approaching the remains of the reanimated skeleton, he noticed something that made a cold chill run down his spine. The bones were still moving, slowly assembling themselves back into the shape that resembled a human. Just as he stepped past the creature, one skeletal hand suddenly thrust in his direction, trying to claw at his leg. If not for Sunny's quick reaction, it might have succeeded in injuring him. With one slash of the midnight shard, he crushed the clawing hand and threw it away. Falling on the stones a few meters back, the hand remained motionless for a moment, and then began crawling back to the quickly recovering skeleton. The monster was being rebuilt by some terrifying, invisible force. Drawn by its unseen pull, the bones were putting themselves back together one after another. Those too damaged to be of use were simply replaced by one of the bones scattered on the floor of the tunnel. Soon, the skeleton would inevitably rise again. A disturbing thought entered Sunny's mind. He finally realized why Effie had told them to keep moving instead of trying to kill the nightmare creatures populating the catacombs. Was it because these creatures were immortal? Or rather, undying? Sunny felt a sickening premonition that he was right. If so, things were going to turn from bad to harrowing pretty fast. It was at that moment that his ears caught a distant rustle coming from the darkness ahead of him. For a moment, he felt fear grip his heart, thinking that the dark sea had somehow found its way into the catacombs. But no, this wasn't the cursed sea. Instead, it was dozens, no, hundreds of skeletal feet scraping against the cold stones of the catacombs. Maybe even thousands of them. The hordes of undead monsters populating the catacombs were coming to rip the 6 humans apart. With a grimace of dark resentment on his face, Sunny gripped the midnight shard tighter and hurried after the other members of the cohort. Come and get it, bastards. Pretty soon, the undead creatures were upon them. First in ones and pairs, then in small groups, the bloodthirsty skeletons assaulted them in a constant stream. Appearing from the darkness of the catacombs, they lunged at the cohort in a whirlwind of bony claws and teeth, each bearing the same eerie skeletal grin. Effie and Nephice, who were at the front of the group, faced the brunt of the attacks. The huntress exerted her inhuman strength, bulldozing through the skeletons like an incarnation of ancient fury. Her round shield acted as a wrecking ball, shattering the undead monsters left and right. Nephice fought with the elegant fluidity of water, but also with the crushing force of a devastating flood. She was holding the longsword by the blade, using its crossguard and pommel as an improvised mace. With white flames dancing in her eyes, she moved from one skeleton to another, skillfully deflecting their blows and crushing one skull after another. If anything got past them, Castor was there to deliver the finishing blow. His sword shone with a ghostly green light, slicing through bones as if without meeting any resistance. The proud legacy fought with graceful precision, always managing to immobilize the enemy with just one clean strike. The skeletons fell to his sword before even having a chance to retaliate. The three powerhouses made paving the path through the horde of monsters seem almost easy. However, Sunny knew that it was anything but. Each skeleton was stronger and faster than a human could ever be. It took incredible skill, resolve, and coordination to cut through their ranks without slowing down even for a second. Soon, he was forced to taste the true menace of these undead abominations for himself. Sunny, Cassie, and Kai were relatively safe at first, but with each passing minute, their situation worsened. The catacombs were a real maze. More and more often, the tunnels they were taking began to open into complicated crossroads and connect with other branching paths. When that happened, undead creatures could lunge at the cohort from the side, bypassing the impenetrable barrier of Changing Star and her two champions. More than that, as the number of skeletons destroyed by them increased and several minutes passed, the abominable monsters began rising back from the ground and dashing in pursuit of the party, soon attacking it from the rear. Eventually, the cohort was constantly assaulted from all sides. When Sunny first had to raise his sword to repel a straggler that lunged at him from the side tunnel, he acted with calm precision engraved into him by countless hours of practice. Slashing with the midnight shard, he cleanly beheaded the undead creature. Augmented by the shadow, his tachi managed to cut through solid bone without that much effort. Sunny knew that losing its head won't kill the skeleton, so he instantly shifted his balance and kicked the monster in the chest, throwing it back. Although he expected that this would happen, the lack of the familiar voice whispering into his ear still unnerved him. Usually, he would have heard the announcement of the kill already. But these abominations were immortal, so the spell remained silent. Lamenting the fact that he would not be getting any shadow fragments today, Sunny moved away from the decapitated skeleton and sighed. Well, at least this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. But just a few minutes later, he bitterly regretted thinking those words aloud. Chapter 195 Rolling Battle. Once the cohort was surrounded from every side, Sunny, Cassie and Kai had to join the battle in earnest. Sunny wasn't too worried for the blind girl and the archer because they were protected by both the Stone Saint and the Quiet Dancer. His shadow was possibly the worst enemy the bloodthirsty skeletons could face. Moving with the cold precision of an emotionless battle machine, she used both her sword and shield to deflect and destroy any enemy that dared to approach them from the sides. The graceful and devastating dance she was performing was a true sight to behold. The Quiet Dancer zipped through the air, supporting the shadow and covering any lapse left in the barrier of steel created by her. If something got past the two of them, Kai was there, using the curved blade of his falcata to crush the undead monsters, almost as if felling them with an axe. He was holding hands with Cassie, guiding the blind girl through the dark maze of the catacombs. However, it seemed as though her ability to orient herself in space had seen a considerable improvement in the past 3 months, perhaps due to the connection she shared with the flying rapier. She was now able to move quickly without using her wooden staff for support, at least. Looking at the two of them, Sunny grew somewhat sullen. Both Kai and Cassie were incredibly beautiful people. Holding hands and surrounded by nothing but darkness and monsters, with the charming young man gripping an elegant sword, they looked like an image from a book cover. They looked perfect together. Sunny, on the other hand. Well, at least he had his shadow to keep him company. And the ordinary rock. However, he didn't have a lot of time to wallow in self-pity. Because his was the second most important role in this furious moving battle, holding the rear of the cohort all by himself. Let me show you what I'm capable of. As more and more skeletons rose from the ground and attacked the party from behind, Sunny had to really exert himself. At first, he only had to fight one undead monster at a time. Despite their tremendous speed and strength, the skeletal creatures were not that hard to defeat. They seemed almost mindless, always attacking in the most straightforward way possible. Of course, a less prepared person would have been torn apart by these fierce creatures a long time ago. But Sunny was not the same weak and inexperienced kid he had been 7 months ago. The harrowing trials of the Forgotten Shore, as well as his tenacious will and grim resolve, had turned him into a fearsome creature, too. In fact, in terms of pure viciousness, the skeletons had nothing on him at all. Wrapping the midnight shard into the shadow to slice through the tough bones of the undead monsters easier, Sunny employed every bit of battle prowess he had learned from his practice with the Stone Saint to destroy his enemies. Seamlessly weaving the firm and unassailable movements that he had learned from the taciturn stone creature into the flowing style taught to him by Nephice, he made short work of one skeleton after another. His blade sliced, slashed, and pierced through monster after monster, sending broken bones flying and cluttering to the ground. Of course, maintaining this state without falling behind the cohort was not easy. Sunny had never practiced fighting while on the run, especially not while moving backward. However, remembering Effie's words, he knew that being separated from the group and surrounded meant death, and thus made sure to never get too far away from his companions. At first, the situation was if not easy, then at least within the scope of his capability. Sunny even thought that this was an excellent opportunity to put everything that he had learned in the past week to practice. Despite the fact that this battle was completely different from the way he had hunted monsters before, he was doing fine. Back on the streets of the Dark City, he hunted at night, always attacking the enemy from the shadows and aiming to finish the fight with one strike. The initiative was on his side, and so he was the one dictating the flow of the combat. However, right now, things were completely reversed. Sunny was the one being attacked, with enemies suddenly appearing from the darkness and instantly lunging at him. Put on the defensive, he had to react to the enemy attacks as opposed to being the one attacking. And yet, he was managing. He had anticipated that a situation like that would inevitably happen and put enough flexibility into his technique to withstand any type of peril. He was indeed putting his lessons to practice, cementing them in his muscles and bones. After all, just like Nephice had said, 1,000 hours of training was not as impactful as one real fight. But then, slowly, things began to change. After he had ruthlessly cut down a handful of undead abominations, suddenly, two attacked him at the same time. Sunny cursed and ducked to the side, narrowly avoiding having his head crushed by one of the skeletons. His sword blocked the vicious strike from the other one, and, being pushed back a couple of steps by the force of the impact, he struggled to keep his balance. Not letting the monsters continue their assault unobstructed, Sunny dashed forward and twisted his body. Kicking one creature in the chest, he used it to propel himself toward the other one and put all that weight into a devastating downward slash. The skeleton crumbled into a pile of broken bones, and the edge of the midnight shard scraped against the stones, causing sparks to fly into the air. Knowing that his momentum was too strong to stop now, Sunny instead went with it, rolled over his shoulder, and got back to his feet just in time to meet the attack of the remaining monster face to face. His sword cut a sharp arc, severing both arms of the skeleton. Sunny instantly sidestepped the undead creature and delivered a low horizontal slash, breaking its legs. Making sure that the monster wouldn't be standing up any time soon by piercing its skull with the tip of the midnight shard, he hurried to catch up with the cohort. Briefly glancing at the rest of his companions, he made sure that they were not dead yet and swiftly turned around, ready to face the next monster. Then, his heart skipped a beat. Curses! 3 skeletons were rushing at him, menacing grins frozen on their skinless faces. Chapter 196 Divine Lntervention. After that, things became hectic. Sunny had to push himself to the limit to fight against multiple opponents while maintaining the pace with the rest of the group. Knowing that slowing down meant death, he slashed, dodged, blocked and moved back without allowing himself even a moment of respite. Slowly but surely, countless wounds began accumulating on his body. But even then, it wasn't enough. So he pushed himself past his limit. After all, this was the exact situation he had been preparing himself for by enduring the ruthless onslaught of the Stone Saint day after day. The inevitability of having to fight against an overwhelming force. Dark, vehement fury ignited in his chest, washing away pain and fear. Come and get me. I'm right here. Who did they think they were trying to kill? Noticing 4 new abominations answer his call, Sunny couldn't help but laugh. Good, good. Their assault came fast and without mercy, not leaving him any room to breathe. But Sunny welcomed it. Dodging one of the skeletons, he dashed forward and positioned himself behind another one, so that its body blocked the path of the third. He couldn't do anything about the fourth one for the moment, but its attack was accounted for. It was going to hurt like hell, but not to the point of killing him. Bloodweave was going to take care of the rest. The midnight shard cut through the air and severed the undead creature's knee, causing it to clumsily fall to the ground. At the same time, cold fingers tore into Sunny's side. He had already shifted his body to make sure that they were not going to damage any vital organs. With Puppeteer's shroud taking most of the damage, Sunny only ended up receiving 5 deep scratches, which then instantly welled with blood. Ah. Crap. That hurts. But he didn't regret it. The only thing he regretted was the fact that, with the shadow wrapped around the midnight shard, he couldn't observe its movement during this long and arduous fight. Just imagining the kind of insight he could have gleaned from it filled him with avarice. Turning around and reversing his grip on the sword, Sunny commanded the shadow to move onto his body. Almost instantly, he felt a rush of power fill his muscles. In the same fluid movement, Sunny took a step toward the monster that had just wounded him and delivered a crushing blow with the pommel of the tachi. The skeleton's jaw flew away in a rain of broken teeth. Taking another quick step, Sunny circled around the disoriented creature, hooked his hand around its damaged skull, and tore it clean off the spine. Then he pushed the decapitated creature into the 2 remaining ones, briefly slowing down their approach. By the time the undead abominations regained their balance, Sunny was already upon them. The midnight shard flashed 3 times, turning the 3 skeletons into 3 piles of bones. Taking a step back, he narrowly avoided the claws of the last remaining skeleton, the one whose leg he had chopped off at the start of the skirmish. Sunny glanced at the creature that was madly crawling toward him and finished it off with one powerful thrust. Then, he groaned. Ah, crap. I think I overdid it. Sunny was bruised, hurting all over, and covered in blood. What's worse, he was exhausted. This moving battle was too intense and had lasted for too long. Even with his endurance enhanced by the blood weave, he was nearing the point where his performance would start dropping rapidly. Once that happened, he would die. Because the damn undead creatures were not only immortal, but also tireless. Just as this thought appeared in Sunny's mind, a new wave of skeletons lunged at him from the depths of the tunnel. Tiredly raising his sword, he gritted his teeth. Time for Plan B. At some point, the tunnel they were currently in was briefly drowned in a brilliant wave of pure white light. Glancing over his shoulder, Sunny noticed that Nephice had finally summoned her flames, channeling them into the blade of her sword, just like on the day they had fought against the carapace demon. Faced with the blinding radiance of the incandescent blade, the skeletons almost seemed to melt. Perfect timing. Using the momentary disorientation of his own opponents, Sunny dashed back and commanded the stone saint to switch places with him. As they passed each other, he sent the shadow from his own body onto that of the taciturn stone knight. Almost immediately, the shadow saint's eyes blazed with menacing carmine fire. Her skin shone with dark radiance, and wisps of ghostly gray fog appeared from beneath her stone-like armor like dancing flames. The impenetrable darkness of the catacombs suddenly seemed to become even deeper, embracing her like a vast black mantle. Yeah, I have some tricks up my sleeve too. A second later, the shadow crashed into the undead creatures, sending splinters of bones and severed limbs flying through the air. She proceeded to massacre them, moving from one to another in a graceful storm of darkness and destruction. Taking her place near Kai and Cassie, Sunny was finally able to rest for a few seconds. His battered body was screaming with pain, and the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud had turned heavy with blood. With 2 wielders of divine aspects activating their hidden cards almost simultaneously, the cohort got a chance to catch their breaths for a few short moments. However, it was clear that this calm wouldn't last long. Sunny didn't really want to show all his cards yet, but the situation left him little choice. He doubted he could continue this mad dash for much longer. Plus, chances were that the rest of the party, preoccupied as they were with their own share of the undead monsters, would either fail to notice the sudden alteration happening to the stone saint or assume that it was just an ability of hers. Using the opportunity, Sunny took a look at the condition of his companions. It was not good. Changing Star's armor was battered and torn, with blood seeping down her right side. Effie's shield looked like it was on the verge of coming apart, while her white chiton was painted red. Castor managed to preserve some semblance of a collected look, however, there was a deep gash under one of his eyes, his face bloodied and grim. Kai was doing not much better. He was pale and visibly exhausted, his auburn hair disheveled and soaked with sweat. Sunny didn't even want to think about his own sorry appearance. Only Cassie, whose tier 6 armor made her less likely to be attacked by an enemy, looked more or less fine. However, her flying rapier had several visible nicks on its slender blade, and looked tired and dispirited overall, as much as a flying weapon could look like anything. In short, one thing was painfully apparent from their state. If things didn't change soon, all of them were going to die. Skillfully using his sword to cut down a skeleton that had suddenly lunged at him from a side passage, Sunny strained his lungs and shouted. "Hey! Effie! How far are we from the exit from this damned place? When is this going to end?" Swatting away an undead monster of her own, the huntress briefly glanced back and grinned. "What do you mean, end? What does she mean? What do I mean? Isn't it obvious?" Turning back to concentrate on the horde of enemies in front of them, Effie yelled. "What end? This was just a warm-up." Chapter 197 Ultimate Test. Sunny cursed and prepared himself for the worst. A few moments later, the short respite they had gotten was over. With a sound that reminded him of rushing water, a terrifying wave of undead monsters crashed into their formation, threatening to break it apart. Effie braced for the impact and withstood the furious onslaught, somehow managing to split the wave in two. From one side, Changing Star dove into the torrent of skeletal wraiths, her incandescent sword cutting through them like a ray of pure sunlight piercing the darkness. From the other, Castor's enchanted blade was doing the same. The scion of the Hanli clan moved with astonishing speed, turning into a blurry whirlwind of ghostly green steel. Everything that touched it turned to dust. Sunny glanced at Kai and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare yourself." In the next moment, the wave of monsters was upon them. Left without the comforting protection of his shadow, Sunny could only rely on his own ability, cunning, and technique. Dashing forward, he clashed with the first skeleton. His sword flashed through the air with lightning speed, and a headless corpse instantly fell to his feet, blindly clawing at the stones in front of it. Sunny had never fought like this. From the first day on the Forgotten Shore, he always had something helping him resist the horrors of the dream realm, be it his shadow, cover of darkness, Changing Star, or the Stone Saint. Now, he had to face the torrent of nightmare creature with nothing but his own frail human body, and resolve. This was the ultimate test of pure skill. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tried to remember the feeling of clarity he had experienced after the carapace centurion had crushed his ribcage with one strike of its terrifying bone scythe. All unnecessary thoughts were obliterated by his will, leaving only two. Kill your enemy. Prevent the enemy from killing you. Using this clarity, he entered the state of flow. His perception expanded, absorbing every detail and aspect of what was happening in the dark tunnel. His thinking accelerated, turning the mayhem that surrounded them into a stark and streamlined pattern of cause and effect. Connected to the underlying law of it all, Sunny was able to react to the actions of his enemies faster and predict them better. Sishim. With a hissing sound, the midnight shard cut the air and slashed the next monster across the chest, splitting the skeleton diagonally in two. Without paying the defeated creature any attention, Sunny instantly lunged at the next one. His movements were fluid and unpredictable, but also grounded and firm. Every strike, every step was calculated and efficient, focused on delivering the maximum amount of damage while preserving as much of his strength as possible. It was a perfect combination of the two seemingly contradictory battle styles that he had learned. Just like that, Sunny danced between the countless undead monsters, his sword cutting one after another down. The midnight shard wasn't unimaginably sharp like Castor's Jin, nor filled with annihilating white flame like Nef's radiant longsword. However, it refused to give in and remained unbroken. No matter how many tough bones the Tachi cut, not a single dent appeared on its blade. With blood streaming down his body and sweat biting his eyes, his muscles on the verge of breaking apart and his lungs desperately burning for air, Sunny somehow kept up this mad tempo and fought. At some point, he heard a furious roar from somewhere ahead and briefly looked up, noticing that Effie had dismissed her battered round shield and finally summoned the beautiful bronze spear. With it in her hands, the huntress became even more deadly. Multiple skeletons burst into a shower of broken bones, cut apart by a wide arc of the ancient weapon. However, at the same time, more and more wounds started accumulating on Effie's body. Despite everything, things weren't going well for the cohort. Or at least, it seemed that way for a while. At some point, however, Sunny noticed that the number of skeletons attacking the cohort from the front had begun to diminish. Pretty soon, Nephice, Effie and Castor were getting a few moments to catch their breaths from time to time. The pressure on himself had also lessened. Ada the Stone Saint, on the other hand, had to hold off an ever-increasing number of undead creatures attacking the party from the rear. When the balance of the rolling battle noticeably shifted, Changing Star gave a command to change the formation of the cohort. She quickly dashed back to reinforce the taciturn shadow, while Sunny moved forward to support Castor and Effie at the head of the group. Once he got there, the huntress gave him a tired smile. "Hey, doofus. You look like shit." Sunny glanced down and had to agree with her. With his armor torn in a dozen places and soaked through and through with blood, he looked pretty much exactly as dead as the nightmare creatures they were fighting. However, Effie's state wasn't any better. He smiled crookedly. "Thanks. You're quite a looker yourself, you know." The huntress scoffed and then turned away to face another of the undead abominations. "Hold fast. We're almost there." She told the truth. After several more minutes of furious fighting, the tunnel they were moving through suddenly opened into a large cavern. A few meters in front of them, the floor of the catacombs was broken, collapsing into a vast, seemingly bottomless chasm. That terrifying abyss was filled with darkness that even Sunny's sight couldn't pierce. The chasm was no less than 40 meters across and stretched far into the distance to both left and right, like a dark border separating the world of the living from the world of the dead. A rickety rope bridge was drawn across it, connecting to a similar-looking tunnel at the other end of the abyssal chasm. The rope bridge looked like a derelict of ancient times. It was flimsy, slippery, and rotten through and through. "She doesn't expect us to actually use it, does she? It's so obvious that this thing will collapse as soon as we step on it. Has she not seen any Sajak? Even if others somehow survive, there's no chance that I, with that damn, fated, attribute, will make it to the other end." Sunny turned to Effie and scowled, really hoping to be surprised by her answer. "So, what now?" The huntress looked at him in confusion. "What else? We cross the bridge." Chapter 198 Last Stand. Sunny sighed. Of course, they had to cross the bridge. Why had he even bothered to ask? Great. At least the damn thing was empty of the skeletons. The path to the other side of the chasm was clear. What is clear is that I'm going to die. While Sunny was consumed by these unhappy ruminations, Effie and Castor quickly threw the few undead creatures remaining in front of them over the edge of the chasm. Finally safe from their constant attacks, most of the cohort took a chance to quickly catch their breaths. Only Nephice and the Stone Saint were still fighting. In fact, the overwhelming pressure of the pursuing horde had grown so heavy that they were barely holding on. Two figures, one shrouded in shadows, the other bathed in pure white light, were slowly buckling under the furious onslaught of the army of the dead. Sunny gritted his teeth. If nothing changed, they were going to be the ones being thrown into the dark abyss very soon. With a grim expression on his face, he glanced at Effie and said, "Go." Leaning on her spear, the huntress weakly shook her head. "Someone will have to hold them off long enough for everyone to get to the other side." "You should." Sunny interrupted her. I'll be the last one to cross. Don't worry. I have a plan. A crazy plan. But what else was new? Giving him a long look, Effie hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. Stay alive, Sunny. He quietly chuckled. Ah. I didn't know you cared. She stared at him for a bit, and then calmly said. No, it's just that if you die, pretty soon I'll have to fight your scrawny corpse. So, don't do that. Okay? With that, Effie beckoned others to follow her and stepped on the rickety bridge. Sunny blinked a couple of times, watched her go, then turned his back to the chasm and sighed. Right. What else did I expect? In any case, there was no way back now. Brandishing the midnight shard, he dashed forward and joined Changing Star and the Shadow Saint in their desperate fight. Dispatching a couple of skeletons, Sunny briefly turned to Nephice and said. Retreat to the bridge. Saint and I will hold them off. Her eyes shone with white flames through the visor of the Starlight Legion armor's helmet. A moment later, he heard a hoarse voice. Are you sure? He dodged the claws of an especially menacing monster, bashed it away with the pommel of the tachi, and yelled. Yes. But. Another undead creature fell to the midnight shard. When you get to the other side, you need to destroy the supports of the bridge. Do you understand? Changing Star hesitated, almost missing the timing of her attack. Then, she asked. What about you? Sunny laughed. Don't worry about it. I have a way to get across. Neff didn't answer for a while. Finally, she simply said. All right. Not one to waste words, Changing Star didn't say anything else. When the opportunity presented itself, she silently retreated, letting Sunny take her place. Now, for the hardest part. With Nephice gone, all the monsters of the catacombs descended upon the Stone Saint and him. Sunny cursed, feeling that the tiniest mistake would spell his doom. The onslaught of the undead horde was beyond anything he had expected. Desperately trying not to drown in the torrent of ferocious abominations, Sunny fought with everything he had left. Damn it all. How the hell was she able to hold this position for so long? Not prone to heroic displays, Sunny used the shadow as a meat shield, stone shield? And hid behind her from time to time, emerging from the cover of the taciturn monster only to deliver a strike or two and disappear again. The two of them worked beautifully together, almost as if sharing one mind. Well, what else did he expect? She was his shadow, after all. And his shadow was currently wrapped around her stone body. The armor of the menacing knight was still mostly intact. However, even it was battered and broken in several places. With a dark expression on his face, Sunny noticed a stream of ruby dust pouring from one of the breaches. The Stone Saint was wounded. This needs to end fast. Feeling his own endurance running out, Sunny wanted nothing more than to fall to the ground and rest, even if it meant dying. But instead, he doubled the intensity of his attacks. There was no need to hold anything back and preserve his strength anymore. He just had to last for a bit more, a dozen seconds, at most. But even a dozen seconds seemed like an impossible dream. Impossible, he knew someone who was in the habit of making impossible things happen. With a furious growl, Sunny cut another skeleton apart, received a glancing blow to his already wounded side, and stumbled back. The shadow appeared in front of him, enduring a rain of attacks with the help of her already battered shield. Her feet slid on the stones, but the taciturn knight stubbornly held. Goddamn. When? This chapter is updated by COM. As if answering his silent cry, and loud rattle followed by a thunderous boom informed him that the bridge had been brought down. Now, there was nothing connecting the two sides of the terrifying chasm. Sunny was left alone against the horde of immortal monsters, with no way to retreat. Finally, turning his back to the undead creatures, Sunny peered into the darkness. Seeing the cohort waiting for him on the other side of the dark abyss, he lingered for a moment, sighed, and ran to its edge. The shadow slipped from the body of the stone saint and wrapped itself around his own. Suddenly weakened, the taciturn monster held the entire horde back by herself for a split second, and then dissolved into darkness, returning to the tranquil expanse of the Soul Sea. With no obstacles to slow them down anymore, the flood of skeletons lunged forward. They were just a meter or two behind Sunny, stretching their deadly claws to tear him apart. Too close. Approaching the abyssal chasm, Sunny briefly glanced into the impenetrable darkness that filled it. And, without pausing even for a second, jumped off the edge. Chapter 199 Cliffhanger. Crap. Jumping into the bottomless dark abyss, Sunny briefly regretted every decision he had ever made in his life. How did he end up in this situation? Where did he go wrong? However, there was no time for self-reflection. He wasn't ready to see his whole life flash before his eyes yet. There were more pressing matters. Before the momentum of his jump waned, Sunny summoned the prowling thorn. By the time the triangular dagger materialized in his hand, he was already beginning to fall. Not wasting any time, Sunny threw it with as much power as he could while simultaneously sending the shadow from his hand onto the blade of the kunai. The throwing dagger flashed in the darkness of the underground cavern, streaked the wide chasm, and embedded itself into the hard rock on the other side of it. Because of the enhancement of the shadow, it got deeply lodged in the stone. Yes. A moment later, the invisible string connecting the prowling thorn to Sunny's wrist drew tight. Instantly, his hand was violently jerked forward. Holding on for his dear life, Sunny swung through the darkness with incredible speed. Behind him, dozens of skeletons plummeted into the chasm, with more being pushed down with each second. However, he was already far away. Ha! Bite it, you bastards! A couple of seconds later, all humor was smashed out of him by the hard impact against the opposite wall of the crevice. Sunny tried to soften the blow a little, but it still hurt like crazy. His bones groaned, on the verge of breaking apart. A couple of them probably did. Sunny blacked out for a moment or two. When he came back to his senses, his wrist was in agony, with the invisible string of the prowling thorn slowly cutting deep into its skin. Hissing, Sunny gripped the thin string with his other hand and relieved a part of the pressure. Then, he looked up. 10 or so meters above him, 5 pale faces hovered above the edge of the cliff. On them were written expressions of horror, shock, and astonishment. Oh. Right. I guess they don't know about this memory of mine. To the cohort, his desperate trick must have looked like simple suicide. From the perspective of people who didn't know about the secret enchantment of the prowling thorn, Sunny just took a running start and jumped into the abyss, only to disappear into its darkness without a trace. It was as though he had chosen to sacrifice his life to give the others a chance to escape. Like some sort of a stupid hero would. Do they even know me? Like I'd ever do something like that. Swinging on the invisible string, Sunny strained his aching chest and yelled. Hey, idiots! I'm down here. Slowly, 4 of the 5 faces turned to look straight down. Their expressions were rather comical. Cassie simply tilted her head. But her expression was priceless as well. Grinning, Sunny began to climb up. Since the string of the prowling thorn could change its length at will, he commanded it to shorten and rode comfortably all the way up, stepping lightly on the vertical wall of the chasm from time to time to make the process faster. Soon, he climbed over the edge of the cliff and sprawled on the cold ground, breathing heavily. The rest of the cohort just stared at him. What? Effie was the first to speak. Glad you're alive, Sunny. But also, what the hell? How did you do that? He simply threw her the kunai. Once the huntress bent down to pick it up, Sunny pulled on the invisible string and made the dagger fly back into his hand. Oh, that? That was a piece of cake. Nothing that a knife and a piece of string can't solve, more or less. He decided to omit the fact that he had almost soiled his pants in the few short moments between jumping off the edge of the chasm and successfully embedding the prowling thorn into the rocks on the other side of it. Effie blinked a couple of times, then slowly straightened herself up. Cool memory. Where did you get it? Sunny dismissed the kunai and tiredly waved his hand. You know those porcupine monsters back in the city? I got it off one of those. With that, the others left him alone. They were all hurt and dead tired, too. Everyone needed to rest and patch up their wounds. Nephice made a move to try and heal them, but was stopped by Effie. The huntress darkly shook her head. Not yet. There's one last hurdle to overcome. We'll need you to be at the top of your game. Changing Star glanced at her, lingered for a few moments, but then sat back down. Out here, the word of the Pathfinder was the law. If Effie said that Nephice needed to save her strength, then she had to obey. Sunny was too exhausted to care. He knew that he was not going to bleed out thanks to the blood weave, and that was enough for now. He just wanted to rest. Some time later, he heard a shuffling sound and looked up to see Kai sitting down near him. The charming archer looked way too pretty and put together for a person who had just lived through the same mayhem as them, but Sunny was starting to suspect that this infuriating trait was just something he would have to come to terms with. Maybe Kai had some weird attribute that made him look good no matter the circumstance. Looking at the beautiful young man, Sunny sighed and said, Hey, Knight. How are you doing? Kai scratched the back of his head and answered. Alright, I guess. That was intense back there, huh? Sunny nodded. Yeah. So, what's up? The charming archer hesitated for a bit. Nothing, really. I just wanted to say 3 things to you. What a strange guy. Oh? Alright, go on. Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said. Well, first of all, I now fully understand what you meant when you said that you are crazy. Because that jump of yours, that was really crazy. Sunny chuckled. I guess so. I'm alive, though, aren't I? The archer gave him a nod and smiled. Another thing I wanted to say is that I also understood how you managed to survive all those months in the ruins. Your swordsmanship. I've never seen anything like it. I think that very few people in the Dark City would survive a clash against you. So, everything makes more sense now. Sunny didn't know how to feel about that praise. On one hand, it was nice to be acknowledged for something he worked so hard on. On the other hand, he still preferred being considered a cowardly weakling. It made killing fools far easier. He shrugged. Thanks, I guess. What is the third thing? Kai was silent for a long time, as though trying to find the right words. Finally, he shook his head and cautiously said. Right. About that jump of yours, you do remember that I can fly, right? So I could have carried you over the chasm, no problem. So, why did you do it? Sunny stared at him silently for a while, an inexorable expression on his face. Goddamn. To be honest, in the chaos of it all, he did forget about this crucial detail. After a long stretch of awkward silence, Sunny opened his mouth and said in a flat tone. Oh, you know. It just seemed like a good idea at the moment. Kai blinked and gave him a strange look. A good idea? Sunny cleared his throat, then glared at the charming young man. It worked, didn't it? So, let's not talk about it again, ever. Okay? Chapter 200 Descent. After a while, Sunny regained enough of his senses to warily look around. The tunnel they were currently in was somewhat different from those they had traversed while fighting the horde of undead monsters. It looked more weathered and decrepit, with its walls and floor smoothed and uneven, as though eroded by something over the course of countless years. What's worse, it was wet. With a cold shiver, Sunny realized that they were surrounded by puddles of black water. The smell of sea salt permeated the air. Looking up, he found the tall figure of the boisterous huntress and asked in a raspy voice. Where are we? Effie glanced at him and gestured up. 100 meters or so below the surface, pretty much exactly under the city wall. He stared at her blankly, slowly comprehending the meaning of these words. The huntress gave him a nod. Yeah, you guessed correctly. Come night, this place is going to be full of seawater. That chasm behind us is what prevents the catacombs from being flooded by the dark sea. She sighed tiredly. So, unless we want to drown or be eaten by some depth dweller, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Sunny closed his eyes, imagining a roaring torrent of black water erupting from the mouths of countless tunnels and falling into the abyssal chasm like waterfalls made of pure darkness. Yeah, if they were still underground when that happened, sea monsters would be the least of their problems. The sea itself would kill them. Luckily, the day was still young. Effie's words served as a signal. A few moments later, Nephice rose to her feet and glanced at the members of the cohort. Her pale face was calm and composed. Time to go. Gather your strength. With sighs and groans of pain, everyone stood up. Sunny was the last one to follow suit. Ouch, that hurts. I'm really starting to wonder if fighting Harus was a better choice. But no, it wasn't. Terrible as it might have been, the battle with the skeletons was at least predictable. The damned hunchback, on the other hand, was a complete unknown. There was nothing worse than facing an enemy that you knew nothing about. As the cohort headed deeper into the tunnel, Sunny caught up with Effie and asked with a hint of idle curiosity in his voice. By the way, how do you even know your way around the catacombs? It wasn't like she could have leisurely explored these deadly tunnels alone. The huntress gave him a dubious look and shrugged. This knowledge is sort of passed down between the outer settlement hunters. I've been here a couple of times before, trying to escape from especially terrible nightmare creatures. Although, to be honest, I only descended this deep into the catacombs once. Effie shivered. I was new in the Dark City at that time. Back then, the strongest hunter in the outer settlement sort of took me under her wing. We went down here with an entire party. Sunny scratched the back of his head and grimaced when his battered body protested against the sudden movement. Yeah? That party must have been very strong, to return from this place alive. The huntress glanced at him and smiled darkly. Who said anything about returning alive? Actually, they all died. I was the only one to survive. Sunny stared at her for a long time and then asked. If they all died, then why the hell did you bring us here? Effie shrugged. Because no matter how strong that party was, they weren't even close to this one. Do you even realize how powerful the 6 of us are, all put together? Goddamn. I wouldn't want to be our enemy. Then, she hesitated for a few moments and added. Plus, this time, I know what we're going to face. We'll get out of here in one piece, trust me. Sunny wasn't a particularly trusting person, but at this point, he didn't really have a choice. Leaving the tall huntress alone, he walked in silence for a while. The tunnels were now strongly angled down. With each minute, the cohort was descending deeper and deeper underground. Slowly, his curiosity awakened. Now that the harrowing battle against the army of the dead was behind them, Sunny began to wonder about something peculiar. Where exactly did all those human skeletons come from? There were hundreds, if not thousands of them down here in the catacombs. Even if every hunter that had ever lived in the outer settlement died in these tunnels, their number wouldn't account for that much. Not to mention that people who perished in the Dark City tended to end up eaten by some terrible monster, their bones pulverized into dust by its teeth. His pointless pondering was interrupted by Effie, who suddenly gestured for the cohort to stop. After discussing something with Nephice, she gave her a nod and turned to the rest of them. Listen up. We're close to the central chamber of this maze. The exit to the surface is right ahead. However, getting to it won't be easy. The tall huntress hesitated, and then said. If we want to make it outside, we will have to act fast. There's a big fat bastard of a nightmare creature that lives in that chamber. However, it takes time for it to fully wake up. So, don't stop to look at it, don't panic, don't lose your cool. It might look scary, but if you follow Neff and do what she tells you to do, you should be alright. She waited for a bit to make sure that everyone understood her meaning, and then grinned. Alright. If everyone is ready, let's go meet the Lord of the Dead. What? Lord of the Dead? Not liking the sound of this name one bit, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and reluctantly followed after Effie. Soon, they entered a giant underground chamber. Once Sunny saw what was inside of it, his eyes grew wide. He finally understood where all those skeletal wraiths came from. He also understood where the inhabitants of the ancient city had disappeared to. They were all here.